Hello, 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 hello. Boy, what a 12 to 14, 16 hours I have had. I ended up having to cut off the stream last night due to a unfortunate incident, which I'm going to share with you right now. That's where the truck ended up. 3 full rolls. Windshield not good shape, roof not good shape. The undercarriage is totally destroyed because of that big rock right there. Totally trashed the what do you call it? The drivetrain or whatever you call that underneath there, and the transmission. So that Tahoe will never Tahoe again. It is done. It is on its way to a automobile cemetery. The neighbor is fine, bruised from the middle of the back all the way down one leg. Yeah, I wasn't in it. They ran to get gas for me. Is what it was. They ran to get gas last night for me. Remember, I said during chat, I typed in I had to run money up to and gas cans up to the gate because the neighbor was going to run down and get gas for me, and that's what ended up happening. So the Tahoe is no longer going to Tahoe. Yeah, and it got worse after it. Believe me, it got worse after that. So after dealing with all of that and everything, he had not made it to get gas. So I have to, I have puppies that are in the kennel that's in another building. So I had to keep the power going because I didn't have the battery charger plugged in during my podcast yesterday. So I let I let the power run on what gas was left in the generator. And I woke up at when the generator turned off, and it was 6:20 in the morning at that point there. And I knew I didn't have gas. So, I had to wait a few hours and in order to get anybody to get out here to get gas to me. I'm 37 miles outside of town. So getting somebody out here to get gas is a pain in the ass. I actually have somebody who will deliver 100 gallons of gas at a time. But he won't deliver for less than that, but he would stop his truck when he makes a delivery through here and actually fill up 100-gallon tank or 250-gallon tanks or whatever. But I don't have any empty tanks for him to put that much gas into. So the generator went out at 6:20. What I did not know is that the oil ran out before the gas did. So we went up to an old bus that's on the hill and we siphoned out what gas was left in there to bring it down so that I could do a podcast starting at 2:00 today, because I told everybody I'd be back today in the afternoon. Put the gas in the generator, pulled the lever, and it blew up. Best generator that I have had in years, blew it up. The good thing is the neighbor, another neighbor, was returning my chainsaw blades for this little chainsaw that I got. He sharpened them all up for me. And when he saw that my generator blew, he ran home and grabbed his. So I have a generator until Monday. So basically I have until Monday to come up with enough to replace the generator. Or Monday will be my last podcast for a while until I can put the funding together to get another generator. So my day has not gone well. However, I made a promise that I was going to be here today. I am here. So we are going to run through everything. Good thing is the neighbor's got some injuries. One neighbor's got some injuries, and the other neighbor has got a huge heart because he has, he was good to me, and having somebody here that can that got me going at least for a few days. He needs it on Monday because he leaves on his trip on Monday, and this is one that he straps onto the back of his RV, and he leaves for Texas, and he will be in the Amarillo area of Texas until spring. He goes down every year. He does not stay up here, and his wife actually continues on without him. He stays in Amarillo, and she goes down to Costa Rica, where she has a small hotel down there that she cooks in and stuff. So, it's seasonal for her, to go down there. So, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so a big, generous heart, and I am extremely, extremely grateful to him for what he did. That was above and beyond what anything that I could have expected, so I have no idea yet. I'm actually going to start searching because I just got the office up and running, and I'm going to start a search while we get our first videos playing, so I'll know more here shortly. But yeah, so my day has not gone well. But what's funny is Auntie and I talk every single day. And those of you who don't know who Auntie Wells is, Michelle B. Okay, let me tell you, somebody who when I returned to Christ, has been okay. Here's an easy way to put it. You know how we know that Joe Biden has a handler? Okay. We know that that a lot of these guys, people like Nancy Pelosi's got a handler, that Dianne Feinstein had a handler. Well, the difference is I have a spiritual handler, okay, who reminds me often how much God loves me, and what he's willing to do to have his message, and his message out there. Because let me tell you, what I have experienced in these last 3 years, going on 4 years now, is beyond anything. I mean, I've been to countries that were war torn and everything else, and I've seen people, living bad. And let me tell you, I don't live any better than your local Afghani tribe at this point, but my faith has never lacked because of the fact that every time that there has been a need, he has seen me through it, and I am blessed that he does that, So, let me get the first video started here before you guys get me crying. Can't have that now. Speaking of God, I have something that I'd like to share with you guys. And Slow Country sent this to me yesterday, about 3/4 of the way through the podcast. And I thought that this was very interesting. And so before we get into our first long video, I'm going to, I'm going to show you guys this one here. It's, I think it's like, how many minutes? It's only 3.5 minutes long. So check this out. I thought that this was really interesting. You guys tell me what you think as you're listening to them.
Did you know that God had always planned a 7,000-year prophetic calendar? and that these 7,000 years were prophesied about in the very beginning of the Bible? Isaiah 46:10 tells us, I declare the end from the beginning. And the 7-day creation account is a prophetic calendar of 7,000 years of human history. In fact, Peter tells us in the book of 2 Peter that one day with the Lord is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as a day. We see this further looking at the seventh day, which we know on the seventh day God rested, and we know that is the 1,000-year millennial reign of Christ. The question is, how close are we to the seventh day? Well, in Israel today, we know that we're right about here. We're approaching that seventh day. If you look at the political calendar or the religious calendar, which there is some confusion and debate about how accurate that calendar is. But it does put us right towards the end of the sixth day. And if you look at the death of Jesus, you actually have a clearer picture of when the fifth day started and the last days or the church age began. It was always set to be 2,000 years of church history before the second coming of Christ, or the day of the Lord. And so I'm going to peg a series to this video if you're interested in looking and learning more about this. But in this series, I go over in detail how each day of creation perfectly corresponds to that millennium. In the first day, light was created and light was separated from darkness. And in the first 1,000 years, we see the sin of Adam and Eve falling from the garden where light was separated from darkness. This goes on throughout this pattern. It's so beautiful. Each day of creation perfectly corresponds to the major spiritual events in that millennium. We'll also take a look at the signs of Christ's coming when he likened his return to birth pains, saying that there'd be wars and rumors of wars, famine, earthquakes, and pestilence. These things would be as birth pains. And we actually see the last 500 years of recorded history, a major shift happened at the turn of the century. In each of these categories, the graph goes parabolic. We'll also take a look in this series about the order of end time events, and I'll give you 9 proofs for a pre-tribulation rapture. We see this, it's a very biblical, the rapture is not only biblical, but the pre-tribulation rapture is what the Bible teaches. And so we'll look at the man of sin being revealed, we'll look at who's on earth and what they're doing during this period known as the tribulation, which is really the wrath of God. We're going to look at the different harvest that happened, the false Christ harvest in Revelation 14, and of course God's sharp sickle harvest for the wrath of God in Revelation 14. And we'll look at, of course, the second coming of the Lord that we see, the day of the Lord in Revelation 19. That starts with the wedding feast of the Lamb in heaven, and then we come out with Christ to rule and reign on earth for 1,000 years before the final judgment of Satan and those who have their part in the lake of fire with him. And then there's the new heavens and the new earth. So if you're interested in learning more about this, it's a really interesting study. I'll peg again that series on this video. We'll look forward to seeing you in lesson 1. God bless.
I thought now you guys tell me what you think. I think that was pretty interesting. It's like, it's just it's kind of like it's I don't trust science anymore. I don't. There's just something about it that's telling me that science has just been a way to deceive us, to keep us under a specific type of control, and it's like wow, this is crazy. I'm looking to see if there's an actual share button for this.
Did you know that God had always planned a 7,000-year prophetic calendar, and that these 7,000 years were prophesied about in the very beginning of the Bible? Isaiah 46:10 tells
but I can't trust science anymore. Knowing everything that's gone on in the last 4 years, everything that we've discovered about NASA, and I call it NASA because that is actually the proper pronunciation, even though they anagrammed it and put dots in between it and called it National Aeronautical Space whatever agency. Okay, It's nasa, deception. Okay. It's been always been deception. Okay. And I just don't get it. Is it, you know, I just don't get it. Did that, you know, there's too much biblical accuracy and minimal and beyond minimal scientific accuracy. Okay, because they turn around and they tell us, you know, I mean, we've heard it since the 1960s. Okay, in the 1960s, the world was gonna burn up before 1970. Okay, then in the 70s, we were gonna get a big ice age. Okay, and then in the 80s, that the world was gonna end, it was gonna shake itself apart. Okay, and then in the 90s, we're back to the Earth's gonna freeze over again. And then in the 2000s, it was computer science is going to kill everybody with Y2K. Okay. And all of these things that they've said have been BS. But you want to know what? They collect the tax dollars and the funding and say that they're going to find a cure for the problem or a solution. I want to know what the heck's happened to our money. I want full accountability for every penny that we paid. You know, they got billions upon billions and billions of dollars that could have gone to take every homeless vet off of the street. Okay. With the amount of money that these people get, we could have taken every single homeless vet off of the street and put them in a house. Okay. We could have taken every abused wife and child and moved them into a secure home somewhere else in the country. Okay. While the criminal is pursued. Okay. That could have been done. Okay. We could have, we already know that they have the cure for cancer, but they're never going to give it to us. Right. You know, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute here. We've been funding all of these things all of these years. And what have we gotten for it? What have we gotten for it? Nothing. But them saying that there's going to be another problem next year and they need funding for that. And it's BS. It's BS. I got to scroll back in comments here because I'm like, I'm kind of like on a roll here. I'm sorry. Okay. Bree in, hold on. What's, somebody asked a question about my address. Where did it go? I think I went too far up. Thank you, chap, for dropping that. Harbor Freight is about 45 miles away from here. For Richard, who asked that, and I'm actually looking at their website, or I have it pulled up. I just haven't looked at it yet. Because everybody's told me stay away from the generators at Lowe's and stay away from the generators at Home Depot. And in most cases, they don't even keep them in stock anymore. You have to go in and pay for it, and then you have to wait days for it to get to you, which is a royal pain in the wazoo. Linda, yes, I'm going to actually post I'm going to type my address in. The only thing is you can't send me a check or a money order because I have no way of cashing it. That's an impossibility. I've been locked out of the banks for going on 4 years now. The bank actually, one of the bank people actually was a follower of mine when the Mustard Seeds channels first started. And she was playing it on her lunch break. And then the next thing I know, a couple of days later, I get a check in the mail with my balance telling me that I can no longer have an account there. And then I went to 2 other banks that are local to here, within walking distance, within, a 7 to 8 mile radius. And I'm not allowed to use banks anymore. So I have to, any cash that I get, I take and I load onto a Green Dot prepaid Visa card. And that's how I do all my purchasing and everything else. I'm dropping my address in here right now. 378. This keyboard's really got to get wiped off. It is dirty. And there's the address. Okay, let me keep going down here. No, I did not hit the like button. I don't have the YouTube page open at this time. I just have the StreamYard. I find that when I have the YouTube page open as well, it actually causes hiccups in the videos that I'm playing. Margaret Ward, I believe the 7 days of God are the thousands. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that we're at the 57 to somewhere between 5,700 to 6,000, because the last 1,000 years is supposed to be 1,000 years of peace and plenty. And I think that we're like on that cusp. And that's what we're going to experience, that we're going to be living full lives, not just, it's B. Breelings. Yeah. I just posted the address in there. And I dropped the link for this. So I got you on that one, Miss Mindersu. Thank you, Wild West. I appreciate that. It's, information when it comes to God, you can't ignore it, and when it's in your face like that, it kind of makes you think about, I believe that the earth was here before, but I don't believe that it was formed the way that it is right now. I believe that he shaped the earth and then put the firmament there. You know what I mean? And I think that science has pushed their propaganda so heavy that, they're trying to say that it's hundreds of thousands of years. And basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to basically prove that the Bible's not real, is what they're trying to do. Okay. While at the same time, we're trying to prove to everybody, because we feel his presence. We know he's there. He helps us when we need it. He's there for us in sorrow and in pain and in suffering. And, he heals us. And there are too many things to show me that he's here through verified proof than there ever has been in anything that science has ever possibly could have shown me. Yes, screw big tech. Exactly what Melissa Red Pill has been saying. This is where the books that were taken away, the Book of Jubilee, the Book of Jasher, even the Book of Enoch. There are so many things that are intricately woven with what we're experiencing right now. That that you can't discount it. You can't. The fact that the churches removed those basically was to put everybody in the understanding, because when Christ comes back, before the return of Christ, there are going to be 3 angels that are going to, one is going to be a messenger that's going to be in the sky, and he's going to be declaring the glory of God. Okay. And then the second angel is going to be teaching the laws of God. Okay. And the third one is the herald to tell you that the Christ is coming, and it's not going to be in another 1,000 years. Okay. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy, because all these people who, it's like we were talking about yesterday, when people talk about hell, okay, when these preachers talk about fire and brimstone and being cast into the to the lake of fire is hell is a separation from God. We go through hell on earth when we are separated from our God. Okay, it's that simple. We go through a hell on earth when we are separated from our God. And the hell in spiritual sense, in spiritual death, okay, comes from a permanent separation from God, where there is no chance to go back to it. Okay, there is no reprisal. Okay, there's no second chance once you're there. Okay, and he says, I don't know you, and you have to go away. You don't get to stay. You never get to be in their presence ever again. That's what true hell is about. It's not about this lake of fire and brimstone and everything else. Who he's going to cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, okay, are going to be the angels who have deceived man all this time. Okay. You know, it's too much. That's right. It's man's right there. Truth is out there. Good conception right there. It's their science, not ours from God. Okay. And it's, you know, and the thing is God's math is perfect. Okay. God's math is perfect, you know, because somebody, so what was the very next comment says science doesn't add up. Perhaps the math is, you know, the maths are wrong. It's because they're not using God's math. They're using man's math, you know, and they get to play with it any way they want, you know. It's very, very simple, you know. So, all right, so let's get our first video going. This is a 16-minute clip with James O'Keefe. And I thought that this was important because he's got a very clear message here, okay, and a very clear explanation as to the things that have been going on. Now, that is, I'm taking this from the O'Keefe Media Group here on YouTube, okay, but you can also go to the O'Keefe Media Group, O'KeefeMediaGroup.com as well, okay, but I wanted to share this with you guys because I think that this is kind of important.
The coordinated disinformation circle is thus complete. EIP spoon feeds its embargoed blog post to the New York Times. New York Times drafts its defamatory article based upon the EIP blog post, and a subsequent EIP report cites the defamatory New York Times article that it helped produce. The self-fulfilling prophecy in Penrose stairs of propaganda swirls round and is quite profound now that we've learned the Department of Homeland Security was in on it. We found out last week, thanks to Representative Jim Jordan, what we've known since 2020. The federal government intervened with social media platforms to censor and silence me and a bunch of other voices on the right. Jordan released this report, The Weaponization of Disinformation, Pseudo-Experts and Bureaucrats, how the federal government partnered with universities to censor Americans' political speech. Now, this is an unbelievable and quite complicated story involving universities, the government, something called EIP, Election Integrity Partnership, the New York Times, and videos that we've produced, Facebook, USA Today. It's a complex Penrose stairs of propaganda, a Kafkaesque self-fulfilling prophecy, but it's very important that you follow along because this is the playbook that they're going to use in the 2024 election. On September 29, 2020, the Election Integrity Partnership, a joint undertaking of Stanford University and the University of Washington, published a blog post regarding a video report by Project Veritas that alleged unlawful voting practices were taking place among the Somali American community in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This video I've talked about hundreds of times. That's the video where the guy had all the ballots on his lap.
Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. Wajida gaariga waa buuxa waxaas waa absent ballot salka yaala soo ma jeedin. Fiiri waxaas oo dhan soo ma jeedin.
There was also a video of money exchanging hands. On September 29th, the EIP blog post described that video report as making, quote, falsifiable claims that were debunked without factual support, misleading, and disinformation. Remember those quotes, because there was a series of lawsuits that were filed against the New York Times and EIP that I filed when I was with Veritas, and we'll get to that later. The EIP was created on July 27, 2020, just 2 months earlier, and describes itself as a, quote, coalition of research entities focused on supporting real-time information exchange between the research community, elected officials, government agencies, civil society organizations, and social media platforms. The EIP's purported purpose is detecting and thwarting election-related misinformation and disinformation. 4 entities that comprise EIP are the Stanford Internet Observatory, the University of Washington Center for Informed Public, Graphica, and the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab. Now, when the New York Times writer Maggie Astor published her first defamatory hit piece on September 29, she relied heavily on this blog post from EIP I just told you about, the metadata of which demonstrates that Maggie Astor must have received that in advance. That means that EIP coordinated with the New York Times and helped her basically write her front page article. The article was used by independent fact checkers in USA Today and Facebook to say the video was false. Facebook, which worked with USA Today, subsequently banned the video. So let's go to that New York Times article, first paragraph, quote, deceptive video was probably part of a coordinated disinformation campaign, according to researchers at Stanford University. According to experts, these experts were relied upon by the New York Times to make their claim. Now, Maggie Astor was referring to this blog post written on September 29th, hashtag ballot harvesting amplification. Then last week, now November 2023, Jordan broke in his report that EIP stakeholders included the federal government would submit misinformation reports. EIP would analyze the report and find similar content across platforms. EIP would submit the report to big tech, often with a recommendation on how to censor. Now we've learned that EIP was working with the Department of Homeland Security, a division called CISA, CISA, which basically means that EIP is an arm of the federal government. The report lists us as one of the accounts being targeted, my name specifically. And by the way, who is affected by all this? You. You lose out on valuable, truthful information because social media platforms gave in to this unelected, unaccountable secret group and removed critical information from the web. When you went to the polls or went in for a third booster shot, you didn't have all the information you needed to make an informed decision. And the federal government was responsible for all of that. A lot of other important voices were also censored. Seth Dillon, even the Babylon Bee, a satirical website, was targeted. Even this straightforward tweet by a lawyer named Harmeet Dillon was censored by Twitter at the request of the Election Integrity Project. So whose idea was this? Well, it was the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, teamed up with Stanford and other universities during the height of the pandemic to monitor online speech and flag any post they deemed as mis or disinformation. The social media platforms then deleted that content, or worse, banned the user. Now, in terms of CISA, one of the emails Jordan found was from Alex Stamos to Stanford University. Hey, Kate, you have any time this afternoon to chat? We're working on some election monitoring ideas with CISA, and I would love your additional feedback before we go down this road. Things that should have been assembled a year ago are coming together quickly this week. Alex. Now, in the blog post about EIP and a video I produced, Alex Stamos is on the byline. There is Alex Stamos, which was central to helping Maggie Astor write the article about our video. Stamos is former chief security officer at Facebook. He left the company because he disagreed with how Facebook handled Russian disinformation. Again, Facebook being the company that banned this video that we did after the New York Times piece in conjunction with Stamos. Self-fulfilling prophecy, or what I call a Penrose stairs of propaganda. Alex Stamos teamed up with the CISA director a few years ago. So let's go back to this New York Times article. And I know this is in the weeds, but this is important. This is exactly what they're going to do this coming year. Astor's omission of half of the entities involved in EIP is significant. Graphica was one of the entities involved. They're a data analysis business funded by angel investor capital. It advertises its, quote, patented technologies and groundbreaking analytical capabilities in service of disinformation and analysis, as well as digital marketing. Graphic advertises its ties to big tech. Its website notes that it provides services for Fortune 500 companies who rely on Graphica for purposes that include, quote, disinformation detection, leading Silicon Valley platforms to use our platform to discover and investigate disinformation campaigns. In fact, Graphica's website provides a case study of its disinformation detection work for Facebook. Accordingly, Graphica's continued profits depend on the continued public concern about the existence of online disinformation across social media platforms. Also, Graphica advertises its EIP affiliation on its website. That includes posting a link to EIP's report titled The Long Fuse, Misinformation, and the 2020 Elections. As with the earlier blog post, New York Times writer Astor used to draft her defamatory article, that EIP report alleges that the Project Veritas ballot harvesting reporting was mis or disinformation. This report cites the defamatory New York Times article. The video's ballot harvesting claim was not well supported. As Maggie Astor of the New York Times described several days later, the video claimed through unidentified sources and with no verifiable evidence that Representative Ilhan Omar's campaign had collected ballots illegally. The coordinated disinformation circle is thus complete. EIP spoon feeds its embargoed blog post to the New York Times. New York Times drafts its defamatory article based upon the EIP blog post, and a subsequent EIP report cites the defamatory New York Times article that it helped produce. The self-fulfilling prophecy in Penrose stairs of propaganda swirls round and is quite profound now that we've learned the Department of Homeland Security was in on it. And the fourth component of EIP, which like Graphica, Astor did not identify in her article, is the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab, also known as DFR Lab. The Atlantic Council is a prominent foreign policy think tank. Astor lies by omission by not including this thing in her article. In other words, Astor's omissions are likely intended to conceal the interconnected relationships of the entities and their respective financial interests in falsely alleging a disinformation campaign. The Biden-connected Ukrainian energy company Burisma is also a major contributor to the Atlantic Council. There are substantial Facebook ties to at least 3 of the 4 components of EIP based upon our knowledge to date. Facebook is one of the Atlantic Council's biggest donors. Facebook is a major customer of Graphica. And former Facebook Chief Security Officer Alex Stamos is not only one of the authors of the EIP blog post, there's his name that he writes this long blog post about me and our video. He advertises his role as the founder of Stanford Internet Observatory on the website of his cybersecurity business, Krebs Stamos Group, KSG. Like Graphica, Stamos also has a profit-making interest in magnifying concerns about alleged disinformation. So, going back to 2020, we sued the New York Times for defamation for the article calling the Minnesota video deceptive and disinformation. The New York Times defense was that their statements in the article, quote, were unverifiable expressions of opinion and not actionable and cannot be defamatory. Now, this was despite the fact that Maggie Astor was writing for the front page of the New York Times, and the New York Times admitted in their answer to our lawsuit that Astor is not an opinion writer and is indeed a political reporter. That was actually a New York Times admission responding to our lawsuit. So we won on motion to dismiss, the judge in Westchester, New York, saying, quote,
defendants argue that their statements describing Veritas video as deceptive, false, and without evidence were mere opinion, incapable of being judged true or false. However, if a writer interjects an opinion in a news article and will seek to claim legal protections as opinion, it stands to reason that the writers should have an obligation to alert the reader that it is opinion. The articles that are the subject of this action called the video, quote, deceptive, but the dictionary definitions of, quote, disinformation and deceptive provided by defendants' counsel certainly apply to Astor's and Shu's failure to note that they injected their opinions in news articles, as they now claim.
The judge noting the complete irony of an article about disinformation that fails to mention in the article that what they're saying is an opinion, which is then used as evidence to go ban a video because it's not factual. Complete contradiction. Now, the EIP blog post I talked about earlier describing the video report as falsifiable claims that were debunked about factual support, misleading, disinformation, all those buzzwords in that article. So we decided to sue Election Integrity Project because we can't sue the article at the New York Times without also suing the basis by which the article was based upon. The New York Times escaping accountability by saying, well, this is just what the experts say. So we sued the expert in Washington State, Stanford, University of Washington. They moved to dismiss the lawsuit, arguing that the statements about myself and Veritas are not actionable because they are, quote, not factual statements, not capable of being proven true or false, and because the academic researcher's statements, quote, lack precision. This is how these institutions are able to escape accountability under the libel laws. May of 2022, federal judge in the Western District of Washington State granted Stanford and University of Washington's motions to dismiss on all of those reasons. The judge concluded that readers of Stanford and the University of Washington's analysis would have expected to encounter the analysis reflected the author's subjective biases, including mischaracterizations and exaggerations. The federal judge agreeing that there were mischaracterizations and exaggerations, and thus the statements that we took issue with were not actionable because they were, quote, not capable of verification or refutation by means of objective proof. So in the federal judge's order dismissing our lawsuit, he notes that the statement that our video had been debunked is incapable of being proven true or false. This is a federal judge talking about this. Mischaracterizations and exaggerations are part and parcel of this subjective and biased blog post that was created. The judge saying that, quote, readers of the EIP blog post were prepared for the authors to be giving their opinion about election fraud. Now, I don't think that's actually the case. I don't think that most people that reading this in the New York Times have any idea about the mischaracterizations and exaggerations. They take it upon face value that these experts, we don't know who Alex Stamos is. We don't know the genesis of these statements, Mr. Federal Judge. He also says, quote, a reasonable inference to be drawn from the complaint is that readers of the EIP blog post would have had some awareness of the allegedly left-leaning biases of the authors. So Thomas S. Zilli, U.S. District Judge, concluded the statements in EIP published were not actionable as a matter of defamation law, and the case was dismissed. So we intended to appeal that to the Ninth Circuit, and then I was removed from Project Veritas. As to the New York Times lawsuit, what's the deal with that? Well, that went to the New York Court of Appeals, which is the state Supreme Court in New York, and there it sat, with the New York Times arguing in their motion, replying to us that, quote, neither the words deception, that was the word that Astor used to describe our reporting, nor the word verifiable has a precise meaning that is readily understood. Can't make that shit up. The New York Times lawyers are arguing in the New York Supreme Court that words don't have meaning. But somehow words do have meaning, according to them, because they're using them to help ban our videos and make the case that we are a threat to democracy. It's like a case out of Orwell's Doublethink. An EIP, Stanford, CISA, DHS, Stamos, and Maggie Astor. By the way, Maggie Astor has scrubbed her identity off the internet, presumably because she doesn't want me to ambush her with a microphone. All of this seems predicated on there being some truth or falsehood as to the verifiability of our investigative reporting. And yet, they're trying to escape accountability in a court of law by saying that what they're saying cannot be verified. And of course, it costs millions of dollars for us to pay all these lawyers that help file all these motions. And Veritas has run out of money paying all those lawyers after I left. And I believe the lawyers are owed money. Now, this is a developing story. There'll be more to report, lots of information here to digest, and much to understand heading into the election in 2024. Alex Stamos is certainly bound to continue peddling his Penrose stairs of propaganda. There'll also be other organizations that we investigate. And if you have information about any of this, you can contact us at Signal, our number here. You can also go to our website and submit a tip. We have high-level sources that continue to work with us, and we'll continue to work with those sources as well as go undercover. Stay tuned.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay. His his name is Glenn. By the way, the neighbor's name is Glenn. Joffs was supposed to be good good spirits. I have no idea where my fingers were going when I typed in Joffs. It's yeah. But yeah, Sarah and Sarah and Glenn. So let's see. Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, that's some good information in regards to knowing how they were going about all of this. I mean, we already knew that the federal government was involved, that they were, calling and manipulating the censorship and everything else. And for all the people, basically from 6 to 8 months prior to the 2020 election, so so I would say, I say that it was probably about 6 months, maybe close to 7 months, that they began, and this is during um, uh, the buildup of the what do you call it? The campaign there, like when they when the like the people first get their funding and they begin running their commercials and start their rallies and stuff like that. It's so Awakened. It's my objective is so the one that I have out here is a 9,000 watt. It runs all 3 buildings, and that's what I got to try and get as close to as possible, to in order to be able to facilitate the kitchen building, the puppy building, and this building. So and be able to run a microwave on it without it turning off. Champion's a good generator, but I don't necessarily trust them anymore. I had a couple of their generators that were just very, very not nice to me. Very, very not nice. And they are not designed to run for more than a few hours at a time. Basically, it's you can run it for about 4 hours, but then you got to shut it down. It's like those are designed more like a what would you call it? A job site generator, I think you would call it. Like when a carpenter goes out to do a deck or something like that. They'll bring a small generator that they can use to power their saws and get work going early, unless the owners are kind enough to run extension cords and everything for them, which is great if they do, but some people don't provide that stuff. So I haven't had a good success with Champion. I had a long time ago, probably about 8-9 years ago, I had a small Champion that proved out that went really well, but it's like Furman and Champion kind of just started using all Chinese parts. It wasn't American made anymore, so you're buying somebody else's hand me down metals and things like that. So okay, all right, let's get on to our next. I've got a lineup for you guys. We've got a Nicholas Veniamin interview with Senator Mike Morrell. We've got and we know from this morning. We've got the internet takeover with Melissa Redpill. We've got the X-22 report, and then we got Hold the Line with Space Shot and Lisa B and Machiavelli. And I am sure that other people are going to send me a bunch of other stuff that you guys probably are going to want to see too. I try not to make small videos because of the fact that, by the time people get done watching the small video, they want the rest of the information, it's kind of, very, very important to give as much information as possible. Hawk, wanting to go live probably tomorrow, early afternoon Eastern time, if you're interested. Yeah, just call me and let me know ahead of time. Absolutely. Mariana Fisk, that's the 9,000. Give me a second to look. I'm looking for it. Yeah. Two options. What are the two options? Yeah. The one thing I will say about the Champion is that it's dual fuel. So if you don't have gas, you can run on propane. And you can kind of go back and forth with that. So which is also kind of not a bad thing. It's actually a bonus, but I don't see any dual fuel in their generator lineup there. But we'll look into that. And we'll see here. But let's go ahead and let's get our next video up. Nicholas Viniamin, Senator Mike Morrell. I thought that this was kind of important. I was listening to this on my phone this afternoon, and this is a pretty interesting layout here. I think you guys definitely want to hear.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Senator Mike Morrell, and today we are going to be discussing what's happening in Israel, the upcoming elections, China, and the education system. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at nicholas.veniamin, where you can follow all my newsreels. Mike, thank you so much for joining me. How are you, and what have you been up to?
Well, I am doing fine, and I've been busy. The good news is, as you know, I wrote the book, The Road to Restoring a Family. So October, I think I had 12 speaking engagements in various parts of the state, up in the Silicon Valley, which they had a good number of people, over 100 people showed up for that. So that's kind of encouraging because that's such a liberal place, a bastion. Got to speak in Lake Tahoe, so I had some fun up there. And then I did about a good number of podcasts, and I had some radio interviews. And once a month, I write an article for the Epic Times. And so my calendar has been busy working, trying to do anything I can to help, promote God, country, and family. So I've been busy. And then when I'm not busy on those things, my wife, Joni, has me busy doing things around the house. So my cup runneth over.
Very interesting. Absolutely. Now, obviously, we've got a very big, elections coming up with, is it going to be Joe Biden? Obviously, a lot of people think it's not. He's a disaster. We're seeing Vivek Ramaswamy, Trump. Obviously, we've seen his performance as president, of the United States. So people are very confident with with Donald Trump. What's your views on the upcoming elections?
Well, a lot of my Republican friends are very much against, as I am, against Biden's policies, right? But I tell my friends as I speak, don't try to kick him out of office. We want him to run. We want him to be the nominee because I think he's very beautiful. And here's what I'm very afraid of, and I've seen this coming for a long time, as I'm sure you have, but Gavin Newsom, he wants to run for that seat, right? And here's the thing. Number one, talk about a guy, in my opinion, with Marxist ideologies. He has them, right? But he's a pretty boy. He's good looking. And unfortunately, there are people that are shallow out there. I remember when Bill Clinton and Al Gore ran and won. They won what was called the soccer mom vote, who drove minivans, if you remember that. And one of the reasons is because they were youthful looking. And so, that's what pushed those guys over. And so Gavin Newsom has all that. He can speak really well in only sound bites. I got to spend 3 days with him a few years back in Austin, Texas, and I noticed he can't go very deep. But think about these forums that they have in these debates, they call them. They're not debates. Remember Lincoln Douglas debates is Lincoln would talk for a half hour, then Stephen Douglas would refute him for a half hour. And so today, the last one I heard, when they closed, they said, tell us in 30 seconds why you want to be president of the United States. I mean, that's ridiculous, right? The most important job in the world, and you've got 30 seconds to say that. So those are not debates. Those whoever can do the quickest sound bites. And that's one thing Governor Newsom's good at, is quick sound bites, but his record's poor. Like I say, he's a committed, in my opinion, Marxist ideology. And then the third thing is he knows how to do the sound bites, but I do think that other than that, he's pretty shallow, because I saw him during that conversation in Texas sort of get shut down when you really go deep into a debate. But I think he's a dangerous man. And he sounds, if you listen to him when he's on television, he sounds reasonable. And so that's why I would prefer Biden to be the Democrat nominee more than I would perhaps Newsom. And I think Newsom would do even more damage than Biden. So those are things that concern me.
Of course, I know what you mean, because we're very confident that Biden will lose, which will mean the Republican will win. Absolutely. I mean, I was listening to Trump, and he was saying, it doesn't matter if you're Democrat, conservative, whatever. It's all about common sense, and it's true. It's having common sense. How do you think we are going to have fair elections, or in the next election? How are we going to make sure that we're not going to have any fraud, and we are going to have more, fairness? Well, have fairness, or voter ID in our elections to make sure they're honest.
Well, a couple of things. Here's what I'd like to say. I am not a conspiracy theorist, but I believe there is cheating in the elections. And the reason why, in 2010, when I first ran for politics, at 8:30, the first votes came out, and it showed on the TV screen, it was only 3% of the votes had been counted, 3%. And I was ahead 8.5 points. So there was a man from the newspaper at our party, and he said, would you like to make a victory statement? And I said, but only 3% of the votes been counted. He says, Mike, I've been doing this for over 20 years, and whatever it is right now, it's going to be the same in 2 weeks from now. And sure enough, 2 weeks later, I was at 8.5% ahead. In 2012, when that first vote came out, and it was 3% of the votes had been counted, and it was an 8:30, I was 9.75 points ahead. That ended up washing down to about 1.5%. I almost lost that race. And so what happens is I hired 18 young college kids to go to the voters registers office. And back then they were allowed to do this, to observe. And they were actually able to stand behind the people who were counting. They just could not disturb them. If they had a question, they had to call the floor manager, and then they'd come over and decide if they throw that vote out. If memory serves me correctly, my young kids ended up finding over 5,000 questionable votes that we were able to lobby to get them thrown out, and they got thrown out. And so that didn't happen 2 years earlier. It happened in 2012. I could see 5 or 6 or 7 votes. What they were, a lot of them were absentee votes as well as provisional ballots. And a lot of them were people who were registered to vote. So they popped up that they were registered to vote, but they were not in any of my cities that I was going to represent. So it was votes coming from outside. And so, again, that can happen 5 or 6 times, but not over 5,000 times. So I believe I was one of the first people to ever get to see actual fraud going on in elections. And since then, I think they've made an art of it, and it's gotten even better. So I think we've got to clean up the voter rolls, because even still, there's different places that I see through election integrity where you have people who are 127 years old still on the voter rolls, people who have died, as you know. And so we've got to clean that up, and we got to do voter ID. And you know what? My personal opinion, it's an honor. It's a gift from God when you look at history that we are not ruled by dictators or kings anymore, but we the people can elect our own leaders. And so I think that's an honor and a privilege, and we should have to be able to show up unless if you're sick or maybe, you have some type of a physical ailment and cannot get you the polls. But this is America, and this is an honor to vote. So again, we should show up, and ID has to be mandatory to think. And I know, by the way, I figured out how you can get around without ID. It's so easy. It'd take me a while to get into it, but we've got to clean this up, or our country will soon die here. Because if the Democrats get in, this is my personal opinion, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. They're going to make Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. a state, so they can add a few more electoral votes. And then the second thing I think they're going to do is they're going to take the Supreme Court and take it from 9 to 13 people, so they can have, their way. And then they want to get rid of the Electoral College. And those will be things that America will never, never, never be able to recoup from.
It's terrible what they're doing with Donald Trump. They're trying to remove him from the paper ballot so that people can't even choose him, I believe. But I like it when you say that you're not a conspiracy theorist. Neither am I. But I have to say, I liked Trump because there was no wars. I mean, call me a conspiracy theorist, but I like no wars. I prefer mean tweets and have no wars. So tell me about what would happen if Donald Trump came in. What would happen to the disaster that's happening right now in Israel and Palestine?
Well, a couple of things. I like what you said about mean tweets. That's not why he's in trouble. He's in trouble because he knows there's a swamp and he wants to get rid of the swamp. And so all these players, these multinational companies, a lot of them, everything, people who control, this where they want one world government. This guy has disrupted what they've wanted to do. That's why they're after him. And so I think what Trump would do, he's got a tremendous amount of common sense. He understands human nature. Yes, he does some mean tweets. He's a lot abrasive, right? And I've struggled back and forth in this current election about, should I vote for Trump? Shouldn't I? Shouldn't I? Bam, bam, bam. Should I go for DeSantis because I like him? But as this war broke out in Israel, and then when we pull out of Afghanistan and all the things that are happening, the threats that China is threatening us, right, overseas, and then Russia. I'm thinking I'm back solidly in the Trump camp right now, because I think he will deliver. I think he's got a lot of tremendous common sense to do the right thing for our country. And I do believe, even though he gets a little wild, I do believe he's a man who loves the United States of America. And again, he can be abrasive, but he will protect us, I believe, providing God helps him. And I think, again, like you said, he just, those policies, and when I've talked to people too, and they find him abrasive, I said, well, what about his policies? Generally, they can't find any policies that they had a problem with him, right? And so I think they're in these times. Biden right now, I mean, he looks and he acts weak. Let me tell you, these guys in China, the president of China and Putin of Russia, these guys are cold-blooded killers, right? And so they're looking for opportunities to kill, steal, and destroy. And let me tell you, they can sense weakness, right? You and I can sense weakness in a person. And Biden, I mean, everything you look on different memes and stuff like that, people, are in this country are making fun of him because he can't even talk, he can't walk, he can't make decisions, his language is not clear when he speaks. And so these guys love weakness, these Russians and these Chinese people. And that puts fear of God into me, that I'm hoping and praying they're not going to take advantage of us at this point in time in history. And so we need a leader in there who's going to make decisions that are going to benefit America and protect our country. And so Americans need to, really realize, we've not ever had a war on this land other than the Civil War, right? But we haven't been invaded by outside forces. And so, these things are becoming a reality. And again, I'm not a conspiracy theory, although remember the Caesar, when he said "Ute Brute," his best friend, not you too, Brutus, stabs him in the back. And then, of course, Christ had a great conspiracy against him too. So I know they're out there, but we have to be very careful on this election.
We do. We definitely do. I think I agree with you. I love Donald Trump's policies, strong borders, the First and Second Amendment, and even the biggest deportation for illegal immigrants in history, because he needs to clean up the US. So to make sure that, you know, young families are safe, the education system needs to be cleaned up. So, and I definitely believe that they don't like him because there is a swamp. And I think that Donald Trump is our last card to drain the swamp. And I think he will be very successful at it. I have faith in him. Let's talk about the China. You mentioned that China has threats. What kind of threats are you worried about that China is imposing?
Well, they now, things that I've read, they have surpassed us in a superior naval force. So that's one thing they're building up. Second thing is they've taunted some of our fighter pilots in the China seas as they're flying over. They come within like 300 or 400 feet of their jets. Again, just intimidation. And then they have insinuated that they want to take Taiwan over, just like they did Hong Kong, right? And so, we have said that we will protect the Taiwanese people, but I'm worried with our weak leadership. Like Biden on this Israel thing. It's amazing to me. I mean, it just blows my mind that I'm for Israel. Oh no, I'm against Israel. I'm for them. I'm against them. I'm for them. I'm also for Hamas. We're going to send them money, as they said yesterday, but we're going to make sure that money's only going to be used for humanitarian causes, right? And these are people who can't be trusted. And so we cannot have a president like this that does not draw the line in the sand, plant the flag, and clearly communicate what our intentions are if anybody messes with the United States of America. This guy is not doing this. So, because we see it right now regarding the Israeli Palestinians fight. And so imagine that as the president of Russia and China are looking at our leadership as well as our military. Think about our military. It's at an all-time low. And what are they teaching these young people? Are they teaching them to fight and defend our country, or do they care more about the proper pronouns? This is a real thing. They're teaching them proper pronouns to use. And another thing too, because I've talked to people in the military, the training is not as vigorous or hard as it used to be because we're letting anybody in. We've lowered our standards. We've lowered the bar, not just there, but in education and all across America, even in our police force. You don't have to lift as much weight or run, the time as quick as you could before. And so all this sends signals to our enemies that America is weak. And so at the appropriate time, they want to, like I say, kill, steal, and destroy and expand their empire. And America's been a threat to them economically, politically, morally, as well as militarily. And so I think the thing is those things, are concerning because China has been taunting the United States in various ways, as I mentioned earlier. So those are not idle threats. They're looking to poke holes to see where we're weak, and I believe they're seeing a lot of weakness. I'm seeing a lot of weakness, as are you. And so those are opportunities for tyrants and dictators to take advantage of. That's what concerns me.
Absolutely. Speaking of the education system, I want to mention the Centner Academy School in Florida, Miami, where the children are learning how to eat healthy, how to avoid sugar, how to, manifest and learn things that a traditional school doesn't learn, and how to love yourself and everything to do with thinking like a business leader, like being a leader, believing that failures is okay. We learn from failures. We become stronger from failures. Whereas current schools and the education system, they shame you for things like this. So I want to mention to people about the Centner Academy. You should definitely have a look out for them for your children. Do mention that you heard this from Nick V or Nicholas Vanyamin. So let's talk about your book. You're an author of a book, very inspirational. Why don't you tell us about it, please?
Yes. Yeah, well, when I turned out of the California Senate, I thought, what's next? So what I wanted to do was leave the best possible advice as I could to my children who are growing so that they can instill the right values and principles to be able to thrive through these difficult times, right? And they would pass this stuff on along to them. So what I started doing is I would just write a chapter on different things, on the abolition of education, on things like, prayer and quiet reflection. I wrote it on finances. I wrote it on defending freedom and our duty to defend the United States Constitution. So teach them a little bit about that. Also about marriage, how to have a strong marriage, a strong family. And so I tried to get chapters that would instill the right virtues into them so that they know the highest goods. So they know how to be adults who are moral, honest, and also can produce and not be, in the course of men, not be emasculated today, right? But to have, firm footings and not be babied, but be able to survive in a very difficult world. And so I would write a chapter on courage, for an example. I wrote one on finances, and then I would save them up, and I was going to mail them off, one at a time every few months to them, right? And so Joni and I were kind of reviewing those one day, and she said, you've got a lot of stuff here. She says, our kids are going to be raised with their kids. She said, you ought to turn this into a book. So what I decided to do is I did that. And then I had about 4 people edit it for me to clean up my mistakes. And then I tried to write it in such a way to give the best advice possible. So I borrowed a phrase from the first paragraph and the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence that says there are self-evident truths in this world, and they're found in the laws of nature. Nature's God, meaning God places in the human nature and history self-evident truths. So when I wrote about politics, I went to the home of politics, which is Athens, Greece, and I stood on the collective shoulder and used the collective wisdom of Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates. I looked over to Rome, which that was a political powerhouse, and looked at Marcus Aurelius and Cato. And so I took their collective wisdom, put it in this book, and then I brought, where appropriate, into the Holy Scriptures, right? And I did that on every chapter, on of course, the spiritual things. I looked at Thomas Aquinas, C.S. Lewis, and everybody in between. And then I took that collective wisdom on each chapter and placed it into that book, because I want to make sure my kids and grandkids were getting the best advice, not Mike Morrell's advice, but the best advice we could possibly get. And so it's been edited by people smarter than me too, because I want to make sure I clean it up. And again, I want to give 100% on this book because families right now, families, a stable, strong family will make for a strong America. We cannot have, the majority of men in prison come from fatherless homes. Young women girls, these pretty girls who get into prostitution typically have come from homes with daddy issues. So across the board, families need to stay together. God says in his scriptures that he hates divorce. He only says a few things that he hates. Divorce is one of them. And Frederick Douglass, the former slave and eventually an advisor to Abraham Lincoln, said, it's easier to build a strong family than it is to have to repair a broken man. And so I think the thing is, family right now means a lot to people. As people think the world's coming to an end, people are angst up. So I think it's a timely book, The Road to Restoring the Family, on Amazon. And I think will serve your family well if you're watching this, as well as enrich the lives of those you love in your family and pass on to them. We want to put as many chips in their corner and increase their percentages and their odds of surviving, and not only surviving, but thriving during these difficult times where the culture, music, television, even our schools seem to be against our children and our families. So I put my best foot forward on that, and I'm hoping that people in your audience will buy a book or two. Or I'm noticing baby boomers are buying 5 to 6 books at a time, because they remember how life used to be when we could play baseball out in the street till 8 o'clock at night. We used to walk to school, right? 1 or 2 miles. We walk to school. Today, parents don't even want their kids walking 1 or 2 blocks to school. If you go by almost any school, you see the cars lining up in the morning to drop them off, and the cars picking them up, because we live in such a dangerous place. I was on the radio yesterday with a young lady who has a successful program here in Southern California. And she says, I don't even let my kids play in our front yard. They have to play in the backyard, because, we live in very dangerous times. So anyway, that's the book, The Road to Restoring the Family.
Well, listen, thank you very much. It sounds like a very inspirational book. Where can people find it?
Yeah, they can go to Amazon and they can just type in either Senator Mike Morrell, because there's more than one Mike Morrell out there, but Senator Mike Morrell, or they can type in the name of the book, The Road to Restoring the Family.
Wow, amazing. Well, thank you very much, Senator Mike Morrell. It's been an absolute honor to have you on my show and to give us your opinions on everything that's going on with current events. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Yeah, I don't want to be too negative. I have a lot of hope for America. A couple of things I want to share. Number one, these parents returning to take back over the school board meetings is a movement, which has never happened in America before. That's number one. Number two, I was up in Silicon Valley a couple of weeks ago speaking at the Silicon Valley Republican Women's Club, and they got 3 people elected, good people, to the school board up there in the Silicon Valley. And next year they're going to hit for 6. That happened there. That happened in another city down here in California, and then 2 other cities in Southern California. So things are on the move. People are doing things. But let me close with this last thought, because it's a compliment to what you do. I never knew until I wrote this book that there was so many people podcasts. I mean, you have millions and millions of people now. They no longer trust CNN, NBC. A lot of them don't even trust Fox News anymore. And so it sort of was, again, I'm older, so this is like a new thing to me, these podcasts. But you guys are doing a great job getting the real news out there, timely news. And I think you guys are shaping the opinions on our country. So I just want to, again, thank you for your program, because I think you guys are doing something really good for America. And I think there's a movement here, because there's millions of people who are watching podcasts like yours. So thank you for that.
No, thank you very much. It's people like yourselves that come on and make that difference and help us, with our platform. So thank you very much. And we'll speak again very soon. You take care and God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I forgot to change the banner. Yeah, Senator Mike Morrell with Nicholas Finiaman. I forgot to change it from O'Keefe Media Group. I apologize for that. I was lost in chat and then looking at generators. So up next, one we all know and love, and we know.
Folks, we had some great news dealing with the last election. We'll show you that. And for the 2024 election with President Trump, we expose more rhinos today, experience more beatdowns of the mainstream evil news media, experience more talk on transhumanism, and continue to see the adverse effects of the jab on humanity. And we get to see just a lot of exposure today. You're going to enjoy it. Here we go.
Let's go. Henry's not a never Trumper. Okay, let's.
I don't think
9
so.
states.
No.
I think there's Tennessee, Texas, and Arizona, among 6 others, have voted no confidence in that they either support Harmeet or they want a change of leadership. How does that set with you?
I think there's been a lot of misinformation put out from Harmeet's campaign.
You say Harmeet's putting out false information. Can you give us a highlight reel of that?
Oh, I'm not going to go down to that level, but there's been a lot of false information out there.
Yeah, but when we say false information, is she lying about you?
I think there's been a lot of lies about me, yes.
And the top one or two lies, about you would be what?
Well, I think just the beginning of that, a lot of the stuff about the spending has been misinterpreted.
Do you believe that President Trump won in 2020 and was stolen, and rightfully, since he got 74 million votes, that he is the rightful nominee and we got to take another shot at this, or we've lost everything, every purpose as a party?
I think there were all types of problems in 2020. You have Carrie Lake on your show all the time, but coming out of her gubernatorial race, her opponent wouldn't endorse her. You had a Republican mayor in Mesa say, I'm not going to support her. You had the former state party chair in Arizona start a PAC against her. And guess what? We didn't win that governorship. And it's mainly because of Republican on Republican infighting.
Carrie Lake, I think, is one of the most magnificent candidates we've had. And there's no doubt when you look at the math, she won. Did you have a conversation with Robeson? Did you ever tell Robeson and these people the exact speech? Did you give Robeson say,
well, I certainly talked to Doug Ducey, but I didn't call every candidate across the country and say, are you going to do that? I'll do that going forward, sure.
Are you open to be in this debate that Harmeet and
this is such a ridiculous fake. This is another fake news lie. I have to conduct business at the RNC. I've got meetings all day. I mean, we're going from 7 in the morning till 11 at night every night. So that's what our schedule is going to be, and it's booked.
Deflect, and continue to deflect. Ronna Romney. Yep, she's part of the Romney family. She's being exposed in all kinds of directions. She's probably working with the Biden administration to control the internet to stop exposing her for who she really is. Instead of helping Carrie Lake in Arizona, what does she do? Doesn't support him at all. And then on this very show goes in and starts explaining why. Dancing around it. One lie after another. And then realizes, you know what, I've had enough. I've got a lot of work to do. Basically, you're wasting my time. And there you go. Exposing things that most of us thought we would never see. Ever. And as we see all this playing out and everything that's going on in the world on the stage with President Trump, he still finds time to do this.
Great family. It's going to be an incredible wedding and an incredible marriage, most importantly, right? Oh, yeah. Beautiful couple. Beautiful couple. Good luck, okay? Thank you.
Still finds time to head down and congratulate some folks on their marriage. I mean, can you imagine? You're in a marriage ceremony and all of a sudden President Trump walks down and he starts congratulating the couple. Can you imagine the handshake would last for a lifetime? Kind of reminds me when we go back in time to when President Trump would just give jobs away right in front of everyone. Let's go back in memory lane, okay?
Go ahead.
I'm a 9/11 survivor, Iraq and Afghanistan veteran. I love the policy that you have for the military.
Thank you.
I wanted to know if Trump Towers would be part of that veteran job.
Are you talking about here?
Yes.
We are doing some of that actually already. We have it very much involved. Why? What are you looking for? What kind of a position? Come up here. Come here. So smart. Good. Do you mind if I do a job interview right now? We need good people. How are you? So what's your experience in front of the world?
Well, I design, I do wreaths, I do all types of decorations.
And you like this building?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. There's the man. Stand right over here. If we can make a good deal on the salary, she's going to probably have a job. Okay? All right. Good. Have a good time. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. So nice.
Mr. Trump? Mr. Trump?
Yes.
Mr. Trump, what we just witnessed here was pretty remarkable. I mean, this is a complete stranger who just came up and you offered her a job. What inside your gut gave you the feeling that
I felt good about her? I tell you what, I looked at her. I said, I have gut instinct, okay? And we're allowed to have that. And I looked at her and she asked a question and it was a very positive question. She looks like she's got a great look and look at that with the tears. How nice. She just seemed like a good person to me. Now, maybe she won't qualify because you have to qualify for it, but I think she will.
So pretty amazing. You guys remember that. And we have to remind ourselves sometimes about life behind the scenes, things that go on when we're not watching. And then again, when he was the president, offering a job to someone who was hurting. And yet folks still want to fight against him. The rhinos can't stand him. Why? The liberals can't stand him. Why? The deep state can't stand him. What is going on? Why have we had to repeatedly tell folks there's just something different about this man? He can't be bought off. It seems like he was prepared for many, many years as they put him in front of the television, and we got used to seeing him on The Apprentice saying, "You're fired," over and over again. We know that he won the 2020 election. We were excited when he won the 2016 election. As a matter of fact, we were so excited. A friend of mine and I stayed together watching it on television, and we celebrated in our office space. I remember walking in the next morning, the day after the election, and just in shock because for the first time ever in that building, on a government building, on a military base when I worked for the government, they had all the lights turned off. They were depressed. I remember going to a place to eat at a BX where they have a food court, was what we call it. And many people were sitting around sulking. And we were over there smiling and having a great time and excited. And one guy overheard us, and he had to blurt out, "Hey, you know that our economy is going to fail now. He's going to run the stock market to the ground. Oh, why you guys are so happy over there?" And I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about, buddy, but it's going to be a great time. We're going to see wonderful things happen." And I stick to that today. While all that's happening, we still get folks that go on television. A lot of us don't watch it anymore, but of course has to go on Fox News. Nikki Haley. Let's see what she has to say.
When I get into office, the first thing we have to do, social media accounts, social media companies, they have to show America their algorithms. Let us see why they're pushing what they're pushing. The second thing is every person on social media should be verified by their name. That's, first of all, it's a national security threat. When you do that, all of a sudden people have to stand by what they say, and it gets rid of the Russian bots, the Iranian bots, and the Chinese bots. And then you're going to get some civility when people know their name is next to what they say. Accountability. And they know their pastor and their family member is going to see it. It's going to help our kids, and it's going to help our country.
Wow. And look at, they just smile there and kind of agree with her there on Fox News. Just letting everybody know how they feel. Well, should we know everybody's name? Maybe Nikki Haley would probably reveal hers too. Nimarata Nikki Randhawa Haley, born in Nimarata Nikki Wanhana, born in 1972, Bamberg County Hospital in South Carolina. Let's see. While she makes those comments, it kind of reminds us, and somebody put this together as a reminder, when you make comments like that, you sound like you're President Xi from China.
When I get into office, the first thing we have to do, social media accounts. Now, social media companies, they have to show America their algorithm. Let us see why they're pushing what they're pushing. The second thing is every person on social media should be verified by their name.
Sometimes, guys, we just have to get a little humor in there. Sometimes we just need something to energize us. Well, that reminds me of this one from Field of Greens, some energy. Well, it's finally here. The fieldofgreens.com Black Friday sale's on, and it's incredible right now. You can get up to 30% off when you use code VIP. Guys, I love Field of Greens, and so many of you guys have been seeing incredible results, more energy throughout the day. Skin looks healthier, helps with digestion. Hair and nails grow faster and looked healthier than just feeling better and healthier overall. I promise this will be one of the best things you add to your life for better health. Don't miss this massive sale. Get up to 30% off your order. Visit fieldofgreens.com and enter VIP as your code. That's fieldofgreens.com. In the description box below, enter code VIP today.
Also, we're very focused on...
Well, if Nikki Haley wasn't enough, here's Governor Kathy Hochul. Democrat from New York, delivering remarks on the increased violence in New York and, collecting data on social media.
The data we're collecting from surveillance efforts, what's being said on social media platforms. And we have launched an effort to be able to counter some of the negativity and reach out to people when we see hate speech being spoken about on online platforms.
7 in the morning till 11 at night every.
Our social media analysis unit has ramped up its monitoring of sites to catch incitement to violence, direct threats to others. And all this is in response to our desire, our strong commitment to ensure that not only do New Yorkers be safe, but they also feel safe. Because personal security is about everything for them. As I said, no one walking down the street or in a subway should feel they have to hide any indications of what their religious beliefs are. We expect to see people celebrating their lives, walking about freely. And that is no longer the case because people are living in fear. They have a right to do whatever they want here in the state of New York.
People are living in fear. Fear. Let's continue to bring more control over you because of your fears. Matter of fact, let's make sure that 9/11 happens so we can put this Homeland Security thing together and make you feel secure. That way you go through those lines and TSA grasp you all different places and your children and more, and then they start invading your property even more, and next thing you know, your freedom starts going away when they thought they were telling you you were going to have more freedom because we're going to protect you. Let's see, what else do they do? Oh, they bring in Xi into San Francisco. Gavin Newsom says, yeah, we cleaned it up. He admits it.
Folks say, oh, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming into town. That's true because it's true. But it's also true for months and months and months prior to APEC, we've been having different conversations.
Oh, boy. It's true because it's true. So they go in and they clean up all the homeless, get them out of there. They wall off the entire area, make sure that it's nice and clean, and they bring in all the Chinese flags and all the folks that are waving them. Barely any American flags at all. I didn't hardly see any. I don't think I saw one. Making it kind of feel like it's China, like they own San Francisco. But yeah, politicians at it again. And then a motion from the U.S. House. They vote with 8 Republicans, voting with Democrats to shelve impeachment of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Who are those 8 Republicans? Well, it's Patrick McHenry, North Carolina, Tom McClintock, California, Virginia Fox, North Carolina, Darrell Issa, California. Can you believe that? I thought that was a good guy. Cliff Bentz, Oregon, Ken Buck, Colorado, Mike Turner, Ohio, and John Duarte, California. Check this guy out. Really doing a great job here.
Republican Party, help me understand. So you're not going to impeach Joe Biden. You're not going to impeach Merrick Garland. You're not going to impeach Mayorkas. You're not going to defund the FBI. You're not going to defund the DOJ. You're not going to defund the IRS. You're not going to release the January 6 tapes. You're not going to help the J6ers in any way. You're not going to stop funding World War III. You're not going to stop sending money to the war in Ukraine or the war in Israel. Instead, you want to give the FBI a $300 million castle the size of the Pentagon, actually bigger than the Pentagon, all while Donald Trump is getting hit with 91 felony charges, and they're trying to steal all his assets from him using a kangaroo court in New York, and they're going after his own children. And also, they're coming after all of us. They're throwing us all in prison, kicking down our doors, helicopters hovering over our houses, tanks pulling up in our front yard, hounds chasing us through the woods, and you plan to give. So I just want to understand, why in the hell Should we ever vote for you, donate for you, fundraise for you, or support you ever again when you won't even release the January 6 tapes? You won't even release a video. I mean, the Democrats are fine with going after the front runner of the presidential race. They want to throw Donald Trump in prison for the rest of his life. But you won't even release a video. They're hunting down all of us Republicans. They're throwing us all in prison over nothing. But you will not even impeach Mayorkas, the man behind the southern border crisis invasion that's killed hundreds of thousands of people due to the fentanyl that's come across the border and also 10 million illegal immigrants.
Yeah, that's how you do it. You get behind the camera, record yourself, and he's got a gift. He's putting it out there, and he's letting them know, hey, how's that working out? John Jackson, how did that work out? House Judiciary, GOP. They said, and you're never, ever, ever getting money for a new headquarters. They got it. Just one thing after another. Why wouldn't they vote not to impeach him? So this is the Ultra MAGA Party reminding us the importance of terrorism by design.
November of 2022, I was in Tijuana investigating a Muslims-only mosque and migrant shelter on the Tijuana side, just 2 blocks from the wall. And when I went in there and then met Tajikistanis and Uzbekistanis and Chechens and thousands from Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, places like Iran have been brought in by design, by purpose. The government knew that they were from Iran and brought them in with no vetting. Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, 24 different countries that where terrorist organizations operate. These people are known as special interest aliens. Nobody from those countries is supposed to come over that border without all of this screening. And from everything that I can tell, they are not doing the screening for the people that they're bringing in like this. This is before, several months before the administration even announced that, hey, now we're going to start bringing Haitians in on this thing.
Todd Benson's been on the show for 2 years, 3 years, telling you this is happening. Where are you guys? Cut the money off. Get these people up there, not just impeach them, they should be up for criminal charges. An invasion is going on in our country. You should move the Congress down to McAllen, frickin' Texas or Laredo and stay there until this invasion is stopped. Well, we passed H.R. 2, and H.R. 2 was the most thorough border security bill I ever saw. Nobody can. There's so many laws that they're breaking right now. You're going to add in another 100 laws that they can break? In these terrorist countries, the very ones that Donald J. Trump designated to say, hey, how about this? How about let's not even let them come over here and visit?
That's right. Don't let them come over here and even visit. He was protecting all of us. And that kind of reminds me, as we go in to all of this, we heard about Iran. They're bringing folks over. Yeah, I'm going to show you that clip in a moment. Well, actually, I'll show it to you right now. Watch this.
Where are you from?
I'm from Iran.
Iran. Where? What part of Iran? Take off your glasses. What part of Iran?
I don't understand.
What part of Iran? What city? Iran where?
Iran, Qazvin.
Qazvin. How long did it take you to get here?
44 days.
44 days. What was the route that you took?
I don't speak English so well.
Iran, Mexico, where?
Mexico, Tapachula, Mexico City, there.
And after Iran?
Don't understand.
Where did you go from Iran?
I don't come back.
Iran. Where?
Venezuela.
Venezuela. And then?
Colombia.
Colombia. The Darien? Did you go through the gap? Through the jungle?
and jungle.
Yeah, the Darien jungle, the Darien Gap.
But yes. And so Panama. Costa Rica. Honduras. Nicaragua, Honduras, and Guatemala, Mexico. Here.
Nice. And why do you leave your country?
My country is very bad. In my country, no freedom.
No freedom.
No.
Okay.
No. People and women live very bad. I have 2 daughters.
Where are they?
Iran. And they for days future, I live Iran.
Okay. And what are your plans?
I want to come to America and work, and they, my husband and my 2 daughters, come in America.
Your wife?
Yes.
Okay.
So there you go. You have the guy basically letting us know why he's here. No freedom in Iran. Stephen Miller said Obama loved Iran. Biden loves Iran. Their national security teams love Iran. Why? Biden admin unlocks fresh billions for Iran. State Department confirms to greenlight contested sanctions waiver that frees upwards of $10 billion for Tehran. Let's see some more on the border.
There's a bunch of immigrants coming through my property. I do not condone this. I've asked the Border Patrol to stop it. I just have to allow them to go through my property. Where are you from?
Turkey. This is video shot by Brian Silvas, whose property is up against the U.S.-Mexico border in eastern San Diego County, California. He bought the land 2 years ago, but in the last 6 months, he's been dealing with a surge of people passing through his backyard.
Follow the road that way. All the way. Look for the lights. You'll see the lights. Most of them are men. They're all Turkish, Kurdish, Chinese, everything. The whole gamut.
Silvas wanted to show me where he believes the migrants are crossing the border into his property. As soon as we arrived, we encountered about a dozen walking right in.
It's a pretty simple cross over into the U.S. And like that family, it's not that hard. They just step in and they're here.
It's not that hard. They just step in. Folks, we got a lot more to show you. An amazing speech from on the transhumanism issue, some more on the elections and some issues playing out there. Before we go there, I just want to remind you, we're at amweknow.com. You can find everything you need there about us and our social media and more. You can go to OC828 on Instagram, and you can use the Patriot Light at also at Facebook. Also, we have the Patriot Light back up and running. My son worked really hard on it. I want to make sure that you guys know just how great this site is. It's just amazing how he has it running, constant updates almost every 5 to 10 minutes on things that happen, not just the mainstream media. So when you see updates on mainstream media, just remember, you can use some of that while you're looking at the social news, where we gathered some of our favorite social on Twitter and more, so you can kind of gather all that information together if you want. We have the politics side, we have world news, markets, and faith. And then we've got our resources page for you on a lot of things that we talk about. There, folks are looking for resources there. And so pretty amazing. And also we've got some amazing gear. The 15% off winter hoodies, right? Today only, winter 15. You can grab those. Absolutely amazing. Use that code winter15. And we've got all kinds of goodies, accessories, tees and tanks, hats. I've read more and more messages from folks as I'm about to show you their pictures of just the amazing things, like one in the hospital where they walked up to each other wearing the gear and they prayed for each other, and now friends. And it's just amazing as we see this play out. So just encourage you to grab hats, sweatshirt, hoodies, and especially for gifts coming up this season. All right. So here's more great pictures of people wearing our gear.
This video was posted online by a channel affiliated with Iran's Revolutionary Guard. It vows to kill former American government officials, including President Trump, to avenge the 2020 U.S. assassination of the terrorism mastermind Qasem Soleimani. Threats like this have been deemed credible enough that several of these officials have been under round-the-clock protection, including former Defense Secretary Mark Esper, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Iran reportedly offered a hitman $1 million to kill him, and John Bolton, the former National Security Advisor.
They bargained the price for me would be $300,000, which I have to say I found insulting.
So what exactly was the plot against you?
The Revolutionary Guard sought to procure either my kidnapping or my assassination, not directly by a Revolutionary Guard's member, but by seeking a hitman who would carry out the job either in the U.S. or abroad.
The FBI has an arrest warrant out for this Iranian officer, claiming that he hired the hitman online to travel to Washington, corner Bolton in a garage, and kill him. But it turned out, lucky for Bolton, the assassin was an FBI informant.
This was not internet chatter. This was a negotiation to murder an American citizen, a former government official.
Is the threat against you ongoing?
We've got marked Secret Service cars that say police, United States Secret Service, outside my home.
We've been so anti.
So most people won't remember this. Spook Blog says that was similar to Washington, D.C. under Jimmy Carter. Sidewalks were filled with homeless. Crime was through the roof. The drug culture was open and rampant. The airport and Union Station were in shambles. Reagan came in and fixed it all. So he shows this picture. It's morning in Biden's America as folks continue to go looting through the cities and grabbing whatever they can. I saw a lot of that video on in San Francisco where folks just pull up next to cars. Have you guys seen that? And they look inside. If they see any bags, they break the windows open and grab whatever. And their people leave their doors open now in San Francisco and their trunks open to let folks know, like, don't break my windows. Look in here. I don't have anything. That's something. It's so sad. Oh, let's see. So Secret Service opened fire on people attempting to break into car outside Naomi Biden's home, sources say. Then we have somebody showing America having a parenting problem as they're dancing and showing their children guns and money. There are all the mass shooter pictures and more. The FBI often uses undercovers to instigate the exact crimes they are supposed to be preventing, from drug dealing to terrorism. Yeah, just like the J6 deal, huh? There's no real understanding, Douglas McGregor says, of the dangers Israel finds itself in. Israel set out in theory to destroy Hamas. They are now confronting an increasingly united Muslim world. For the first time in 1,000 years, you have the Shiites and Sunnis united to stop Israel. Instead of responding to this, the president of the United States is escalating it. Oh, yeah. Their self-interests and more. And of course, nothing stops us from continuing to talk about Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, who were spies who used underage sex to blackmail politicians, ex-handler claims. Yep. We were all just conspiracy theorists who were following the cue board. Yeah. More and more of this information plays out. Media can't hide it anymore. As you look, there were probably 1 million Spanish patriots protesting in Madrid against the socialist coup. Never seen anything like this, says Jack Poso. Media can't hide it anymore. In the video, you can see just numbers and numbers of folks. And of course, who showed up there in Madrid? Tucker Carlson himself.
You've been with Donald Trump the last days. Now you're here in Spain meeting Spanish leaders. How is the world seeing these weird events that is happening in Spain? This violation to our democracy?
Well, the world isn't seeing it enough, and that's why we wanted to come, because it's not getting the coverage it deserves. I mean, anybody who would violate your Constitution, potentially use physical violence to end democracy is a tyrant, is a dictator. And this is happening in the middle of Europe. They deserve more coverage than it's getting.
But is the world actually seeing how important is what is happening here?
No, the world is not seeing how important it is. But we hope to change that.
He hopes to change that. You know, it kind of reminds me of when he used to work at Fox, and of course he left. You see the mainstream media, they're always doing their job, trying to cause all kinds of problems. And I noticed this one, Ultra Peppy Lives Matter, shows a Vivek interview with, looks like Cuomo. Notice how the mainstream media's instinct is to immediately call anyone who confronts them a conspiracy theorist. The media has never apologized for framing a sitting president for treason, covering up Epstein Island. Remember, they just kept saying that he was Russia, 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 and they lied. They didn't apologize. Covering up Epstein Island, they cover that up all the time. Nor mass murder by hiding COVID information and cure. Remember that? They kept putting the numbers up, telling us all these people are dying every day, millions and millions. No, they weren't. Flat out lie to scare everyone, to put a jab in their body, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. You guys remember that, okay? As you watch a little bit of this, watch how they act when they're confronted.
Ramaswamy, why do you keep going at Nikki Haley? Why do you think this is going to bear fruit?
Chris, I don't know what you've been smoking, man. You and the rest of the mainstream media. It's laughable. Nikki Haley's been going after me the whole campaign. First debate, second debate. You know, she's been trailing me for much of the time, but I realize the establishment media has realized that there's a puppet they want to put up. I'm not playing that game. The grassroots of this country know they want a leader who isn't going to send us, our sons and daughters, to go die in foreign wars that racked up $7 trillion in debt. Dick Cheney 2.0's taken over the GOP. Problem is the Democratic establishment media is now rooting for war too. I'm the only candidate speaking for a true America First agenda on that debate stage, and I think we're going to be successful.
Here we go. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Vivek, how are you going to bring people together when you just put together a tapestry of conspiracies?
That's it. Putting together conspiracies. Got to stop him from talking.
You know that I'm not pitching anything about
Chris,
Nikki Haley.
what are you
She won't
talking
even come on my
is it
show.
There's no
So anyway, they go back and forth. It's hard to understand them because he just won't really let him talk at all. They're both just talking over each other, and it just gets really sickening because Cuomo, I think is his name, can't allow Vivek to talk anymore. He doesn't want his audience to hear it. He's trained in doing something like that. Also, remember the judge denying Georgia voting machine critics are conspiracy theorists. Dominion lawsuit heads to trial. Oh, yeah. Judge Amy Totenberg has issued a decision concurring there is sufficient reason to believe that the electronic voting machines used by the state of Georgia have substantial flaws. Wow. Better watch out. I hope she's got protection. AP News also showed us Michigan judge says Trump can stay on primary ballot, rejecting challenge under insurrection clause. Bravo. Kind of celebrate, but if we're living in some pain, like most of us do, we're probably going to need some help. Here we go. It's finally here. The CBDdistillery.com Black Friday sale is on, and it's incredible. Right now, you can get up to 40% off everything when you see and use code BF2023. Choose from a range of expert formulated CBD and other plant-based solutions for relaxation, stress, sleep, and pain after physical activity, even mood and focus. People absolutely rave about their sleep tinctures and gummies. Imagine that, a calm mind and deep sleep throughout the whole night. Sounds amazing. No artificial colors, flavors, preservatives, or sweeteners, just 100% clean ingredients. Don't miss this massive sale. Get up to 40% off your order. cbdistillery.com and enter BF2023. It's in the description box below. Patriot Voice had a reminder for us, a couple of articles, Time and National Geographic, The Next Human, remember, April 2017, showing basically the human turning into like a cyborg transhuman, research transhumanism. Also, Time Magazine had The Year Man Becomes Immortal, as they're plugged in to the Matrix, really, right? And so Patriot Voice says Kurzweil continues to share his visions for the future, and his latest prediction was made at the most recent SXSW conference, where he claimed that the singularity, the moment when technology becomes smarter than humans, will happen by 2045. 16 years prior to that, it will be just as smart as us. As he told Futurism, 2029 is the consistent date I have predicted for when an AI will pass a valid Turing test and therefore achieve human levels of intelligence. Globalist elite have lusted after the prospect of merging with machine for decades so they can gain immortality and live forever while traveling and expanding the cosmos. Essentially a mad rush to be God, so they never have to face him. It's the vision, that's their goal. And it kind of reminds me, I don't know if you've heard me say this before, but I just speculate on things, okay? When I look at scripture and it says that people in the last days will seek death but won't find it, sometimes I wonder, are they going to plug in, put their minds into a computer, and then realize, well, can't die now. I'm going to try, but it's not going to work. Anyway, just my little theory. Doesn't mean it's real. But amazing speech was given on this area. Here you go.
The final goal is to eradicate humanity as we know it. Once you understand the final destination, it becomes much easier to look back and identify the psychological conditioning, the biological tampering, the cultural grooming, and the educational prepping that we have been subjected to for decades in preparation to making us accept a post-human future. It takes a lot of physical and psychological abuse to get an intelligent species like ours to agree to its own extinction. Most, if not all, that has transcended in the last 60 years was designed to get us closer to accepting such a dystopian reality. Whether you care to accept it or not, we live in a hyper-controlled matrix where our perception of reality is meticulously planned, managed, and executed in order to control and steer us in whichever direction they wish. And the direction is a post-human world. For this, they first needed to destabilize, dehumanize, and demoralize humanity through every means possible. The destruction of the nuclear family, children being indoctrinated by the state, abortion, the eradication of God and spirituality from education, life in megacities and away from nature, toxic food, air, and water, social media, replacing real human connection and interaction, engineered financial crisis and taxation, endless wars and massive migration, stress, anxiety, depression, drugs and alcohol, constant fear-mongering, moral relativism as the new religion. And I could go on and on about how humanity has been influenced and forced to move away from all the things that give us strength, security, purpose, and meaning. A weak, immoral, disconnected, ignorant, and unhealthy population is an easy target for the next stage, the creation of an entire generation of androgynous beings. Masculinity is under attack psychologically, culturally, and biologically. Women are being replaced in sports, entertainment, and politics by men pretending to be women. And children are being indoctrinated at school to think that gender is a choice. The transgender movement is not a grassroots movement. It comes from the top. It has nothing to do with people's freedom of expression, sexuality, or civil rights. It's an evil psyop with a clear agenda to get us closer to transhumanism by making us question the most fundamental notion of human identity. our gender. If you don't know who you are, if you already identify as a hybrid between a man and a woman, you will be easily convinced to become a hybrid between human and machine. Gender ideology is the 2 + 2 = 5 from George Orwell's 1984 dystopian novel. It's the final test to see whether we will follow the most absurd party line towards our own extinction. But 2 + 2 = 4. And no matter how you choose to dress, call yourself, or change your physique, will not change that. The sad reality, though, is that in the gaslighting process to get us closer to a post-human future, they have mentally and physically harmed an increasing number of children and young people, and it's only getting worse. This must be stopped.
Amazing speech. We are seeing more and more folks waking up to this and their agenda. They're also trying to destroy all of us. Remember, we'll have nothing and be happy. Yesterday, the U.S. government, or probably a couple of days ago, tried to borrow $24 billion by selling a bunch of 30-year debt. It was a huge disaster. In order to get enough people to buy, the rate had to dramatically increase. Even then, primary dealers had to buy 25% of the debt. The primary dealer are the buyers of last resort who have to buy. China, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Russia, none of them are buying our debt. In fact, most are selling what they already have. With few buying, the U.S. government is borrowing more than ever, $1.5 trillion in the past 4 months, and they announced another $1.5 trillion in the next 6 months. We talk about this. If you guys missed our interview, Dr. Kirk Elliott this past Sunday, Iowa bank closure affects truckers, Project Bora Bora disaster, and more. I encourage you to go check it out. And while you're watching it, you can go in the description box below any of my videos, click on andweknow.com/gold, and reach out to Dr. Kirk Elliott and his team, and he will help you. He will help you. As a matter of fact, while he was traveling, he made sure that we had our interview done while he was helping out in areas of his own personal life. But still, he cares enough about all of us to help you out. So I encourage you to reach out to him. Here's a clip from that.
Gold and silver was a good investment. And it wrote a great one. It's like, wow, this computer is pretty smart. So then my daughter was getting married, and this is about a month ago. And we had her and her fiance at the time, now her husband, over, and it's like, hey, Chat GPT, write a song about a honeymoon that goes bad on a ship, right? Because they went on a cruise ship, and it wrote the saddest song about a newly married couple where their honeymoon just went bad and the broken love, and it's like, what in the world? So what did that tell me? It's that even in that, it could bring emotion into it. It's not just computer writing a logical sentence. It could bring emotion into it, and it understood. This just tells me how advanced this is, and why people like Elon Musk, and now new studies from Europe are showing, well, boy, for the U.S. and the European Union, possibly 2/3 of all jobs will be replaced by computers over the next 5 years. 5, right? And 20% of all the workforce globally, that's 1 out of every 5 people globally. And things like lawyers. Imagine a lawyer, computer lawyer, that looks at all the existing case law since the beginning of time, and they can put together an ironclad defense, because within seconds, they can look up every case on everything and put together a solid defense that will stand the test of time, that would take human weeks to figure out, right?
Isn't it amazing? Here we are having this conversation about transhumanism, AI, and more, and we had that talk this Sunday. And it happened to play perfectly at that moment out of the 30 minutes that I had there. How about that, huh? Almost like it's very, very important for us to pay attention to what's going on. Kind of reminds me when they're saying the jobs are going to start going away. As I went to an on-base PX recently, they converted all of their tellers to self-checkouts now. The commissary had self-checkouts. The little store where you pump the gas, you walk in, self-checkouts. And I'm like, man, they used to have 3 or 4 people here, 5 people working. Now you've got one standing there just watching everybody. Job's gone. Huh? Oh boy. But they are trying to, let's see, create jobs. Colorado's new bat lab will study infectious diseases in bats. $6.7 million of taxpayer money. Foothill campus. Construction to begin, looks like spring of 2025 that the facility will open. Wow. Peter Dazik, president of EcoHealth Alliance organization at Center of COVID Lab Leak. Colorado State University main campus located in Fort Collins, population 168,500. So I'm looking at, so you see that. You see the Colorado State University main campus. You see Foothill campus all on the screen right here, folks. How in the world? That's frightening. New bat lab. Yeah, just bring them on in and just cause all kinds of problems. As a matter of fact, when we see all this play out and all the fear and people are getting the stuff put into their bodies, we all know it all. I mean, we've seen it over and again. Ghana international footballer Rafael Dwamena collapses and dies on the field during a match. These guys are in the greatest shape of their lives. Ghana Football Association announced. So here we are watching it play out on video. It's being shared all over social media. Again, as you go through this, you go all the way through and you look on the ground and everyone's running to him. He's flat out gone. I played soccer. Played it for almost my entire life, coached soccer and more. I was a right halfback and also sometimes a right, what we call the wing. And I tell you what, that was the greatest shape of my life. I could run up to 7 miles per game. Never had issues like this. Never saw anybody collapse on the field. They've got thousands of people now, athletes that are collapsing and dying, children collapsing and dying, many people suddenly dying. And again, I show you this just about as many times as I can. You got folks that are bragging about it 1 minute. I have a healthy distrust of authority and I'm vaccinated. They put that out for the public to see, show it on social media, get you all excited and show off. And then what happens? August 1st, sadly, passes away. Gone. Very young lady. Gone. You could keep scrolling through these on Telegram, COVID BC, vax sudden deaths. I go to these because they're constantly updated from people's social media posts. It's out in the public for you to grab. I got my jab August of 2021. And then let's see. 2023, 2 years later, just on cue. Remember, we heard that 2 to 5 years after getting the jab, almost every single person that got the bad potion would be gone unexpectedly. You just keep scrolling through these. They brag 1 moment. I got my jab, and again, they're gone suddenly. That's in New Mexico. Another one dies suddenly, bragging 1 moment. Got my jab, got my rainbow flag. I got it all, and now they're gone. It breaks your heart. That's a father. It's a son. It's a mother, a sister, a brother, an uncle, an aunt. More and more, we're seeing this play out. I had this pulled up, Professor Dr. Philip Bachholz, PhD in biochemistry and molecular biology. He does cancer genomics research at the University of South Carolina, explains why this matters. The Pfizer vaccine is contaminated with plasma DNA.
Hanlon's razor, which is never attribute malice to that, which can be better explained by incompetence. And so I'm trying to be gracious here in many circumstances. There could be malice underneath, but I'm trying to see just incompetence to be gracious. So the Pfizer vaccine is contaminated with plasma DNA. It's not just mRNA. It's got bits of DNA in it. This DNA is the DNA vector that was used as the template for the in vitro transcription reaction when they made the mRNA. I know this is true because I sequenced it in my own lab. The vials of Pfizer vaccine that were given out here in Columbia, one of my colleagues was in charge of that vaccination program in the College of Pharmacy, and for reasons that I still don't understand, he kept every single vial. So he had a whole freezer full of the empty vials. Well, the empty vials have a little tiny bit in the bottom of them. He gave them all to me, and I looked at them. We had 2 batches that were given out here in Colombia, and I checked these 2 batches, and I checked them by sequencing. And I sequenced all the DNA that was in the vaccine, and I can see what's in there. And it's surprising that there's any DNA in there, and you can kind of work out what it is and how it got there. And I'm kind of alarmed about the possible consequences of this, both in terms of human health and biology, but you should be alarmed about that allowed it to get there. So this DNA, in my view, it could be causing some of the rare but serious side effects like death from cardiac arrest. There's a lot of cases now of people having suspicious death after vaccine. It's hard to prove what caused it. It's just, temporally associated. And this DNA is a plausible mechanism. Okay. This DNA can and likely will integrate into the genomic DNA of cells that got transfected with the vaccine mix. This is just the way it works. We do this in the lab all the time. We take pieces of DNA, we mix them up with a lipid complex like the Pfizer vaccine is in. We pour it onto cells, and a lot of it gets into the cells, and a lot of it gets into the DNA of those cells, and it becomes a permanent fixture of the cell. It's not just a temporary thing. It is in that cell and all of its progeny from now on forevermore. Amen. So that's why I'm kind of alarmed about this DNA being in the vaccine. It's different from RNA because it can be permanent.
Wow. It can be permanent. What other things do we have going on this week? Oh, yeah. Injuries caused by COVID vaccines. They brought them together to talk about this. And one of those, they had many clips, was the OBGYN dropping alarming miscarriage data before Congress.
How many of your patients or pregnant women that you know of experience miscarriages after taking the COVID-19 vaccines or injections?
Yeah, so a lot of that was hard to, I will tell you that I looked at my pregnancy population in the fall of last year, everybody that was pregnant in our practice, and our vaccination rate in that patient population was about 60%. That's pretty commensurate with Florida because last I checked in the CDC site, the vaccination rate in Florida overall was about 65 to 70%. Most of our pregnant patients received 3 injections. Very few received 4 or more. And what's concerning is the majority of the patients received their injections in 2021 and early 2022. However, we're still seeing lingering effects. I have a great Substack that Jessica Rose published in November of 2022, which shows my data in pictorial form. That's pretty right there behind you. So I went back to January of 2020, and this data went up to the beginning of November of 2022. I will tell you in 2020, we had very many newly registered obstetric patients, which is what the blue bars represent. Those are first trimester newly pregnant patients. We had the most deliveries we've had, and probably wink, wink, that was due to the lockdowns. We did also have what was considered the normal pregnancy loss rate. Now, what's quoted in my obstetric textbook and in some articles is that a normal miscarriage rate is 13 to 15%. I've never seen that clinically. There was a study that came out in 2020 by a gentleman named Naert, N-A-E-R-T, et al., that showed the actual miscarriage rate in the first trimester is 5 to 6%. And even that's a little high from what I've seen. My average miscarriage rate in 2020 month to month was 4%. That was normal. I had done a video where I wrongly said that my miscarriage rate had increased by 50% because I was put on the spot and I didn't have my data in front of me. I was wrong. My miscarriage rate from year to year went up 100%. In 2021, the average miscarriage rate month to month was 7 to 8%. We peaked in November of that year for some reason. That's actually when a non-clinical staff member came up to me and said, Dr. Biss, you realize we've had 8 miscarriages this month, which in a practice that delivers 20 to 25 patients, That's a huge number. In 2022, the average month-to-month rate was 15%. Now, that was up till November. I will tell you, in December, I've never seen this before. We had 41 newly registered patients. 13 of them lost their babies, so that's 25% right there. And then in January and February of 2023, it still remained high. Didn't normalize until June of this year, then went up a little bit and came down in September. So we're still seeing effects. You asked how many patients had the vaccine and then lost their babies. That's hard to determine. I mean, I can tell you 60% of my patients got vaccinated, but the problem is if they're brand new to the practice, I haven't seen them yet because I'm the only person in my practice that asks every patient, have you gotten a vaccine? How many? Which brand? When? Have you had COVID? How many times? Because whether we like it or not, that's part of your medical history now. I'm the only one that asks those questions. So the problem is if a woman miscarries and you ask them, well, did you get an injection? You may come across accusatory to that person. So that's information. You don't want to ever make a woman feel like she caused her baby to not be born. So it's hard to get the exact data on all those patients.
Yep. Don't want to ask. Can't ask the obvious question. It's the world we live in. Just hide it. So all this playing out, and yet we still get comms to remind us that things are going on. And I believe in these things, and I love it when Grasshopper puts these together. Donald Trump wins Electoral College versus Biden. That was posted at there, right there. If you look on your screen, I got to zoom this in for you so you can see it. And I can see it. You can see it. I've got to be able to see it. 129. You got 129 there. 129 says closing act, and it's got CIA in target brackets. Dismantled. Impossible to clean. Operations. No such agency. Wow. There's an all-out assault against the duly elected president of the United States. Treason and sedition at the highest levels of office throughout many departments. That's right. Never experienced anything like this. Full attack mode. We're learning the truth. There's a narrative control over you. This is their last stand. Fear of prosecution, fear of public learning the truth, the fear of losing power, bribes, blackmail, threats, etc., all being deployed. We're at war. It doesn't seem like when you're looking around that much is going on the positive side, but a reminder, an explosion of how we're going to stop your free speech, an explosion of how we're going to go in and collect data on your social media, and a reminder that we bow down to China and San Francisco, but yet finding all the rhinos and how they vote. Yeah, against the impeachment of Mayorkas. Danger to our country. Exposing the mainstream media for who they really are by them not allowing others to speak. Ballots that are allowed with President Trump's name on it. Reminding everyone of the agenda with hundreds of people there listening in on this. Remembering once again that our border has been under attack. Jason Jones talks to Texas DPS, and then we'll close out.
You guys have rescued over 900 children under Operation Lone Star. People ask me all the time, Jason, what is happening to these children? What's the answer to that?
That's really the disturbing part of it, that there really is no answer to what happens to these children. Our own federal government does not have an answer to that. They don't acknowledge that. And that's what's really disturbing as a country, that we have these children that are being exposed, that are vulnerable. They're being smuggled by smugglers. It's known for a fact that this is happening. We show it, and that you don't know where they end up and what's happening to them. And the fact of the matter is, many of them are being forced into sex trafficking or labor trafficking, but yet there is no acknowledgement, there's no answer, there's no action from our own government to find out exactly what's happening to the children and what are we doing to protect these children, to avoid these type of events from taking place. And just by the fact that we've been able to rescue over 900 children from one agency alone, not taking into account what other local, county, and federal agencies recover, that in itself is truly shocking.
Heartbreaking as you watch this video and you see the children. biggest part of this entire operation, I believe, that's playing out is to rid the world as many parasites as we can who are exploiting and damaging these children day in and day out. Jeffrey Epstein victims who sued J.P. Morgan Chase won $290 million lawsuit against the bank for ignoring warnings about the disgraced pedophile. So they just pay him off. Do we get the list? Do people get paid off? People just get paid off. We don't get the list. We don't get to see who did what, when, and how, and why. Well, we might not now, but it's just kind of a reminder for me. So we watch all of this play out, day in and day out with the jabs and more. It reminds me that we have to go to Scripture once again and close with this. Philippians 4:6-7. Be anxious for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, not some, all, will guard your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you once again for just taking us one day at a time through this very difficult journey of patience. Well, at the same time, some of the news can be depressing. Other times you show us and you allow us to see through what I believe the enemy created. You've allowed us to use it for good. Communication through the internet, social media, emails, video production, and more. Thank you for that. Thank you for allowing us to participate in this, and those that are listening in to click on the video and learn what's going on, learn behind the scenes, how it's all playing out. You've provided this platform. You deserve all the praise and honor and the glory for it. We ask and pray for those that are continually suffering, wondering what they're here for, what purpose they have on this earth that you have for them. Would you allow them through reading the Word of God and in prayer to receive that wonderful calm and peace that you provide through the Holy Spirit? We ask for continued protection over those that are on the front lines. We know there are many. Many will never know their names. We ask that this administration that's currently supposedly in power, that they would lose all the power that they have, and that we get back real, true leadership soon. Sooner than even humans would think. Would you step in and receive the glory for that and end this travesty that's on us? We praise your holy name. In the name of Jesus Christ, my Savior, I pray, amen. Folks, thank you once again for tuning in. It's been a strange couple of days. I'm trying to record Podbean podcasts right now. My son wanted me to remind you guys of that. When we go to andweknow.com, my son brought in all 400 episodes on Podbean. I'm going to show you this real quick before I close out. You go to Awk Podcast, you click there, and you just simply hit subscribe. You follow the podcast. Right there. You just hit follow. And you will be able to not only hear the videos, but I'm going to be doing exclusive interviews with my sons, with some of the staff. I'll be talking to you about certain things that are on my mind on Tuesdays and Thursdays is what we're shooting for. And I might even have my devotions uploaded to that. So we're asking you to just follow that if you want. And we'll try to get some exclusive content there to give you guys a little bit more. And, when it's just talking only, I prepare for it, but I don't have to do video production and put it all together with video. It's a little bit less time consuming, but then you get to hear my heart in a different level, okay? So again, thank you for your prayers. Thank you for your support. For now, this is LT saying Semper Fi with them we know. Signing out.
All right, that was LT with "And We Know." Always a great production put together. Up next, we've got. Well, let me get these queued up and ready to go too. So give me a second. Got them all in my banner already. But up next, we are bringing up Melissa Red Pill. Here we go.
Good morning, Patriots. I hope you are having a great day. I'm Melissa Red Pill the World. We've been red pilling everybody. I hope you are too. I hope you're going everywhere and posting comments and sharing this truth, because that's our job. That's what we're here for. And I'm so glad we have Brighteon.tv, because they are helping us to get this job done. That is what's happening. We're seeing the Great Awakening like never before. So be encouraged. And we always look, if you're new here, we always look at the current events in the light of God's word, because what we're experiencing is literally biblical. Okay, we are taking down this worldwide criminal network. That's exactly what we're doing, and it's a wild ride. I know, because these people are extremely evil, and so it's got to be very, very strategic. But we're going to win. This is what it says in God's word. All right, so I hope you guys are having a great day and will enjoy what we're talking about today. We're going to look into several things. So I really want you to hear Colonel McGregor and to share that, because that really lends credence to our movement, because he's so careful about looking at this, and he's got this military background. You're going to love him. I want to show you what's going on right now. They just destroyed the parliament in Palestine. I want you to see that. I want you to see Nikki Haley. Okay, let's get started. I think my camera's a little low. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay, yeah, now you can see my lion. Let me make sure that I'm square and ready for action. So let's go. Here's my website, freedomforce.live. Freedomforce.live. Now I'm not in the center. All right, we're going to get this figured out, but freedomforce.live. And there you will see 1,000 videos since April of 2018, where we look at how this is biblical. And so if you have questions, I have actually written 3 books. One of them is a bestseller, End Times and the 1,000 Years of Peace. That's what we're headed for. It's the end times for them. It's the Armageddon is on them. That's what they misled us about, as well as so many other things. Actually, I've got it's 13 errors that they told us that we are exposed in the book, as well as what the truth is about 666, what the truth is about the mark of the beast. Do not be afraid. Be encouraged when you see this truth about end times, the truth about Revelation. You will be so happy. And also, I'm going to read a little portion of the book. This is biblical, specifically about Joshua and the Battle of Jericho. We're going to get to that here in just a second. So the first thing, I got to make y'all laugh first. This is poor little Zelensky. He's a sad little beggar at the side of the Walmart. Check it out.
You can't give us some financial support. Okay, please give us a credit and we will give you back money.
It's too funny. It's over. It's over. What we've been telling this whole time, and everyone feel vindicated, feel proud that we were on the right side of this thing. This whole mess in Ukraine has been a crazy amount of corruption, and more has been coming out. I love our bioclandestine who exposed the 26 bioweapons labs long ago. Well, here's the latest thing that just came out. This is a wonderful Paul Sperry posted this. House has asked Biden mega donor John Hynansky. Y'all think that's his real name? I don't know. Anyways, to come for a transcribed interview to explain $900,000 in loans in quotes. If you're listening on the, you might not see the screen, but in loans to the Bidens after VP Joe helped him build a car empire in Ukraine. I'm telling you, Ukraine is the only thing that you think of when you think of Ukraine is corruption, corruption, corruption. The most corrupt country just about in the entire world. He's now being protected by U.S. aid to Ukraine. Read all about it in the loan docs here. So this is from Paul Sperry. I would definitely encourage you to give him a follow. He is always has great information. So I would love to hear this person's explanation of these loans. Can you explain to us how what benefit the Bidens provided? Yeah, because they opened his opportunity to do this business. $900,000 in loans. And this is the way they've all run. So let's make sure to share this information. If you want to take a screenshot of that and share that, that would be terrific. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe so that you can help people to find the truth. Remember how the Bible said that people will search east and west to find truth and will find none. Well, it's hard to find, but you can find it. You can find it here on Brighteon.tv, and you can find it on freedomforce.live. All right, so this is the next thing. Have you heard about Biden is trying, well, not Biden, his minions are trying to take over the internet. They've tried this before. They're trying it again. Basically, the internet would be controlled by the government on every single level. Wow, just like a good Nazi would like to do, right? Today is the second time they tried this. Now, if we sit back and think about it, the reason that we have a fighting chance in this day is because we have the internet and we can share this information, and they have not been able to stop us. Yes, they've banned us here. Yes, they've shadow banned us there. But collectively, they've not been able to stop us. It's like trying to herd ants. We're just everywhere. This is what it talks about in the book of Joel, where it says they go over the walls and through the windows, and that's what we're able to do through social media, and they can't stop us. This was prophesied that there would be a day. Well, how could we do this before? There was no way, and because the biggest thing is we're having to fight with truth. How to get the truth out. So this is the book. End Times Major Clues from Minor Prophets. Okay, that one right there. Joel, I'm going the wrong way. Joel chapter 2 talked about that, and that's in that book. He's one of the minor prophets. This is why they steered us away from the minor prophets. They didn't want us to think about that we would one day awaken, we'd find out what was going on, and we would all fight collectively to get this job done. It's an amazing day we're living in. Just be encouraged that you are chosen for this day, and that God put you in exactly where you are so you can do whatever assignment he has for you. Isn't that great? So we need to push back on this. I'm going to show you how. The original plan was for Obama to accomplish this through net neutrality. Nobody left or right should want that. The Clintons wanted this since Lewinsky. I remember Hillary speaking about it in the 90s. They don't want free information. So they blame disinformation because they can't control the narrative when we are free to speak the truth. Nothing good comes from the FCC. Every truther you love would disappear. This would kill our freedoms. And not that we would be thrown in FEMA camps. I mean, they would like to do that. I don't doubt it. But just to silence us. They don't really care where we are as long as they can silence us, and they have not been able to. Thank you again so much for liking and sharing and all this information that we have. If you aren't already, make sure to go over to freedomforce.live, over to the social media, and you can follow us on all these channels. I have wonderful patriots who help to share, to put the posts on all these platforms, and the videos, so that we can get this out everywhere that we possibly can. And I really appreciate it because our Rumble and our BitChute are growing because you guys are helping to share it. I really, really appreciate it because there's people who are desperate to find out the truth. The kids who are awakening right now, they're getting a lot of truth on TikTok, but they need a full understanding of what's going on, and also about this military operation that we're going to defeat them. So anyway, that's where we have been doing this for all this time. So we are ready to help everyone else who's waking up. All right. So Twitter hurt them. No wonder Elon made his own internet. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Lord. All right, so Senator Cruz is leading the Senate Republicans in calling the FCC to halt digital equality plan, where they basically are able to silence us. This is what is happening, and Senator Cruz is leading the charge. So these are the senators who are on this plan, saying or working with Senator Cruz to stop this. John Thune, Chuck Grassley, Mike Lee, Tom Tillis, J.D. Vance, John Risch, whatever. Read that over, and you can take a screenshot of it. If Marsha Blackburn's on there, if your senator is not on this to stop this takeover of the internet, please call them and say, support Ted Cruz and do not let them take over the internet. Okay? That we did this before, but as always, they always come back for a second and third and fourth and fifth attempt. And and if you didn't know about it, you can't fight against it. So they all should be on this. We should all want freedom of speech. Hello. Anyway, so that's lovely. What bird brain is over here saying to basically stop free speech. I mean, that's not what she's saying. Of course, they're not going to say stop free speech. I'm for stopping free speech. But she's saying that she wants there to be control over it, and so that people can't go on anonymously. Let me just tell you, you can vote anonymously and you can speak the truth anonymously, and they don't like it. They have this huge, gigantic megaphone where they get to go and speak on the mainstream media, and they don't like it. The little peons, the little ants are out here speaking the truth, and with our little baby megaphones, but collectively, we are clearly making a difference, and they hate it. So, of course, she is one of their minions. She says, I want everybody's name. Yes, like a good Nazi would, right? So let's check it out. Check it out now. Check it out now.
But what no one is talking about that is, to me, a huge issue that I'll deal with as soon as I get there is social media. So when you look at social media's role in the division of our country, the first thing I'm going to do is go to those social media companies and say, you have to show us your algorithms. I want the country to see the algorithms so that you can see how these companies move.
Okay, which is fine. We should have the algorithm so they see how they've been silencing patriots. I don't see anything wrong with that. If you see something that you have to take issue with that online, please put it in the comment section below. But I don't think that there's a problem with that. But look at what she says on number 2.
The second thing is they need to verify every single person on their outlet and I want it by name. Because when
what about Smug? Does he qualify?
I've provided them with my government.
If Smug is on your driver's license, then, and look, you can put Smug in parentheses, but I want everybody's name, because guess what that does? It gets rid of the Iranian bots, the Russian bots, the Chinese bots, and the North Korean bots. When you look at the misinformation that is causing Americans to do this, who's it coming from? The Iranians and the Russians right now. TikTok, it's the Chinese.
What they don't like is that we're sharing the truth. They're not worried about bots. They control the bots. They are paying the bots. I had a bot this morning, and I'm like, okay, actually it was last night, and I responded to this bot who is pretending to be a person. And this morning, how could you, Melissa, I thought you were a Christian. You're supposed to be nice. Get a load of this, girlfriend. I will push back. And so anyway, I just deleted the whole thing, because we can deal with bots. We can deal with bots. We've been dealing with bots since 2018. What we can't deal with is you. What we can't deal with is people who are in power who will silence our freedom of speech. That's what we won't put up with. Okay. And so we can see through a lot of, now it is very complicated. I do not doubt that. We have been told we're entering into a brave new world, and I'm sure there are some solutions, but authoritarianism is not the solution. Silencing free speech is never the solution. Okay. All right. So, and they've said this since the beginning. They've been saying this for how long? Oh, it's Russian bots who helped President Trump win the election in 2016. Okay, that's Hillary's line. She's taken a note from Hillary. She's actually a Hillary acolyte. All right, so I want you to see all of that. Next, This is The Economist. I'm sure you guys have heard me talk about before. The Economist magazine is the Rothschilds magazine. Of course, I call them the Rotties because Rothschild. That is where they get their name, because these people are evil beyond words. All right, so this is the one coming up, this recent edition, and the cover of this magazine. And I just wanted your thoughts on it. What do you think about this very interesting, it looks like a bit, doesn't it? And so that the whole world is being controlled by bits and bots and whatever, like you're saying. So, and really, the elections, you see right here in the middle, it's all, the center of it is the elections. And they're running out of time to control these elections. I said this the other day. I was really upset to hear, whatever her name was, so talk about, well, the Palestinians elected Hamas. So that's, it's their own fault for electing, Hamas, and that's why they basically, I guess the answer is that's why they can have their homes leveled. Anyway, did you vote for Biden? Was he duly elected? Do we have any control over what he is doing or not doing? No, and that's the problem. And they know they have to control the elections. They know, and they have been for years. They've been controlling the elections, and we didn't know it until now. Again, thank you, Lord, for Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell has worked like crazy to try to expose this, and we are making some ground in it. So thank you, Lord. And also, from this most recent election, they gathered so much information and proof that they can take to court on how these elections were rigged, and how the machines are accessing the internet to rig the numbers. So definitely go over to LindellOffenseFund.org if you want to support them, or you can also go to mypillow.com/Melly and get some Christmas presents for your family, and that you can also use that a way to support the election integrity. So everybody do whatever you can to help push for election integrity. That is the point of the center of this magazine cover that the Roddies put out. So if you notice right here, they've got all this, looks like a TV in the middle, and everyone's eye is on it, whatever they're looking at, and there's basically saying they're plugged in to their brain. I don't doubt, no telling what they're doing through all of social media. And we're in, they've got a lot of tricks up their sleeves, no doubt about it. So that's why we're here, continuing to pray, continuing to find ways that we can share truth, and like with Brighteon, doing every which way that we can to get the truth out and to help people to find the truth and to come out of this Borg. Remember the Borg? All right. So I want you to see that. And also it's talking about here that the stocks would be going down. Interestingly enough, they've got this weird currency. I don't know if you can see it. Maybe there. Oh, it's a little bit. Yeah, I can make it bigger. All right. So you see how it's making the dollar turn into this weird, like a spider or something. I don't even know what that is, but they're basically their currency that they control, which they have controlled all the currency, and they've all the currency for all the countries. They've just scraped off the tops everything that they could, and now they want to do a grab where they control everything, all the property throughout the world. That's what climate change is all about. That's what all this is all about, is that these power hungry demons want to control every nickel. All right. So then interesting, they've got, this is the ship right here with all these containers on it. And it looks like then it looked like more bots, more bits and bytes, whatever. And so they're controlling the shipping, they're controlling the thoughts, they're controlling the weather, all this. Now up here, that looks like Zelensky. And this looks to me like it's supposed to be Putin squaring off. And maybe it is. But that doesn't, it looks more like, Mike, what's his face? Mike, whatever his face is. Pence. I don't know. And who is this? Is this supposed to be Biden over here squaring off against Xi? So all these people are under their control. Guess whose picture's not on here? Trump. Our wonderful President Trump is not on here because he is not their minion, and they did not count on him. They've had this plan in motion. Remember how President Trump says the playbook is known? The playbook has been known since, as I showed you, this whole paraglider thing was done in 2012 on the Economist magazine, 2012, and they are continuing on with their playbook. They are not changing their playbook. You would think that they would change it, but they are not. They're barreling through, and they just consider us as a bunch of flies to be swatted away, and President Trump as a fly to swat away right now, because he's having to go to court and all that. He's making him to appear weak. But what is Sun Tzu war? Appear weak when you are strong. Yeah. Anyway, I just want you to see that. It's very interesting what they are putting out there. They're not even really trying to hide it at this point. So if you have thoughts about that, please put it in the comments. I'd like to see what your thoughts are on that. Look at what the Macy's parade is now. Isn't that lovely? They are now doing a trans extravaganza. Macy's. So boycott, ban Macy's. They're clearly not for the American people. They're not for us, for the family, and for America. So goodbye. Goodbye on that. Macy's traditional Thanksgiving parade is now a gay pride parade. According to 1 Million Moms petition, which is approximately 24,000 signatures at the time of this writing, and I will find that link and I will put it on the social media so you guys can join it and can sign that. The parade performances will include music from 2 Broadway musicals and Juliet and Shucked, both of which featured transgender and non-binary performers in major roles. Justin David Sullivan, who personally identifies as non-binary, and Alex Newell, a biological male who also identifies as non-binary. Signers of the 1 Million Moms petition pledged to boycott not just the parade, but Macy's stores. Let's show them. Don't buy one thing from Macy's. And that's okay, because we can buy things from mypillow.com/Melly. You can also get things from mystore.com. Let's support patriots everywhere we go. Everywhere we go. We've got and shut down these big conglomerates. Goodbye. It claims my family will not support Macy's. You have lost our trust. Let's pray we don't see a bunch of I can't even say that. We don't want to see trans giblets hanging out. That was awesome. Who did this? Who was this by? This was by the Peppy. Yes. Thank you for sharing that truth. I just love having being able to share all this information that we gather from all these amazing patriots. So terrific. All right. So don't forget, these are the books that I have written, and I'm going to read to you one here in just a second. Portions of it. Also, besides boycotting Macy's, did you know, because there's a whole movement on TikTok and on Instagram about boycotting and the products from Israel. And did you know there are anti-BDS laws? Did you know that? Anti-boycott of Israel laws? This comes from the BDS movement, which calls out boycotts, divestment, and sanctions against Israel to pressure Israel to meet what it describes as Israel's obligations under international law. We're saying the international law is that you cannot go and commit genocide on 10,000 people and remove them from their homes. These are crimes against humanity. So they're saying, oh, they made a law. No, you can't boycott us, and you can't call for a boycott against us, like we just saw against Macy's. Did you know that? I had no idea. And before I forget, I want to tell you that this teacher, I don't know anything really about her, but she is in Texas, and she refused to sign some kind of document where she would agree to not boycott Israel. Imagine that. You have to sign an agreement. I had no idea about that. And actually, I need to find out. I'm just going to find out about that, because I'm interested. I participate a lot in my local school board and school district, and I really encourage you to do the same. Get involved, go to the meetings, find out what's going on in your schools, find out how the money is being spent. We just were able to get something passed in our school board where we won't have compound interest. Some of these schools have compound interest, you guys, where one school ended up $1 billion in debt because they had these just gigantic balloon notes. And they were only paying interest. They weren't paying anything against the principal. And the people on the school board either didn't know, didn't care, had no idea, until someone in some position came back and said, you guys are like bankrupt financially. All right. So I wanted you to see that. I want you to see this is what's happening in these schools. She's lost her position. She's losing her position as a teacher because she refuses to sign off and say that she will never boycott Israel. And in the past, to be honest, I think most of us thought, oh, why would anyone want to? Now we know. And this is why they have to make all these, anti-Semitism laws and anti-boycott Israel laws, because people realize these people are killing innocent civilians. I can't, it's just, this is what the world has to see this. Anti-BDS laws are designed to make it difficult for people and organizations to participate in boycotts of Israel, while anti-BDS resolutions are symbolic and non-binding parliamentary condemnations, either of boycotts of Israel or of BDS itself. Generally, such condemnations accuse BDS of being anti-Semitic and often are followed by laws targeting boycotts of Israel. I think you can't do that. Look, I don't care who it is. Name it, the pink and purple polka dot elephant. I don't care. If someone's committing genocide, they deserve to have the whole world come down against them. Genocide, that day is over. That day is over where we look away and go on about our business. That day is over. If you don't realize it now, everybody, I'm telling you now, it's over. I really appreciate Colonel McGregor. He is the one I was telling you about earlier on. I want you to hear what he has to say. He's thankfully a voice of reason in all this ridiculousness.
Pulled back over the Suez, and eventually we got an agreement. No one is intervening right now. No one is saying, wait a minute, what are you doing? You're just carpet bombing Gaza. I mean, it's way beyond, well, we're targeting what we think is Hamas. They're absolutely flattening the place and killing large numbers of people in the process. But right now, Mr. Netanyahu has far more influence and authority in Washington than President Biden. And that's a fact. Oh, absolutely. No one is intervening to do that. On the contrary, I would compare this to the so-called blank check that was issued by the Kaiser to Vienna regarding the invasion of Serbia. That was really what sparked the second or the First World War. We've given Netanyahu a blank check and said, by all means, go for it. Now, there are people in Washington inside the White House who are afraid. What they've done is effectively open the cage door and release the tiger. The tiger doesn't want to get back in the cage. The tiger wants to finish off everybody in the neighborhood. The tiger is Netanyahu, and he has concluded this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We have enormous control and influence over the United States, over its armed forces, its military power, its economic power, because the Israeli economy is being destroyed. Israel's in bad shape economically as a result of this war, but we can compensate for that. How do we compensate? We send billions of dollars over there to keep Israel afloat. So he says this is the perfect time for us to settle accounts. We'll wipe everybody out. And there's a certain amount of arrogance assuming that no one in the region can act against us. And if they do, well, we have the United States. Of course, no one bothered to ask, is it in the interest of the United States to be drawn into a regional war that would involve the Turks, the Iranians, as well as all of the Arab states? I don't think it is. But when you bring that up, people scoff and say, oh, that could never happen. The Shiites hate the Sunnis. The Turks and the Iranians will never cooperate. The Arabs have always been poor at organizing and cooperating. Egypt has nowhere else to go. They need us. They're not going to abandon us. And frankly speaking, the keystone in the edifice of peace in the region is really Egypt. Egypt has maintained an excellent set of relations with Israel for 50 years. If Egypt defects, and that's not impossible because right now in the streets in Cairo, my contacts over there tell me that people are saying that Sisi is a tool of Israel, that he's somehow or another either an American or an Israeli puppet. Well, that's bad news for Mr. Sisi, the general, if he wants to stay in charge. And remember, the Muslim Brotherhood took over in Egypt under Obama. He went there and congratulated Mr. Morsi was the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood. Well, they were thrown out by a coup, and we all welcomed that because we were worried what that meant for Egypt. Well, remember that Hamas is an armed wing of the Muslim Brotherhood. Remember that Mr. Erdogan is the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood in the Middle East and in North America. All of these things begin to fall together, the pieces. And you have this understanding in Iran and Turkey that while they don't like each other and they disagree on things, they're not going to go to war with each other because they understand how pointless and destructive that is. But when it comes to Israel, they can agree. They don't like it. They don't think it should exist. And they're fed up and they're disgusted because we have failed to exercise restraint. We haven't.
And that's really what President Trump is saying. He kept Netanyahu from doing such a thing as this entire false flag. Okay. And really, unfortunately, as President Trump said the other day, this has to play out before the world, so that the world wakes up and realizes what is going on. And the social media has been just like wildfire to expose them for being the genocidal maniacs that they are. I mean, there's just no other other thing about it. And these people went out in this march for pro-Israel. Either they are clueless, brainwashed, I don't know what it is, but there's just no excuse for accepting the genocide of 10,000 people in a month and the complete removal of these people and the flattening of their homes. There's no excuse for it. And the key to it is for people to understand that this was a false flag run by Hamas, which is controlled by Israel. That is the key. And that's what I've shared many times. If you haven't seen it, go and look on my last video and you will see the Economist magazine, the front cover of it, where it shows that they were equivalent. Hamas and in 2012, showing Hamas and Netanyahu coming in on paragliders. This was in 2012. Okay, so I wanted you to see that McGregor, you see how so great he is on explaining all this. And I really appreciate what he's trying to help us avoid World War III. Don't forget to go to right here on, if you want to go and watch the rest of it, Colonel Douglas McGregor, Israel has destroyed itself. It's over. So you can watch the rest of it. I can't show you the whole thing on this show, but I just wanted you to see where he's coming from. They've actually caused the Middle East to join together. Shiites and Sunnis. Isn't that amazing? Great job. And this is really what's going to happen worldwide. People all over the world, unfortunately, except for many Christians, because the brainwashing there is intense. But most Christians are, most people all around the world are joined together saying, this will not stand. We will not put up with the genocide of these people, of any people. Okay, so I wanted you to see that. All right. Yeah, this is what happened. This, I think, yesterday, this morning, this is the 15th of November. And so this was the parliament in Gaza. Look at the destruction. Look at just everything has been decimated, flattened. Now they're going to flatten the parliament. Check it out. Gone. And just like that, it's gone. They have to make way for their lovely canal and to be able to take over and take the oil. Yeah, and the gas. So I want you to see that. I actually put out a poll on our channel. If you're not on the channel, definitely go over to freedomforce.live and join one of our social medias. I put out a poll. I asked, okay, who does the Hamas work for? And 97% said the Israeli cabal. Thank you. Good job. Actually, 2,531 people voted of the 9,500 who saw it. I'm so proud that we have escaped this part of the matrix. Thank you so much. I'm so thankful that we are here together fighting for these people who are in such a terrible situation. And I appreciate that you guys continue to just, like I said, share this information and help to support me as I, kind of lead this charge, at least on our Freedom Force Battalion, so that we can get the truth out for these people. Imagine if you were there. It's just horrible. The least we can do is whatever we can do to get the truth out about what their plight is and who's innocent, who's guilty. Where this girl was actually saying I was supporting Hamas. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I've been saying since day one that Hamas is controlled by the cabal. Okay, that this whole thing, I'm not up for abject murder of anyone, but I will say the Psalms are very big on the judgment of the wicked. How about that? Let's talk about that for just a moment. Psalm 139. This is what I always look at how this is biblical. You are very familiar, I'm sure, with this wonderful psalm. I love this psalm. I'm not going to read the whole thing. This is Psalm 139. This is the famous psalm that talks about, you made all the delicate inner parts of my body. You knit me together in my mother's womb. Thank you for making me so wonderfully complex. Your workmanship is marvelous. How well I know it. You watched me as I was being formed in utter seclusion, as I was woven together in the dark of the womb. You saw me before I was born. Every day of my life was recorded in your book. Every moment was laid out before a single day had passed. Isn't that a beautiful psalm? Isn't that beautiful? It's true. The Lord has planned your days, planned your life. He's prepared you with everything you've been through so that you would be there to fight for these people. You would fight for humanity, and that you would be able to enter into the beautiful kingdom that the Lord has promised to us. Isn't that a beautiful psalm? But did you know what the next verse is? How precious are your thoughts about me, O God? They cannot be numbered. I can't even count them. They outnumber the grains of sand. And when I wake up, you are still with me. O God, if only you would destroy the wicked. Get out of my life, you murderers. They blaspheme you. Your enemies misuse your name. Oh Lord, shouldn't I hate those who hate you? Shouldn't I despise those who oppose you? Yes, I hate them with a total hatred, for your enemies are my enemies. How about that? A lot of people skip that part of 139, Psalm 139, but I'm not. Oh God, destroy the wicked. Get out, 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 out. They've misused his name. What have they done? They've hijacked the name Jew. You hear these true Jews, and they are very upset that their name is being misused. Their name of Jew is being misused, and God's word is being misused. It's evil, but we're all going to come together. We're all like the Muslims are coming together. Everyone in the whole wide world is going to finally come together and realize. I mean, just look at the people all over the internet waking up. It's gonna happen. I hate them with total hatred. Hatred is fine. Hatred is good. Y'all, I'm serious. Yes, I'm the church lady. I'm not just your church lady who's just doing what she thinks is right. I'm reading the word of God to you, right? This is what the word of God says, that we hate those who commit genocide. We hate them with a perfect hatred, a total hatred. For your enemies are my enemies. We have to have that imprecatory psalm deep within our hearts, so that when the time comes, that we will vote and say, these people must be executed. This is where we're headed, and we have to be tough and strong to do it. Okay. And they've tried to make us lily-livered, weak-kneed, pathetic, that we don't stand up for ourselves and stand up for humanity. And we have to, or they're going to snuff every one of us out. That's where they're headed. Okay. So this is on Psalm number 5. My enemies cannot speak a truthful word. Their deepest desire is to destroy others. Their talk is foul, like the stench from an open grave. Their tongues are filled with flattery. Oh, isn't that the truth? Everything out of their mouths is a lie. That's why if you follow my social media, you'll see, I'm like, I don't believe that. I don't believe this. I don't believe the other. Everything they say, it's a lie. It's a lie. Oh God, declare them guilty. Let them be caught in their own traps. Drive them away because of their many sins, for they have rebelled against you. Amen. Amen. But all who take refuge in the Lord will rejoice. That is the truth also. All right, so I want you to see that in Psalm 5. These are called imprecatory psalms, where we bring down God's judgment on these evildoers. That's what this is about. Check out Psalm 6. That's another imprecatory psalm. I'm worn out with sobbing all night. I flood my bed with weeping. I will stop and say, the people over on the internet, they're making these songs, they're sharing these songs about Palestine. Their hearts are broken. The people who are marching in the streets are not just like, oh, what do you want to do this afternoon? How about we go to a march, a protest, which will be taken over by the Fed, but whatever. They're weeping and their heart broken. They've seen videos of children who've lost their families, and they're orphans standing in this rubble. It's beyond words evil. And they are heartbroken, and they're making songs about it. Go and check out my social media. You'll see that. Go search on TikTok and Instagram, and you just search Gaza, and you will see what the people over there are finding out. That's why they're coming out of the woodwork to protest, and they will not stop. They will not. My eyes, all night I flood my bed with weeping, drenching it with tears. My vision is blurred by grief. My eyes are worn out because of all my enemies. Go away, all you who do evil, for the Lord has heard my weeping. The Lord has heard my plea. The Lord will answer my prayer. May all my enemies be disgraced and terrified. May they suddenly turn back in shame. That's the suddenly we're waiting on. We're waiting on that suddenly, when the flood will come and wash them all away. I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to go ahead and show that right quick. There is this sign in the heavens coming up. This is the sign that potentially could be the one that's talked about in Revelation chapter 19, where it says there was an angel standing in the sun. The angel is Mars, which is messenger angel, messenger star. It's standing in the sun on the 17th, which is this Friday. I would love that. May not happen, but I'm just saying this would be according to the sign, and it's in the scales of justice. Wouldn't it be terrific if the scales of justice fall on them on the 17th, on this whatever? That would be so great. Now, I will say it's 7 years since, it's been 7 years since President Trump was elected, which was the beginning of the sign of the Son of Man, which everybody here has seen. If you have not seen this sign, if you go on the main page, freedomforce.live, you will see the Bible calls the sign of the Son of Man. The Old Testament in this book here, Major Clues from Minor Prophets, was called The Woman in Labor. And this actually started in motion. You can go into my channel and just look up the sign of the Son of Man, and you'll see that it started in motion on the day President Trump was elected. Well, it has been 7 years since then, but he didn't take office until January 20th. So maybe you could say that's the 7 years. I don't know, but I do think that there is a big biblical significance of 7 years. I'm going to show you why here in just a second. All right, so this is happening on this Friday, the 17th of November. The angel standing in the sun. And why is that significant? According to Revelation 19, at that point with this, the angel standing in the sun, he calls out to come eat the flesh of kings. Basically, come destroy these evildoers. So come destroy this worldwide criminal network, beast of Revelation, which is also called the Antichrist. The Antichrist is not one individual. If you're new to this, again, all this is on my channel, but the Antichrist is a collective. It's a group that works together. This is the new world order criminal cabal, also called the beast of Revelation. When you find that out, when you realize that's who we're fighting, this is the beast of Revelation. This is the Antichrist, anti-freedom, anti-love, anti-family, anti-faith, anti-justice, anti-law, all that. Then you realize that this is what we're fighting. This is the battle of Armageddon to destroy them, and we're going to win. No doubt about it. Okay, so yeah, these books are over on Amazon right here, but I'm going to show you right now this one right here. This is biblical. I'm going to read to you a little portion of that one right here. Okay, so here's the table of contents, and it's talking about 17 Bible stories that you have heard probably all your life, but they are a roadmap for us so that we would know about this amazing day, and we would see how this is the fulfillment of what they were taking care of in a microcosm. Now it's worldwide. Okay. Like Noah, as I was just saying, that the flood will come and wash them all away. Our Lord Jesus told us this is what all these Bible stories are about. He said they won't know what hit them until the flood comes and washes them all away. This is in Matthew chapter 24. And so he was telling us all these Bible stories that you've heard and known are what's going to happen at the end when these evil ones are removed from the earth. All right, so you've got the one about Jacob and Joseph and Moses and like crossing the Red Sea and all these, just on and on. Joshua, Yael, Gideon, Samson, David, Balaam, Jehoshaphat, Elijah, Josiah, the 3 Hebrew children, and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, Daniel, and Esther. All these Bible stories are being fulfilled, and they're all where we win. Right? We always win. We're going to win, and this is the battle to end all wars. So the first one I wanted to talk to you about real quick was the one from Joshua. This is on page 74. So let me see if I can scroll real quickly down to that. Did I say 74, 75? 75. So Joshua and the Battle of Jericho. Now, at the end of the chapter, I want to show you this one thing that I just love these stories. It's just I could sit here and read the whole thing. Actually, I have done that. I actually have. If you go on freedomforce.live and you go up to the menu, wherever I put it. Okay, here's the menu right here. The menu, you'll see I've got them all on audiobook. Okay, so you can listen to them when you're on the commute, and it's super, super easy. Actually, a friend of mine who speaks Spanish is recording them in Spanish. She's just starting on the 1,000 Years of Peace. And so they're also in the first book is in Spanish. I'm trying to think if the second one is. Anyway, whatever it is. A lot of this information. I'm trying to get it in Spanish because we need to help to get the truth out in Spanish. I'm going to show you before we leave. I've got someone who's actually doing this in multiple languages, Your Language Friend, and she is helping. Go on, look for her on TikTok. She is helping to share this information, and also Spanish is Your Amigo. Go look for her and support her because she is sharing this truth in all these different languages, Italian, Portuguese. She's trying her hardest to get the truth out in all these different languages, which is so great. All right, so here I wanted you to see about the 7 years. Okay, here's on page 85. Okay, so at this point, the people of Israel had gone around and around and around and around the city of Jericho. The city of Jericho had these high walls, looked impenetrable, impossible to stop, but they had gone round and round. And all these days, it was flipping out the people who were inside. Well, they actually went on top of the walls all the way around this entire city. Interesting. They were not built for such as that. They were not built to have all these people on the top of them. Look how the Lord did. The Lord has a plan. All this is intended, everything that's going on right now is intended to bring the walls of these cannibals down. So here they are. You see this in this picture right here. They're all standing on top of these walls. And next thing you know, the whole thing comes crumbling down. On the seventh day, on the seventh circuit around the walls, something happened. I really do think that there's a 777. If I could even find it, right? And I think it has to do with that sign of the Son of Man. I'd love to hear your comments in the comment section below. What do you think it is that it's talking about? The 777. Well, even if you go to Vegas, it's like 777. There's a significance to that in God's economy. So that's what happened on in the walls of Jericho. And now look what's happening here. The priest blew a loud blast that signaled for the people to start shouting. The priest kept blowing their trumpets and the people kept shouting until something happened. The walls of Jericho literally started to crumble. Between all the sound waves and all the people on the top of the walls of Jericho broke completely apart and fell down flat. All the people on the tops of the walls fell down with it. What a plan. So this is being reenacted in our days. In our day, this Canaanite cannibals they're surrounded and protected by these walls, the whole thing's going to come down. This house of cards will come down suddenly. All right. So I wanted you to see that. And like I said, give me your thoughts and you can check it out. And actually you can share them with people on easily for $2.99. You can just email it to the people. All right. So I wanted you to see this. Oh my goodness. Now time's running out. All right. So that, I'll go ahead and show you a little bit of this. This is them showing the hospital in in Gaza that they had surrounded. And what the word is, and I have been looking to get proof of this, and I don't know. They're saying that there was not, that they cut off the electricity. Well, whether they literally went and pulled the thing and turned off the electricity or not, I don't know. But the point is their electricity was cut off from all the bombing, is what I think it was. And so these people, they said that many of these people died in there. I hope that's not the case, but so many have died. It's beyond what I can even talk about. But they are saying that these people who were in here were evacuated. I I wouldn't believe anything they said. I wouldn't believe it. Look what they did to the parliament, and they want this canal, and they're going to do whatever they got to do to get this canal. But anyway, they're showing these guns.
This was the armory, okay?
This was the Hamas armory.
Yeah.
He shows us a few rusting guns and some explosives.
Yeah. So this is what they're saying. Again, who's to say they couldn't go in and just put these guns in there? The reason they're doing this is because they're trying to show that the people, that the hospital was able to be bombed because it was being basically a Hamas headquarters. This is what they're trying to get. And so at the very beginning, this supposed journalist, if you notice here, you
can hear the small arms fire. The IDF say they're still clearing this area out. We're getting down here.
Okay, but they're saying we're still, they're shooting in this area, but these guys are just standing there. They don't look like they're worried about it. Anyway, this is not a war. This is a turkey shoot, really, like fish in a barrel. It's absolutely evil. And anyway, so this is what's been going on in Gaza. And so let's just continue to pray. Our time's running out. So let me go ahead and pray with us. Pray for us. Lord, I thank you that you are helping us to expose this truth. I pray for every person in Gaza that you would strengthen them and help them and provide for them and show a miracle that they can somehow see their way through until we get this stopped, and those who have committed genocide and these crimes against humanity, get them destroyed and removed from the face of the earth. We pray, oh Lord, that the people would wake up, Lord, to touch their hearts, touch their minds, help them to see through the lies that they're being told on the daily basis. Thank you for those who are on the front lines. Thank you for our Freedom Force Battalion. Thank you for Brighteon.tv. Bless us, Lord, so that we can help others to know the truth. We pray all this in your wonderful name, King Jesus. Amen. I love you guys. I'm going to go. I will see you next Wednesday, 10 a.m. Central on Brighteon.tv.
All right. All right. Yeah, she did look a little creepy with that eyeshadow, didn't she? it was like she did her eyelash thingy, and when she when her eyelashes went up, they tried to stick up there. I saw that a couple of times. It was she's good. She's good. She puts out good information, trying to trying to better everybody. You know what I'm saying? So, we can't we can't argue with that. That's just that's a good thing. That's a good thing. All right. Up next. And we know, I'm sorry, X22.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3212 AM. Today's date is November 15th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Green New Deal in Germany Imploding, Economic Crash Focus on Central Bank and Joe Biden. Let's talk about being prepared. Violent crime across the U.S. has skyrocketed. Just recently, a politician was carjacked by 3 armed attackers outside his home in Washington, D.C. This comes several months after another politician was assaulted in the elevator of her building. Between mass shootings, homicides, kidnapping, burglaries, carjacking, and more, it's never been more vital to learn how to protect yourself. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands, are choosing the Fighter Flare flashlight. The Fighter Flare flashlight has awed people with a wonderful design and a massive light output. On top of an ultra-bright 800 lumen light, it boasts powerful strobe light light modes for self-defense, glass-breaking hammer, a built-in power bank, solar-powered recharging, rope and wire cutter, siren high and low LED light modes, and much more. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that the flashlight is the latest and greatest in the EDC market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection for your loved ones. Simply place your order now to get 25% off, along with access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement before they sell out by going to fighterflare.com and using promo code Black Friday. That's fighterflare.com and use promo code Black Friday or click the link in the description. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private was a central bank, the World Economic Forum, they're having a difficult time because their Green New Deal is completely imploding, and the country and the state that they chose to use as their template, well, it's not working out for them. As Germany approaches net zero, which is completely impossible, the people of the country are starting to realize that this whole thing is not going to work. And they're actually starting to push back on this. You see, when you start to move all the energy out of your country, all the manufacturing follows. Everything completely implodes. And that's what the German people are starting to realize. The same thing's happening out in California. Why do you think Gavin Newsom's poll numbers are dropping? Because the people are starting to realize this direction that we're headed in is not going to work out well for the state. But when we look at Germany, you can see they are now desperate. They want to use climate funds to fund their Green New Deal. And it looks like this is not going to happen. The German Constitutional Court strikes down the plan of the left green liberal government, rules they may not use the $60 billion intended to combat COVID for climate and energy measures. The court ruled that the amendment to the supplementary budget for 2021 is unconstitutional. Everything related to the budget and climate policy must now be scrutinized. How interesting. And you could see that everything is not going well for the Green New Deal. And this is why the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, this is why they're going to push very, very hard, because they realize the people aren't buying what they're selling. The people can see very, very clearly that what they're trying to do is not going to work out for them. And you can see at this point, they're going to have to bring in an event to cover all this up. Remember, they never, ever wanted all this to be out in the public. They never wanted anyone to see this. They never wanted anyone to understand it. They just wanted to usher this in while everyone was scrambling, either during the pandemic or during the war, because there'd be death and destruction for both events. So now they're in trouble because the people now, they're seeing their agenda. They're seeing what they're trying to push. And out in New York, the people out there, they're realizing, hey, listen, if we go to all electric, this is going to be a complete another disaster. I mean, forget about everything that they're doing out in New York. Just concentrate on this. And you could see that this is going to really hurt the residents, the economy, business out in New York. Now, there's a new study that is out, and this is the Empire Center for Public Policy. They're warning that in 2030, New York may begin a policy of forcing New York families to use electricity for home heating instead of fuels like heating oil, propane, natural gas. The study, which is titled In Cold Reality, the Cost of Challenge of Compulsory Home Electrification in New York, offers a ton of data to make two crucial points. New York's plan to steer homeowners and landlords toward electric heat could backfire due to high cost and practical concerns. The global effect of the costly program of compulsory electrification will be a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions of less than 0.05%. The study goes on to warn that in choosing this approach, New York has closed the door on a more affordable means of reducing gas emissions, clean fuel standards that promote biodiesel and renewable propane. What that means is that if your water heater or furnace dies and you currently use oil, propane, natural gas, or any variation of fossil fuels, you'll be required to replace it with either electric heater, electric furnace, or electric heat pump. Even though climate change, as we know, is one gigantic hoax, we can see that this is going to hurt the people of this state. And this is what they want to do to this country and the rest of this world. So the study found that the cost of installing a heat pump and weatherizing a home is $14,600 to $46,200. The study warns that these prices, even with the state helping through subsidies, will push a lot of homeowners and landlords to choose cheaper electric furnaces that are less efficient and use a lot more electricity. This will result in higher monthly electric bills and much more strain on the electrical grid. And that's the other thing. If only 13% of New Yorkers currently use electric heat, and your goal is to bump that number up to 87% in just 26 years, the stress a cold winter will put on the electric grid is incalculable. And once again, this whole thing, it's not going to work. And the people, they're seeing it. Electric heat is very, very expensive. And those people that have electric heat, they understand this, especially with an electric heat pump. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we can see the deep state players, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, you can see their plan as clear as day. They're trying to bring in the illegals. They're trying to make this country a third world nation. And you can see they're trying to replace the citizens of this country with the illegals. And actually what they're doing is actually discriminatory. Right now in Chicago, there's a job fair that offers 400 jobs for migrants as native Black population suffers from the rising unemployment. So Black people can't get a job. White people can't get a job. But those people that came in illegally, well, they can get a job, and they're going to offer just those individuals the job. So the job fair was held on November 2nd, and it was held on the city's north side, where nearly 500 refugees from Venezuela, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Ukraine showed up to be quartered for potential employment. With interpreters provided for them, the migrants met with the representatives in the field, including healthcare, manufacturing, hospitality, logistics, and others. The companies also offered help securing government services, legal papers, and even training and educational opportunities. But think about it. All those American citizens that are in this country who want these jobs, well, they were told, no, these jobs are for them. Isn't this discrimination? Absolutely. And you can see what they're trying to do. They realize the economic system is breaking down. And if the economic system is breaking down, what do you need? You need to bring in cheap labor. And that's exactly what they're doing. And this is why they don't want to give it to the American people, because they understand that, hey, we could pay these people a lot less. Think about going back to the 1970s. Remember when they were telling everyone that, hey, you know, the middle class was going to cease to exist? And they said, oh, no, don't worry about it. We're not going to move all manufacturing out of this country. They knew at that point, once they came off the gold standard, they knew that the fiat currency was going to lose value over time. And as it lost value, they were going to have to move manufacturing out of this country, because if you kept the manufacturing in this country, people wouldn't be able to afford the items. So they needed to move everything out of this country and pay what? Those people a lot less money. They paid them a lot less money. There were no tariffs or anything like that. So they were able to ship the merchandise back to this country. And the people of this country really didn't notice there was any type of change. They didn't really notice that, hey, look, my currency's devaluing. Everyone thought everything was fine. This is part of their illusion. Remember, if they decided to keep everything here and the currency continually devalued, you would notice how expensive clothing was. You would notice how expensive the products were. You would notice all of this. And this is something they didn't want you to notice. So they had to ship everything out overseas and produce it very, very cheaply and bring it back here to the United States so you wouldn't notice. But now at this point, what's happening is Trump and the Patriots, they needed to show everyone, look, they've been doing this for a very long time. Inflation is running at 3,000% because it's cumulative. It's not done in a couple of months or just 1 year. So now we need to show people the true economy, the true central bank system. And that's exactly what people are seeing right now. And they're trying to convince everyone that inflation is flat. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're not seeing. Let's talk about our health. When it comes to anti-aging, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target each skin differently to fully combat the appearance of aging. Some supplements may attempt to reduce wrinkles, while others might bring back firmness to sagging skin. But believe it or not, I might have found a solution that removes the need for juggling through multiple anti-aging products. It's a special type of collagen, and it's better at maintaining skin elasticity, reducing visible signs of aging, and promoting a youthful complexion that most anti-aging products I've seen typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that this collagen is not only a modern-day fountain of youth, but that it also removes the need for us to use countless serums and anti-aging supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll receive 53% off, free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled 14 Foods for Amazing Skin, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to healthwithx22.com. That is healthwithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. The devaluation of the currency, you're not seeing that things are more expensive. So when you go out everything is fine. I'm going to give you a percentage. It's 2.5%, 3%, 4%, but now it's holding steady so you don't have to worry about it. Well, I don't think the people are going to go along with that. I don't think the people are going to believe this because you're experiencing it yourself. The younger generation is experiencing it themselves. They know that they can't afford certain things because why? Because their currency has devalued over time. And we could see they're trying to make the case that everything is great. Wall Street Silver on X put this out and said, monthly inflation numbers came in flat, sending the Dow up 500 points on a bet the Fed's done hiking. But dig in, and it turns out essentially everything went up but energy, which canceled the rest out, which always falls in recessions. Toss in fictitious 34% drop in health insurance, and government statisticians managed to claw their way to flat. Strip out the games, and you get core stuck at 4% for the 28th month, banking in future inflation for years to come. Well, I mean, all you got to do is go to the store. All you got to do is look at your insurance bills. All you have to do is spend every single day, and you realize inflation is not flat. And they can try to convince you, they can try to convince everyone that everything is fine, but it's not going to work in the end. And we could see it's completely and utterly falling apart, and their narrative is not going to work. Just like during this holiday season, I think people are going to start to realize that the entire economic system is most likely in a recession. I do believe we're in a recession. We're heading towards a depression, but I think people are going to start to really see this as we go through this holiday season. And as we come out of the holiday season, yes, the fake news is going to try to say, look, the holiday season was great. Look how much debt everyone put on. But after the holiday season, what happens when everyone is delinquent on their credit card bills? What happens when people can't make that payment? Well, that's when the reality starts to set in. But we're already starting to see retail sales. They're now falling right now. Genevieve Roque-Decter put this out on X and said, good morning, everyone. U.S. retail sales fell for the first time in 7 months. 7 out of 13 categories fell. Vehicle parts are down. Auto dealers are down. Furniture is down. Building materials are down. Gasoline stations, sporting, general merchandise. The only things that are up are things that you need. Food and beverage, grocery store, health stores, eating and drinking, non-store retailers. So this is very interesting. So what are we going to see? We're going to see savings drop, credit cards move up, and this is going to be a major, major problem in the end, especially when we're finished with this holiday season. Remember, they already reported that they're not hiring as many people. Now, a lot of people say, well, everyone's going to purchase online. Well, we'll have to wait and see. But I do believe people are going to tighten their belts. I do believe that it's going to be a lot more difficult for a lot of people because, remember, fuel prices have been going up. We've had food prices moving up. People can see the inflation. Homeowners has moved up. Auto insurance has moved up. Health insurance has moved up. So people, they're seeing the reality in all this. And actually, all those videos of the young people, you can see that they are struggling right now because they're realizing we have a major, major problem in this country. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and I do believe Trump and the Patriots need everyone to focus on Biden and the central bank and the Treasury. Everyone needs to realize and understand who's accountable for the economy when the economy comes crashing down. Remember, their message right now that everything is fine, that we have inflation under control, that the economy is doing well, and this is coming from the Biden administration. Janet Yellen is saying that everything looks good, and they're going to keep on this narrative, I do believe, until the very, very end. Now, we don't want the focus to turn on to the Republicans. So what needs to happen? We can't have the government shut down, because what would happen if the government shuts down? Everything would shift then, and everything would be blamed on the Republicans because the Republicans control the House. So I do believe they need to keep, and I'm talking about the Patriots, they need to keep everything running. They need to make sure the focus is on Biden, the Fed, and the Treasury. And I do believe this is why the House, they have passed a stopgap funding bill to avert government shutdown. Fewer Republicans and Democrats voted in favor of Speaker Mike Johnson's bill. Now, once again, if the Republicans decided, something, let's shut down the government, let's keep it shut down until whenever. Well, what do you think the fake news would do? What do you think the Biden administration would do? They would blame the entire economy on the Republicans. So I do believe at this point in time, keep the system running, keep everything moving along. allow the Biden administration, allow the Treasury, allow the Fed to continually say that the economy's strong, plenty of jobs, there's no inflation, fuel prices are under control. Let them keep putting that message out throughout 2024, because in the end, it's going to bite them in the end. And I do believe as the economy completely breaks down, as we go through 2024, it's all going to turn on them. And they are going to be the ones to blame. And I do believe the people are going to realize that, yes, they are the ones to blame. And actually, I think it's like 86% think the economy is heading in the completely wrong direction. And the people, they see it. They're not stupid. They're living it every single day. When you go to fill up your car, when you go to buy food, when you pay your insurance bills, when you pay for clothing, you see it firsthand. You know it's costing a lot more money because you look at your checkbook, you look at your bank account, and you go, holy crap, what happened here? And those people that are already tapped out, they're using their credit cards. And when they look at their credit card bills and they look at their payments and they see the APR continually moving up and up and up, they're realizing, holy crap, this is unsustainable. We cannot sustain our way of living right now. And what are people going to do when this happens? Yes, they'll try to maintain it for as long as they possibly can. But eventually what they're going to do is they're going to start to cut things out. They're not going to go out to eat. They're not going to buy the same type of food. They're going to pass on clothing maybe. And they're going to go to cheaper fuel. They're going to do whatever they possibly can. Are they going to run out and purchase a car? Absolutely not. So the people of this country, I think they're going to realize, and they're going to start cutting back, which is going to affect the economy as we move through 2024. And I think we're going to get a true signal of how the economy is doing as we see what's happening during this holiday season. Now, yes, there might be people that throw things on the credit card because they don't want things to change. This always happens in the beginning. But as time goes on, people start to realize, listen, we can't keep it the same. Yes, I know this is the way our lives were, but we're going to have to make drastic changes. We're going to have to start cutting things out. Maybe we can't go to the movies. Maybe we'll have to drop Netflix and other things. And you're going to start to see how this affects the rest of the economy. And this then will bring the entire system down, because it's like a domino effect. As soon as one domino goes down, the rest fall. I do believe the first one has already gone down, and they're all starting to fall right now. And the people, they're going to realize that the economy is not fixed. The Fed didn't stop inflation. Biden didn't create the jobs. He didn't make the economy better. The people are going to realize that they're completely and utterly responsible, which is going to help the Trump administration. It's going to help the patriots, because the people are going to understand that, hey, these people have been telling me that it's great. We understand that we're in a recession. The market is probably going to crash around October. And people are going to realize, wow, these people have no idea what they're doing. These people are telling us everything is great and everything is crashing. This guy over here has been telling us that, no, from the very beginning, we're going to have a great recession. He said, actually, the recession is the nice word. We're going to enter a depression, and the economy is not going to be doing too well. But we can make it better. We do have solutions. If the Biden administration would just implement these solutions, the economy would be great. If he didn't shut down the Keystone XL pipeline, if he didn't take us out of energy independent status, the country would be doing a lot better. What people are going to see is that the Green New Deal, their entire agenda, is not working. Their entire Inflation Reduction Act that they put together is not helping the economy. It's actually hurting the economy. And once the people see this, and I don't think it's going to take that long, I think people are already seeing this, the people are going to realize that they have no idea what they're doing. And when the majority of the people realize they have no idea what they're doing, I do believe Trump will have the leverage to shift and steer us, with the help of the people, of course, away from the central bank. And this will spread across the world. And the world will realize that we don't have to do what they're telling us to do, because they've been telling us a lot. They've been telling us everything's fine. Well, if they lied about that, you think they're not going to lie about where they want to bring us? Of course they are. And I think the people are going to realize this. I think the people are going to understand this. And the people are going to just say, absolutely not. And everything they're trying to do out in Europe and Australia, New Zealand, the UK, with the central bank digital currency, once they try to do it here, just like the vaccine passport, it's going to come to a screeching halt, and it's going to be game over for them. Because remember, they just can't introduce it. Congress has to pass it. And do you really think Congress right now, with the bills that they've submitted where it's completely against the central bank digital currency, you think they're just going to accept it? No, they're not. Even with the crisis, I do believe Trump will have the leverage to tell them, don't do this, and they won't do it. And then the people will say, we need something different. And yes, with Trump, the people making the decision, we're going to shift away from the central bank system. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I'm stopping that right there because we're jumping right into part B next. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3212 BN. Today's date is November 15th, 2023, and the title of the episode is January 6 Ghost Buses. Iran next. Iran opens the door far beyond the Biden family. Let's talk about our health. I've been telling you about EnviroCleanse, the home purifier so powerful the U.S. Navy chose it to purify the air on their ships. Now EnviroCleanse is extending their sale for our listeners, and the timing of this 30% off sale couldn't be better. It's officially cold and flu season. EnviroCleanse has proven to capture and destroy flu and COVID viruses in your home, plus bacteria, toxins, mold, and allergen. EnviroCleanse is how you fight back against the entire family getting sick. In fact, EnviroCleanse is the only home air purifier that promises you and your family better health, and it makes that promise by helping clear your home of cold and flu and many other viruses. That's why I have EnviroCleanse in my home, the new science in home air purification. Don't miss this 30% off sale or your EnviroCleanse home air purifier while supplies last. Visit ekpure.com and use code RUMBLE30. That's ekpure.com, code RUMBLE30. ekpure.com, RUMBLE30 is the code to use. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech fake news, the puppet masters, it seems that they are now front and center, and the people are now witnessing everything that is happening. And what do I mean by that? Well, I do believe that everything leads back to Obama. I do believe that Iran now is put front and center. People now are hearing about Iran. You see Biden giving money to Iran, which he just gave more money to Iran. I think the total is now $80 billion. And I do believe all this is coming about because all roads lead to Obama. And everyone needs to understand how treasonous the Obamas actually were for this country. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, their mission is to put them front and center so people can see how they were treasonous against this country, even though they continually tell the people that their administration was completely and utterly scandal-free. But think about what Trump and the Patriots have been doing. They've been showing everyone, look, Joe Biden, who was a senator, then became vice president under the Obama administration, he was doing all of this during the 8 years. He had 20 shell companies. He was laundering money. He was in line with China, Ukraine. We already saw the video of quid pro quo. Everyone has seen it now. And he told lies that he had knew nothing about his business, his son's business. And now we see that he knew everything about his business. Now, remember, this was all done under the Obama administration. So are you trying to tell me, as the president of the United States during this period of time, he knew nothing of what Biden was doing? Of course he did. He sees the intelligence every single day. He knows if he's dealing with a foreign government. But once again, what happened? They covered it up. They made sure that no one knew about this. They never thought anyone would ever know about this. And think about what Trump has been doing right now. I do believe he's been shifting everything and educating the people in all of this. Now the people are saying, well, wait a minute. He's been doing this during this entire time over the last 8 years in the Obama administration, and Obama knew nothing about it. Well, I do believe what's coming into focus is that Obama knew about it, and he actually covered for him while dealing with Iran. Remember, this is infiltration from within. Obama infiltrated our government with the help of Soros and many other people. Think about it. Obama took care of DC, took care of the government, brought in the people that he needed in government, created the swamp. Yes, the swamp was there a long time ago, but he actually ramped it up. George Soros's job, his job was to replace those prosecutors and judges across the country. This way they can work together. Because how do you bring down a country if you don't control it from within? Yes, you can invade the country, but once again, how do you invade a country that has nuclear weapons? Well, that'd be pretty tough. So if you wanted to destroy a country, how do you do it? You do it from within. And to do it from within, you need to set certain things up. You need to set certain things into place. And that's exactly what Obama did during the 8 years he was in office. It was part of the 16-year plan. And Hillary Clinton was supposed to be the last 8 years. And I think what Trump is doing, he's inflicting pain on them every step of the way. Because remember, who cares about the FBI, DOJ? They're part of the criminal syndicate. If you're expecting justice, if you're expecting them to come in and arrest Biden, if you're expecting Biden to be impeached, now look, that'd be great. If Biden was impeached, that would be great. If the FBI came in and arrested him, that would be great. If the DOJ pressed charges against him, that would be great. It would show, look, our country is okay. They are going after their own, and it's not a two-tier justice system. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think what you're going to see is the FBI is going to continually stall. The DOJ is not going to do anything. And as soon as the Republicans move to impeach him, I do believe the Ds don't want this to happen. This is going to happen during an election year. Do you think the Ds and Obama especially, do you think they want this to go to an impeachment trial? Do you think they want him front and center? Yes, I know everyone does. I know everyone wants all this dirty laundry to be exposed to the public. But think about the other side right now. Think about what can of worms this would open. This can of worms would open everything that they've been doing for the past 8 years and plus 3.5 years now that Biden has been the president. And then you would start to see the connections between Biden and Obama, because people would start to question all of this. So I don't think the Ds can actually allow this to happen. They rather remove him under the cover story that he's incapable of doing this job. He's old. He's mentally incapable. And I think that's going to build up, especially when we hit 2024. Because, we're getting very, very close to the presidential election. And as we get closer and closer and closer, they're going to have to make a very important move. Because remember, everything that we're witnessing is going to lead to Obama in the end. And I do believe this is why Iran is on deck right now. Even though Israel is battling Hamas, if you notice, Iran is always brought into the story. And I do believe we're going to see a lot more of this. We'll be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, you could see that Biden is completely in line with China. And Xi Jinping, he is visiting San Francisco. And we know that Gavin Newsom, because he admitted it, he cleaned up everything for Xi Jinping. Now, did he clean it up for the people of that city? Absolutely not. So they rather clean it up for a foreign leader coming to this country. And what's very interesting is that if you looked at San Francisco and you looked at Xi Jinping coming into San Francisco, you wouldn't even know that was San Francisco. You would think that was China, because the Chinese flag lined the streets. And once again, you can see who Biden is controlled by. And think about it. China, where did the COVID virus come from? Oh, that's right. It came from China. They unleashed it in this country. And it's just not China. Remember, they were dealing with the deep state players within this country because you need people in the inside to do certain things, because they did this to remove Trump. They did this to make sure that Trump wouldn't win. They overthrew the United States government because they knew they had to usher in the Great Reset. They had to usher in the Green New Deal, and they needed Trump out of the way, because if Trump was in the way and he won again, would they be able to push their plan? Absolutely not. But Trump, I do believe he countered all this and turned the tables on them and allowed them to cheat like they've never cheated before. And he needed the American people to vote like they never voted before, because he needed to catch them in the act. He needed the deep state to go above and beyond what they normally would do in an election. Because remember, the Space Force wasn't under the Posse Comitatus Act until 2021. And we have an Executive Order 13848. So they were able to capture everything that they did. And this is why I do believe Trump has the irrefutable proof, which he already submitted to the courts. And that trial's coming up. I think it's in March or so, but it's coming up in 2024. So I do believe all this was done because they needed to catch them in the act and then show the people a little bit at a time. And as they show the people their crimes, their treasonous crimes, they're feeling pain every step of the way. Remember, Biden and Obama, they never wanted anyone to see what they were doing behind the scenes. They didn't want people to know about the 20 shell companies. They didn't want anyone to know about the connection between Ukraine, China, Kazakhstan, Romania, and the rest. They didn't want anyone to see the money laundering scheme. They didn't want anyone to see that, oh, yes, Joe Biden, he did know about Hunter Biden's business. They didn't want anyone to see any of this. And as people see this, what is happening? The people are realizing that these people are corrupt. Remember, this is not being tried by the DOJ. This is being tried by the people of this country. And this then reflects on Obama, because this was being done right under Obama's nose. What's in reality, he knew about all of it. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they want him front and center. And this is why I do believe there's so much pressure right now on Biden, and the evidence is coming out, because this then in turn puts a lot of pressure on Obama to make a move. Because think about it, out in the field of those people that are going to be running for president, I know Manchin says, oh, if they want me to run, I'll run too. Who has the popularity to go up against Trump? I don't think Newsom has it. He's 11 points down in California. Do I think they can bring in Manchin? I don't think he's going to do it either. They're going to need someone in the end that can go up against Trump, because remember, they're planning to cheat in the elections. And if you don't have that person that at least has the popularity where they can make it look good, it's going to be very, very difficult. Because remember, Biden's poll numbers are dropping like a rock. The economy's failing. The borders are open. We can see that we have this major, major problem in Ukraine, now in Gaza. Iran is being brought into the fold because now Iran is attacking U.S. soldiers and bases in Syria. Biden continually funds both sides of this because, of course, they want a war. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots knew the playbook that they were going to do this. And I do believe all of this is then going to lead to Obama, where he's going to have so much pressure, even when Michelle says, or Michael says, I don't want to be president. I don't want to run for president. I think they're going to have no choice in the end but to enter the race, because otherwise they lose. Remember, the deep state players, they know, and you can see how they're panicking right now. They know if they lose this election, it's game over. So it's either they lose or they bring in someone to go up against Trump. And I do believe Trump knows that they will make this move in the end, because I do believe he knows the playbook. He knows exactly what they're going to do. Now, once again, anything can happen, but I do believe we're heading down that path. And it's very interesting that Iran has come into the fold. Money is being passed to Iran. More and more money is being passed to Iran. And remember, who was involved with Iran? Who was involved with the Iranian one? Obama. He sent pallets of cash over to Iran without Congress knowing. I do believe Trump wants him front and center, and he wants to show the deep state players in the end that he has the people, that he beat the deep state at their own game and he has the majority. I do believe he wants to win the election like never before, where people look and go, holy crap, this is a red wave of all red waves. And I do believe he's going to flip them the finger in the end, saying, look, I've got the people are with me, we're taking back the country. And I do believe this is what it is all about. And yes, the attacks will then come against Biden, against Obama, because the people have said, yes, we're behind you, we voted for you, and the country says, go get him. Now, once again, how is he going to get him? Can he just say, hey, Department of Justice, hey, FBI, can you go arrest these people? Can you indict these people because here's the evidence? No, I do believe during this whole entire process, when they bring in the other candidate, I do believe the information is going to be brought out to the open. Think about it. With Biden, they're bringing out all this information. They're gathering all this information. You know, the Department of Justice, the FBI, they're not going to do anything. They're all part of the criminal syndicate. But can all this information be used later on in military tribunals? Because this is actually treasonous, isn't it? Well, I think the same thing is going to happen with Obama. I think as we go through 2024, you're going to see a lot of information come out against Obama. And yes, they're going to gather this information, and this is going to be used against them later on. We'll be talking a little bit more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening with Hunter Biden and the cocaine, because we've come to find out, due to the Freedom of Information Act request, that it seems that the Secret Service actually has DNA on who actually touched the cocaine packet. So that's very interesting. So when we look at this entire case, at first, it was reported that the cocaine was found in the library, which is located on the ground floor of the White House. Authorities changed the location of the cocaine found in the Biden White House. The cocaine was allegedly stashed in a cubby in a storage facility in the West Wing and not the library, which means someone moved it and then staged the whole thing. The Freedom of Information Act request documents suggest the presence of 3 tubes of DNA, conflicting with the Secret Service's initial reports. It appears the DNA samples were not only found, but also preserved in an evidence vault. So where did they get the DNA from? Did they get the DNA from the baggie? Why didn't they tell the people that's where they got information? So right now, the Secret Service, they have this information. This is like an insurance policy, if you really think about it, because now they have something on someone, which I do believe we all know who it is. So once again, this whole thing is not clear cut like they're making it seem. It looks like there was a cover up and now there is evidence. So this is going to be very, very interesting as this moves along, because will there be a whistleblower that actually comes out and actually reveals whose DNA this belongs to? This should be very interesting as we move along. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that the Biden administration and Biden himself, they're interfering in the election. They are attacking Trump during an election year. They have 4 indictments against Trump. They're attacking him like there's no one's business. And it seems that they're trying to turn all of this around and make it seem like Trump did the same exact thing to Hunter Biden. Because lawyers for Hunter Biden, they want to subpoena documents from Trump, former Attorney General Bill Barr, and other former Department of Justice officials. Biden wants to see if there's evidence that Trump or DOJ officials exerted pressure to launch the criminal investigation into his taxes and foreign business dealings. So basically, Biden's trying to turn this around, and he's trying to prove, look, Trump did the same exact thing during an election year. That's what they're trying to do right now. Now, do you really think that Trump was behind anything? Do you really think he was the one that was pushing all of this? Absolutely not. I mean, optics have to look incredible. Trump can't be involved in any of this. And I do believe Biden believes that he can find this information and the people will see, look, I'm not doing anything to Trump. He's actually doing it to me. I do believe in the end, this is going to backfire. And once again, once they get these records, when they subpoena these records, what are they going to find? They're going to find, no, I didn't do anything. I didn't submit anything. It's not coming from me. Remember, if this is a military operation and the military is in control of the country, do you really think they would have Trump then submit all this information? Do you think the evidence would be coming from Trump, or would it be coming from another source? I do believe it's coming from another source to protect Trump. They're going to find absolutely nothing on Trump because the optics have to look good. The optics have to be incredible. And I do believe this is what is happening right now. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we are now starting to see more and more individuals caught up in child pornography, pedophilia. And I do believe that this is much, much larger than people even realize. And once again, you can see this is why the deep state players have been trying to normalize pedophilia. They hijacked the LGBTQ community and they tried to use it to springboard their normalization efforts, where they try to normalize pedophilia in schools by introducing books, by actually bringing in trans people into the classrooms. They tried to educate the children in all this because you just can't spring it on the public because the public wouldn't accept it. So what you need to do is you need to normalize all of this. So those people that have been hiding in the shadows for a very long time, those people can come out of the shadows. And I do believe it's a lot of people in politics, a lot of people in Hollywood, a lot of people in all different types of positions. So first you need to start by normalizing it and saying this is normal and teach the young that this is okay. And I do believe this is what they've been trying to do, but they've been caught up and they've been stopped by who? The parents. And now it's completely and utterly falling apart. And what's very interesting is that you can see that more and more individuals are being exposed, and it's getting worse and worse for them. So End Wokeness put this out, and it says how it started. And it's pointing to people are touched by this writer's conversation with a bunch of fourth graders. Kids are books filled with blank pages. And this is a 38-year-old writer, Slade Somer. This was back in May 14, 2018. Fast forward to today, it says former news website editor facing child pornography. Who is it? Slade Somer, 44. So this former web editor is now arrested for child pornography. So they played it up in 2018, and now you can see years later that this person is involved in pedophilia once again. And I think we're starting to see a lot of this right now, and people are starting to realize what's really going on. And they tried to normalize it, but I do believe it's completely and utterly backfiring on them. And now all these people are being exposed because they thought it was safe to come out. Well, it's not that safe because the people aren't buying what they're trying to sell here. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we can see that Nikki Haley, she's running for the presidential election, even though she told Trump that she wouldn't run for election. And if you go back in time, again, these people are liars. They always lie. They're not for the Constitution. They're not for this country. And you could see it straight away in what Nikki Haley said. She floated an idea to force all social media users to verify their identities online in order to rid the world of bots from Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. She said the truth is, if you look at social media, the misinformation and the dramatic sides of social media are instigating this. Why? Because it's being pushed by Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. It is why when I get into office, the first thing we have to do, social media accounts, social media companies, they have to show America their algorithms. Let us see why they're pushing what they're pushing. The second thing is every person on social media should be verified by their name. So, by the way, her name is not Nikki Haley, it's Nimrata. But once again, think about what she's saying right now. The First Amendment to the United States Constitution protects the right to free speech. And this right extends to online speech. This means, in general, you have the right to post on social media anonymously without fear of government censorship. You knew who wrote anonymous back in the days of our founding fathers when they were fighting a Revolutionary War? Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, James Madison, and they wrote the Federalist Papers. Remember, they had pen names because they were afraid that the British government was going to come after them. Why do you think they put this into the First Amendment? Because they went through it. And we're going through it just like they went through it. And remember, anonymous speech has been deemed by the U.S. Supreme Court to be protected under the First Amendment. So once again, you can see that these people, they fight against the Constitution every step of the way. And think about it. Think about Biden, Obama, and the rest. Their times in the presidency or their residency, they've spent their entire time fighting against the Constitution. What do I mean by this? Well, let's just take Biden, for example. They're fighting against free speech. They have the government agencies censoring people. They're fighting against the Constitution. They're fighting against the Second Amendment. Remember, these people allegedly were elected, which we know they weren't, but let's just say they were elected. They were elected to run the country, to uphold the Constitution. They spend all of their time, and if you go back in time, Obama and the rest, they spend all their time fighting against the Constitution. I think that tells you everything you need to know, because the people that are for this country, they shouldn't be fighting against the Constitution. They should be doing everything to support the Constitution. So if they're sitting there and they're spending all their energy to fight against the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and all the others, that tells you everything you need to know. It tells you they're not for this country. How much clearer can it get? And once again, we can see that these people, they have installed themselves, because if they were truly elected by the people, they would support the Constitution. They wouldn't fight against the Constitution. Now, the other day we mentioned that the FCC, they were looking at the digital discrimination in broadband access. And it looks like the FCC, they passed a vote related to preventing digital discrimination in accessing broadband internet. So again, the FCC is made up of a lot more Democrats than there are Republicans, and they voted for this. And remember, Brendan Carr, we mentioned this the other day, asserts that the rule would massively increase the commission's regulatory authority to almost all facets of the internet. So once again, this is very, very similar to net neutrality. And all they did was just change the wording a little bit, but they're doing the exact same thing. Now, once again, what are they going to use this for? They're going to try to use this to shut down communications. Is it going to work? I don't believe so, because they're going to control the ISP providers on the ground, the landlines. Think about Space Force. Think about Elon Musk. Actually, Elon Musk has a contract with Space Force right now. Think about how this can be switched over very, very easily. But once again, they're going to try to do what? They're going to try to control the narrative. They're going to try to control who's saying what. And once again, these people are fighting against the Constitution. And that should tell you everything you need to know. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we could see the war out in Ukraine, the war out in Gaza. Things are going to be ramping up. And yes, we could see that Biden, he's struggling right now because he needs the funds for Ukraine, trying to use Israel to get the funds. And yes, they're going to try to use this whole Gaza incident to bring in more refugees, which we'll be talking about in just a sec. But before we get to that, something very, very interesting happened with Ukraine, because we know a lot of money has gone out there. We know that the money is not being tracked. They didn't want to track the money. I do believe there is a group that is tracking the money, because if the military is in control, most likely they're tracking the money. But again, Congress decided not to pass the bill to track the money. And what's very interesting, on X, Community Notes actually is trying to convince people that the money is being tracked via Congress because they passed the NDAA. So readers added the context. U.S. aid to Ukraine is already audited. As Congress works to fund the U.S. military through fiscal year 2024, the NDAA, which passed in the House of Representatives on July 14, 2023, includes an amendment by Representative Chip Roy to create SIGUA to oversee U.S. aid to Ukraine. Josh Hawley responded to this and said, "Gotta love Community Notes, a nonstop fount of disinformation. The Roy Amendment has not been enacted and has in fact been rejected by the Senate multiple times. There is no special inspector general tracking Ukrainian funds." So when you see Community Notes on X, everyone should do their own research. So basically what this allows you to do is it allows you to see both sides, and you could do a little bit of research and to see if the community notes is actually telling you the truth, or they might lead you into finding the truth. But I don't believe anyone should believe anything that anyone says. And I do believe everyone should do research on their own. Now, the other thing that we've come to find out is Representative Rashida Tlaib, who's part of the squad. It has been revealed that the squad member is part of a secret Facebook group that has glamorized Hamas. So, wait a minute. We have someone in government who is actually in a secret Facebook group who is supporting Hamas, a terrorist group. This is absolutely unbelievable. Now, what's very interesting about all of this is that the American Israel Public Affairs Committee is gearing up to spend over $100 million as part of a campaign to knock the squad out of Congress in 2024. And if you notice, these individuals that have been brought in, they do not support the American people. They're completely fighting against the Constitution and the American people every step of the way. And it's absolutely unbelievable. But what we do know is that the American people, they're not stupid, they're awake. They see what's happening. They see the terrorist group. And Rasmussen reports, they put out a couple polls. And the first one says, should the Palestinian group Hamas be considered a terrorist organization? Yes, 70% of Democrats say yes. 78% of independents say yes. 85% of GOP say yes. All voters, 78%. So the country's on board right now. They're not with the squad. They're not with Obama. They're not with the deep state players that are saying, oh, no, we should have a ceasefire, because we know what the ceasefire is. It's going to allow the terrorist group to rearm, and they don't want Israel to discover the tunnels and their bases and their weapons. Here's another poll by Rasmussen Reports on X that says, should American organizations that support Hamas be investigated by federal authorities? 53% of Democrats say yes. 56% of independents say yes. 70% of GOP say yes. All voters, 60% say yes. And here's the last part with the ceasefire. Because if you notice, Trudeau, Macron, and Biden, and all the other people, Obama, they're all calling for a ceasefire, which you could tell they're all part of the deep state. They're all part of the World Economic Forum. They all support the terrorist organization, just like they supported ISIS. They pretended they didn't, but they really did. They supported Al Qaeda. They support all of this. And Rasmussen Reports put this out and said, Netanyahu, and this is what he says, calls for a ceasefire are calls for Israel to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terrorism, to surrender to barbarism. That will not happen. Do you agree or disagree? 61% of Democrats agree. 65% of independents agree. 79% of GOP agree. All voters, 68% agree. So the people, they agree that there shouldn't be a ceasefire. The people agree that we should go after the terrorist group. So everything that these people are saying, they're not in line with the people. They're going against what the people want, which tells you everything you need to know. Now think about it. Out in D.C. yesterday, we had approximately 300,000 people. They were in D.C. These were people who are supporting Israel, a lot of Jewish people out there. And you think this would be front page news everywhere. You think they would have this all over the place. Look at this. We have support for Israel. We have to get the terrorists because the terrorists came in and they raped and they maimed and they killed and they did everything else. We need to stop the terrorists. I mean, think about it. If the terrorists came over the border here, came into Arizona or Texas and raped people in their homes on the U.S. border, what do you think the people of the United States would do? They would go after these people. Wouldn't we go after the terrorists? Of course we would. But you would think in this country, you would have it all over the place. It would be on the front page. Jim Jordan put this out and said, think it would be on the front page if 290,000 plus people march in support of gun control. There's always a double standard. He's pointing to the Washington Post. And the Washington Post, it looks like they buried it in the Metro section. If this was anything else, if this was gun control, it would be front page news. If it was those people that want abortion, it'd be front page news. And this is not front page news. But you can see the deep state players, they're right on schedule. Let's talk about protecting ourselves online. A popular DNA ancestry site is under fire for allegedly not notifying their users in a timely manner of a data breach that stole millions of pieces of personal data. In fact, it wasn't until the hackers advertised the stolen data on forums that the public became aware of the breach, which has since sparked a class action lawsuit. The stolen data was reportedly leaked for political and racially motivated reasons, and it included name, sex, date of birth, geographic location, profile photos, and genetic ancestry results. This is why I protect myself with Virtual Shield 1. Virtual Shield 1 offers an all-in-one digital security suite with its most notable features of being a military-grade VPN, identity theft protection, antivirus, and even the ability to remove my personal information from sites after data breaches like this one. Plus, it comes with a $1 million insurance policy for identity theft protection to secure myself even further. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that Virtual Shield 1 is the most effective way to help prevent government, corporate, ISP, hacker spying while simultaneously protecting your personal data. But there's more. If you sign up for Virtual Shield 1 now, you'll receive a 60-day risk-free trial, unlimited data usage across all devices, access to Virtual Shield 1's 24/7 customer support, and more. Simply go to virtualshield.com/X22 to take advantage of this limited time deal before their free trial offer ends. Remember, they're going to bring in refugees because they need the illegals in this country. They need it because they're trying to bring the country into a third world status. They're trying to get rid of the identity of this country, and they need them to vote in the election. Remember, their cheating system is not going to work the way it worked before. And yes, they're going to try to change tactics, but I don't think it's going to work. And on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, Europe and the U.S. accepted millions who fled earlier wars. They should welcome the Gaza refugees. So they're already starting to build this narrative. Because remember, when everything fell apart in Afghanistan and we had 13 U.S. soldiers die and Biden left all the Americans there, who did they take out of there? Oh, all the refugees. Because that's who they want in this country. Because they don't care about the Americans. Remember, they're fighting against the Constitution every step of the way. I mean, they've been doing this for a very long time. As an elected leader, you should be using the Constitution as your framework to govern. I mean, really think about this for a second. But they're using it and they're fighting against it. They're trying to get rid of it. They're trying to get rid of your rights. They're violating your rights every step of the way because they're not truly elected. They're installed. That's why. But look at what Biden is doing right now with everything that's going on in Gaza, with it being reported that Iran was involved in shipping weapons behind the scenes, even though they pretend they didn't. Biden decided to give them another $10 billion. So the Biden administration extended a sanctions waiver that will allow Iran to collect another $10 billion in funds in order for the mullahs to fund their military operations in the region. And remember how they play the game. Oh, no. Their money is sitting in Qatar banks. Don't worry about it. They haven't touched it. We just checked on it. It's still there. What they do is they take a loan against that money's in the bank, and then they use that money. This is how they play the game. But why would Biden all of a sudden decide to do this? Is this because Obama wants this done? Remember, Obama gave pallets of cash to Iran. He was involved in selling uranium one to where? Russia. And then that was what? Sold to Iran, sold to North Korea. And what's very interesting about all this is that all this revolves around Obama. Yes, there's Hillary Clinton. Yes, there's Biden and the rest. But I do believe Trump, the Patriots, want Obama front and center. Let's go back to post 888. This is March 8th, 2018. And in this post, it says, "Thank you, Kim. Deal made, clowns cut, strings cut. We took control. Iran next." Post 947, March 15, 2018. It says, "Iran next," with two brackets. RT days after. RT Kenya. No coincidences. Track important Muslim Brotherhood. Boom. Post 4886, October 17, 2020. Ukraine, China, Iraq, and Iran opens the door far beyond the Biden family, which means this is really going to bring Obama into the fold. And I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they want Obama front and center when all this goes down. He wants Obama to feel the pain. He wants The same thing that's happened to Biden to happen to Obama. Once they put their person into place, evidence is going to come out, not from Trump, from other areas, and people are going to start to learn that he is treasonous. He's a renegade, and he's been working against the United States from the very, very beginning, and he infiltrated the government with the help of Soros. They infiltrated the entire country, and they were trying to overthrow the United States government, which they did on November 3rd, but Trump took control with the military, and they want to bring us to war to actually destroy the country in the end. And it's not just this country, but it's the other countries around the world. Because remember, when you have death, destruction, what happens? Well, there's no one there to fight against these people, and they can take over everything very, very easily. That's what they've been trying to do from the very, very beginning. And this is why they put together the 16-year plan to destroy America. Because remember, if America falls, the world falls. And that's what they've always known. And that's why they infiltrated America from the very beginning, because they knew they couldn't bring the soldiers on the shores of America. You can't attack a nuclear-powered country that has nuclear weapons. You need to get them from within. Plus, they also knew if they brought soldiers onto the shores of America, there are so many people with weapons, the people would rise up and there'd be a people's army attacking these individuals. They wouldn't be able to get very far at all. And they knew this. And this is why they spent all this time trying to get the weapons away from the people, because it's a lot easier to control people when you can't defend themselves. It's a lot easier to take over a country when you can't defend themselves. But you could see the people never gave up their weapons. They tried and they tried and they tried. It all failed. And this is why they used COVID, actually, because they needed to get Trump out of this position. They needed to win the election at all costs. They couldn't use their normal cheating methods. So they needed to usher in something that allowed them to cheat on a scale never before seen. And this is why Trump and the Patriots wanted them to do this. I do believe they allowed this to happen. They needed them to cheat in the elections, and they needed to capture everything that they were going to do. And people are saying, well, why would he do this? Why would he allow this to happen? Because think about the alternative. Think about what they really wanted to do in the end. They wanted to keep everyone locked down. They wanted a war, actually, in the beginning, but Trump countered that. They never expected Hillary Clinton to lose. So they went ahead and they used the pandemic. Trump and the Patriots thought, okay, you're going to use the pandemic? Well, we can use this to our advantage, and we can actually expose everything that you're trying to do. We can expose the pharmaceutical industry. We can expose the CDC. We can expose the FDA. We can expose all of this. And that's what people now are learning, because without seeing it, without experiencing it, you would never, ever be able to fight against it. You wouldn't believe it if it was just said to you. And the whole thing, their entire plan for COVID was countered. They thought people were going to be trapped in their houses. They thought they had them. People would commit suicide. The supply chains would dry up, and the people would do anything that they wanted just to get out of the misery. But the whole thing completely and utterly fell apart. And the people, they woke up. They started to think. This is why the people aren't taking the boosters, because they're thinking logically now. The fear is gone, but they're still trying to push COVID on the people. They're still trying to push the flu shot with the COVID shot. They're still trying to do this. And this is coming out of NBC. Should you get your COVID and flu shots at the same time? New research suggests yes. The first line of this, a small study indicates that getting COVID and flu shots together could produce a stronger antibody response against the coronavirus than receiving them separately. So wait a minute, a small study. What is this small study? Well, this small study is in bioRxiv. It's not a peer-reviewed document. It's a study that someone put up there. It's not certified to be peer-reviewed, and it hasn't been peer-reviewed. So the study is absolutely meaningless, just like all the other studies that they quote. Only believe the peer-reviewed documentation. All this other crap is just that crap until it's peer-reviewed. So when they say, oh, you can get the flu and the COVID shot, really? Show me the peer-reviewed document, because this document is absolutely meaningless, just like all the others they showed. Oh, wait, you can't take hydroxychloroquine. That scars your heart. That's what the Lancet said. Well, it turns out that was fake and they took it down. Oh, wait, you can't take ivermectin. That doesn't protect you against COVID. That's for horses. Well, once again, that was fake. And now it's being proven through peer-reviewed documentation that, oh, wait, ivermectin would have helped. It's all BS. And actually, when you read this, it says this article is a preprint and has not been certified by peer review. What does this mean? It says manuscripts submitted by bioRxiv are not certified by scientific peer review, edited or typeset before being posted online. So this means they may contain errors, omissions, it might not be true. So how are they quoting this small little, tiny little study? Don't believe them. Once again, you can see the truth. And actually, Ron Johnson was out there. And once again, he's showing everyone the truth about the bioweapon. Yes, it's a bioweapon. And he says, here's the drug adverse event comparison from 1996 to 2023. So this is the adverse events of ivermectin. Since 1996 to 2023, 4,265 cases. Hydroxychloroquine, 28,823. Flu vaccine, 220,000. Tylenol, 136,000. Then we get to COVID, 1.6 million. Now, remember, they told you hydroxychloroquine is very dangerous. Ivermectin is very, very dangerous. But the bioweapon is safe and effective with 1.6 million cases. Adverse reactions. You know how many deaths they've recorded so far? 36,000. Compared to hydroxychloroquine, like 420, and ivermectin is something like 1,100. Which is more dangerous? Is everyone seeing this? And remember, these drugs have been around for a very long time. How long has the bioweapon been around? What, 2 years, 2.5 years? I think that tells you everything you need to know. And I think the people are starting to learn that, holy crap, they lied to us. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Thomas Massie, he introduced an amendment to end gain of function. And it looks like this amendment to end gain of function research has passed. And it's completely insane to use taxpayer dollars to create a blueprint for the next pandemic. And this is what the deep state players have been doing. This is what Fauci's been doing. This is what they've been doing. And remember, Putin went in, destroyed all the bioweapons labs in Ukraine. And this has really shut down their entire operation. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, we mentioned this a couple days ago, where we had this one white child in school. He was beaten up by something like 15 black people. Now, if it was the other way around, this would fit into the fake news narrative. It would fit into the deep state players narrative. And they would be reporting on this every single day. 15 white kids beat up a black kid and killed him. But this was the opposite, and the fake news didn't even want to touch it. But it looks like there have been 8 arrests right now in Vegas, and they're trying to identify 2 more, and 8 right now are in custody. And they range between the ages of 13 to 17 years old. And this was just an horrific event that happened. And why did this happen? Because think about the brainwashing. I actually go back to Nazi Germany. Remember when the brown shirts and all these individuals were going around, they were brainwashed? They were beating up people because they were brainwashed into doing so. The same things happened to this country. They have brainwashed these people into thinking that white people are their enemy. Actually, when Biden and the rest said, oh, Trump's going to divide the country, actually, they're the ones who are dividing the country. Because under Biden's rule, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. So in reality, who's dividing the country? Well, it's always been the deep state players. They always like for people to have sides, just like we're seeing now with Israel and Gaza. People are taking sides. We have the people of America and Antifa, the illegals, and BLM. But they want you to think that it's the other side of America. Actually, it isn't. It's the minority, but they're trying to make it look like, oh, that's America too, which it is not. They're part of the foot soldiers of the deep state. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Mayor Adams, he wants parents to volunteer to protect New York City schools after the safety agents are cut. They don't have enough money to pay for the safety agents. Now, parents, they're outraged. First of all, they're not trained. They don't know how to do this. And secondly, why doesn't the city have money? Why did they cut this? Well, the money is going to where? Oh, that's right, to house the illegals who cross the border illegally. So now people are getting pissed off. And as they keep cutting services in New York, the people are going to get angrier and angrier as time goes on. And yes, the people, they're outraged with this. And we could see this is not going to end well with all these different cities and all these different mayors who are allowing the illegals in their cities. Remember, they're not getting the federal funds that they need. Normally, during like Obama's reign, the federal funds would have been distributed to all these different areas and no one would know anything that was going on. That's exactly what happened during his time as president. Now we have a completely different story. Biden can't get the funds. These cities, these states are struggling and they can't bring themselves to say, close the border, which I find absolutely amazing. But again, Adams has called out Biden and now the criminal syndicate is coming after him because you don't turn on the criminal syndicate. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that FBI Director Wray is coming under fire right now because GOP Representative Higgins, he nailed Chris Wray during a House hearing. And he was talking to Wray about what happened on January 6th. And he actually exposed the ghost buses where they brought in all these confidential human sources. They were dressed as Trump supporters and they bust them in. And Wray pretended like he knew nothing about it. Take a listen to this exchange.
Last year, you might recall, sir, our exchange regarding the FBI's involvement on January 6th and prior. I'm happy to jog your memory to quote, according to the record, I asked you, did you have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol on January 6th prior to the doors being opened? You responded, I quote, again, I have to be very careful of what I say. To which I said, it should be a no. Can you not tell the American people no? We did not have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol on January 6th. A year has passed. We sit here again a year later, we the people still do not have a definitive answer from you or anyone else in the Biden administration regarding the FBI presence and participation in the months leading up to the November election and in the weeks and days prior to January 6th and on January 6th here in D.C. We can't get a straight answer, although we have a tremendous amount of evidence harvested and reviewed over the course of the last year, which you will see. In September, Stephen D'Artano, formerly in charge of the FBI's field office in Washington, D.C., testified to the House Judiciary Committee that he was aware the FBI informants would attend the Stop the Steal rally thrown on January 6th. You confirmed that the FBI had confidential human sources at the Stop the Steal rally on January 6th here in D.C., sir?
Congressman, as we've discussed before, I'm not going to get into where we have or have not used confidential human sources. But what I can
we'll
tell
move
you,
on.
you asked for a definitive
We'll move
answer.
on. It's my time. You said no, you're not going to answer. That's cool. We're watching.
Mr. Chairman, may I answer the question?
The moment will come. This is my time. Earlier this year, an FBI informant who is reported to have, quote, under oath, marched to the U.S. Capitol with fellow Proud Boys members on January 6th, close quote. He said he was communicating with his FBI handler while people were entering the U.S. Capitol. Can you confirm that the FBI had that sort of engagement with your own agents embedded within the crowd on January 6th.
If you are asking whether the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and or agents, the answer is emphatically
You're saying
not.
no?
No.
You're saying no?
Not
Okay.
violence orchestrated
Let's
by
move
FBI
on.
sources or agents.
Are you familiar with you know what a ghost vehicle is? Director of the FBI certainly should. You know what a ghost bus is?
A ghost bus?
Ghost bus.
I'm not sure I've used that term before.
Okay. Well, it's pretty common in law enforcement. It's a vehicle that's used for secret purposes. It's painted over. These two buses in the middle here, they were the first to arrive at Union Station on January 6th, 0500. I have all this evidence. I'm showing you a tip of this iceberg.
Mr. Chairman.
These two buses
Mr.
are
Chairman.
painted completely white. These buses are nefarious in nature and were filled with FBI informants dressed as Trump supporters and deployed onto our Capitol on January 6th. Your day is coming, Mr. Ray.
And as you can see, as time goes on and as they continually investigate, this is getting worse and worse for the FBI. It's getting worse and worse for the deep state. And you can see why the Unselect Committee deleted all their information, which is really not deleted, but they thought they think they deleted it, but nothing's ever truly deleted. So they think, oh crap, they're going to start finding out what really happened on January 6th, because that was the cover up for their actual insurrection on November 3rd. And as the videotapes are being produced, which I do believe they're going to be produced, the people of this country are going to see the real evidence. They're going to see what really happened and what they've been hiding from the public. And already, Higgins already called out Ray, the FBI, saying, listen, we know about your ghost buses. We know that you had people dressed up as MAGA supporters. Your entire mission, your entire agenda that you put forth is completely and utterly falling apart right now. And yes, do I think Ray's feeling the heat? I do believe he is. Are the others feeling the heat? I do believe they are. They're feeling the pain every step of the way. Why? Because they're truly not in control. As soon as they overthrew the United States government, they have lost control. And you can see every step of the way, they're feeling pain every single day as this all leads up to Obama. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we can see that Trump is now formally asking for a mistrial. Liz Harrington put this out and said, motion for mistrial in Letitia James' fraudulent civil case against President Trump. There can be no doubt of the public perception of bias in this case. Only the grant of a mistrial can salvage what is left of the rule of law. Now he's giving them a chance. Do the right thing. So the attorneys, they submitted a 30-page motion. They allege that Judge Arthur Engoron engaged in extrajudicial activities, publicly commenting, co-judging. And do you think they're just going to say, okay, yeah, it's a mistrial? No, of course not. But Trump wants the American people to see this. And as it's turned down, you know what the ruling is going to be in the end. They're going to find Trump guilty. Now, he's going to bring this up to the appellate court. The appellate court is going to reverse every single thing. And actually, they're probably going to put out a statement saying this case should have never been brought. The judge should have rejected all this. The attorney general wasted the taxpayers' money. And this is going to be very interesting. So does this allow Trump to go after them because they knowingly tried this case, knowing that there was no victim, there was nothing, and this law should have never been used? Maybe. We'll have to see how this plays out. But Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: these fake political cases brought against me could have been filed years ago, but these crooked and biased prosecutors working closely with my political opponents in Washington, D.C., crooked Joe Biden, waited and waited and waited and filed them right in the middle of my campaign for president. Why do you think that Fannie and Alvin and Letitia, of course, the deranged one, Jack Smith, took so long after very publicly leaks starting their work? Election interference, prosecutorial misconduct. And the people, they know it's election interference. The people aren't going against Trump. They're going with him. He put this out on Truth. Wow, my poll numbers continue to go up, leading my opponents, including Crooked Joe, by a lot. Make America great again. And that's exactly what's happening. The people are watching this play out. The people aren't stupid. They know there's no case. And they see like, wow, they're just coming after him and they won't stop. And when they look at Letitia James, when they look at the judge and Goron, they realize these people are clowns. And more people are waking up to this, and they're seeing the election interference. And you could see that the deep state players, the Washington Post, the New York Times, and all these other individuals like Jen Psaki and the rest, they're trying to change what Trump has said during an interview. And they're trying to make it seem like he's going to be like Hitler, where he goes after his opponents. Actually, what's really happening is that Biden is going after his political opponent, but they're trying to turn this around. Remember, Trump was on Univision, and the Univision interviewer said, you say Democrats, weaponized the Justice Department. They've weaponized the FBI. Would you do the same if you're reelected? Trump said, well, he's talking about Biden, unleashed something that we've all known about this for 100 years. We've watched other countries do it, and in some cases effective, and in other cases, the country's overthrown or it's been totally ineffective. Overthrown. That's an interesting word. What they've done is they've released the genie out of the box. You understand that? They've done something that nobody thought would happen. They've done something that allows the next party. I mean, if I happen to be president and I see somebody who's doing well and beating me very badly, I say, go down and indict them. Mostly that would be, they would be out of business. They'd be out. They'd be out of the election. So the full answer is even more interesting. But what the fake news admitted is that Trump wasn't making an unprovoked threat about what he plans to do if he's reelected. He was accurately describing the logical consequences of criminalizing political opposition. When the party in power falls out of it, they're vulnerable just the same. That's called payback. And no doubt Trump and his supporters want it. But let's not leave out the details of how we got here. That's the most interesting part of the story. They're the ones who decided to go down this path. They're the ones who set the precedent. And Trump, yes, he does have the ability to use this against them. But I do believe he's going to be doing it in a different way. He's actually going to have evidence. He's going to actually have their crimes because, look, right now, the House, they're gathering the information. I do believe they're going to be starting to gather information on Obama once they put their player in place. And remember, this has nothing to do about a 4-year election. And I think people are starting to see that. This has to do with taking back our country. And the only way to take back the country is for the people to see this play out. Yes, you're going to go through pain. Yes, you're going to see things that look scary. But the only way to wake the American people up is to go through it. And that reminds me of Post 2494. This is November 20th, 2018. And it says, this election was not about fixing the economy, trade, borders, military, protecting our children, etc. Also, another corrupt politician or insider can simply undo it. Band-Aid. Now, think about this. Trump was in the White House for 4 years. Did he make the economy look better? Yes. Did he make the borders look better? Yes. Did he make trade look better? Did he end the endless wars? Yes. What did he make the military better? Yes. What did Biden do in 3.5 short years? He undid everything. So that was a Band-Aid fix in all of this. That's not what this is about. Let me read the next line. This was not simply another 4-year election, but a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control of our government. So this all comes down to the 2024 election. The people must understand and see it, and they must take back the country. Trump needed to show the people all of it. And as the people see it, the deep state is going through pain. They're panicking because, again, the weapon that will destroy the deep state is not the military. It's we, the people. And once the people are awake, the deep state knows they can't put them back to sleep. You see, they had the people asleep all these years. They had the upper hand. They controlled the narrative. Now they're panicking in D.C. And it's going to get a lot worse for them. And the people, they're going to see a lot more. And in the end, the people are going to take back the country because Trump needed to make it possible for people to see this. And the only way to make it possible is to actually have control of the situation. And that's why the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right. That was the X22 with Dave. Just going to let his thing finish running here. I got 2 more yet to go. We still have Space Shot with Lisa B and Machiavelli. But first, we are going to jump into the SGT report. Ronnie, I did send you the link. I don't know if you got it or not, but here we go with SGT.
Well, the people who stop believing God become almost bestial, and they are actually easier to control, or they're easier to incite to violence. They're easier to manipulate because they have no higher standard. They have no perception of the worth or purpose of their life, or that their life has consequences. Well, once you eliminate moral education of children and begin to allow the adult to behave in bizarre ways, you have created the conditions that were the end of the Roman Empire. But, you know, the idea here is that when we get ruled by a bureaucratic state, and I talk about this in the book, you get ruled by unelected people who are free to impose their ideology on you as if it were law. And this, again, is another form of insanity.
Hey friends, welcome back. Sean from SGT Report here. Thank you so very much for tuning in. That was Dr. Jerome Corsi, and he's back with a very, very important book about Neomarxism and anarchy, exposing woke insanity in an age of disinformation. Friends, this is the truth about what we're facing. Thanks so much for tuning in. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. You guys remember that interview I did with Diane Kaiser a while back, and we were talking about what's in the water? Well, in that conversation, Diane mentioned leaky gut. Well, speaking of digestive issues, this is caused by a potential toxin that's in all of the, quote, healthy foods that scientists have been telling us to eat with that fraudulent food pyramid for the longest time. And this potential toxin causes digestive issues, according to Dr. Stephen Gundry, a world-renowned cardiologist. Warning signs include weight gain, fatigue, digestive discomfort, and stiff joints, even skin problems. Well, Dr. Gundry explains these side effects are often mistaken for normal signs of aging because digestive issues develop usually over a matter of years, sometimes even over decades. I can assure you that this damage is probably caused by these health foods, and it's far from normal. The good news is you can easily help fix this problem from your own home. It's simple. You just have to know which foods are actually healthy and which contain this hidden potential toxin. You can go find this yourself at gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. That's gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. Click on the link in the description below the video, because after years of research, Dr. Gundry has decided to release an informative video to the public for free and uninterrupted, showcasing exactly which foods you need to avoid. Go find the video right now at gutcleanseprotocol.com/SGT. The link is below. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report with another extremely important episode, this time about neo-Marxism. We're going to deconstruct the move to destroy our nation from within via cultural Marxism and anarchy. There's a new book out by our friend Dr. Jerome Corsi, and it's titled The Truth About Neo-Marxism, Cultural Maoism, and Anarchy, Exposing Woke Insanity in an Age of Disinformation. Friends, isn't it funny that the mainstream horror media And the powers that ought not be, big tech, they censor us, calling the things we cover misinformation and disinformation. Welcome to Orwell's 1984. Let's welcome our guest, Dr. Jerome Corsi. Welcome back.
It's great to be with you again, Sean. Thank you very much.
Well, God bless you for writing this book. I hope it becomes a New York Times bestseller. You've authored 32 books on economics, history, and politics, 6 of which were New York Times bestsellers. But now that the New York Times games the system, it's not really a list of bestsellers anymore, is it, Jerome?
No, it's not, and it hasn't been for some time. The censorship is intense and intensifying, and it's pretty frightening, as you point out. I mean, the First Amendment is clearly under attack, and it is a result of this really change in how the world is viewed that has come about through this Neomarxism that is now the mainstream media, the Democratic Party. It pervades the Justice Department. I mean, it's shocking how we are in the midst of a Maoist cultural revolution, and the traditional values are being shamed and abandoned. The result's going to be anarchy. The result we're seeing is anarchy, the deterioration of our cities, the divorces, the cries for abortion. I mean, these things are fairly dystopian, and I never imagined I'd live through this kind of a period of time in America, but here we are.
Here we are indeed. I do want to play a clip for you in the audience of new January 6th footage that has been gone through, and I think the results are quite shocking, but not for those of us who knew what actually happened that day, right? With agents of change mixed right in with actual Trump supporters to cause the problems, to cause the tumult, to get people to go into the Capitol. Ray Epps being just the tip of the iceberg. Can I play that clip for you and then get your reaction?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, guys, this comes from our buddy LT's And We Know channel, and there's Ray Epps.
Absolutely amazing. We left off with Ray Epps as he was making sure he's doing his part, directing traffic for this movie that was produced.
Back on the east side, things are cooking up here. Still behind Obstacle 1. Not for long. Meanwhile, at the Northwest Scaffolding, welcome to Obstacle 3. That's right, in about 30 seconds, our crisis actors are going to breach it and climb to the top, where they'll meet Obstacle 5. But first, midway, they must defeat Obstacle 4. Let's do Yeah, look live, everyone. And background. There they go. And they just flutter up. Hey, there's Happy. Look at this guy in the corner, like he's eating a box of bath salts. Yeah, it's a Bible and bath salt kind of party. Now watch this guy. Yep, holding the Bible up for the cameras. There's a white Proud Boys leader, Nick Oates, who we'll come back to later. And now Jacob Chansley has come down from his treehouse and incoming. Yep, posing with the rosary. Meanwhile, a cop gives instructions to U.S. Marine Corps war veteran / digital and forensic reporter Chris Jones. What the hell is that about? Inside, our actors are preparing to overcome Obstacle 4. Now, this footage comes from the New Yorker's veteran war correspondent, Luke Mogelson. Yeah, it's just slap and tickle all over again. What is happening? His data gets it all. Hey, it's Lieutenant, Trapper, and Carl doing nothing. At the same time, notice this cop pops through the tarp to ask Ranger for the knife that's lying here, so he can cut it, which will allow for more people to enter and further expose the scaffolding to our photographers. Now,
you guys get it.
Yeah, I think the audience gets it. Jerome, the point is there were rabble-rousers and agents of the government, I believe paid agent provocateurs in that crowd, and it was all by design. It was a false flag operation through and through to a very large degree. Your thoughts?
Well, they used to call this in law enforcement entrapment. In other words, you are embedded within the supposedly bad guys and you induce them to commit crimes. And then you charge them with the crimes that they committed as a result of your inducement. That's entrapment. It's unconstitutional. Now, what's happened is that this is a large part of the book. After Marcuse, one of the Frankfurt School, in 1960s was really dominating the counterculture, introduced this concept of repressive tolerance, which was really intolerance. In other words, he said we can't tolerate the expression of conventional views, basically. In other words, those who support the church are actually insurrectionists, and the white terrorists, the white supremacists are actually criminals because they don't see this higher set of values that neo-Marxism posits for the culture. Now, it's important to note that, as I discuss at length in the book, this postmodernism denies that there's objective reality. So you get people like this Baudrillard, who was a French intellectual who was behind, his ideas were behind the Matrix movies. And he said everything is a simulation, everything is a simulacra. He wrote a book called Simulacra and Simulation, in which he said there are only narratives. And since there are only narratives, and he, by the way, did not like the Matrix movies because the rebels thought they could perceive objective reality. And Baudrillard said there's no objective reality. It's just a narrative, what you perceive. So the postmodernist idea of cultural revolution is that we imagine these values that we want in the future and we make them come true. So like John Lennon, let's imagine there were no God. So we wouldn't have any religious wars. Let's imagine there were no boundaries. Let's imagine there were no nations. And you'll think we're dreamers, but there are millions of us and you can join us if you want. Well, I think I'd rather imagine there was no John Lennon, because these ideas are destructive and they were created to be destructive. And that you see the rosaries and the Bible being held up in those demonstrations by the provocateurs. They're trying to say that the Bible is evil. Christianity, there is no God. And so therefore you're believing in sky fairies. And we want to release you from this, repression of your sexual impulses and everything else so that you can be liberated. That's the authentic personality that they are envisioning. So the attack on sex and race go back to the 20s when the original Marxists were deciding how to destroy cultures like America. And they figured they had to start with the family. They had to start indoctrinating the youth. And they had to get rid of God. They had to get rid of the family. They had to get rid of traditional values. They had to induce sex, drugs, and rock and roll and say, this is the highest form of the human being. Work is demeaning. We'll let the machines do the work. You should be able to enjoy all your higher pleasures. That's what it comes down to. And that's the current Department of Justice there, taking their version of criminality, which is politics and anti-religion, specifically anti-Christianity, probably also anti-Judaism, and saying that you're criminal if you dare express ideas like are in the Bill of Rights or the Constitution, because you're trying to block this neo-Marxist utopia from coming into being. And so therefore you're an insurrectionist because you will not go along with the future progress. It is really that crazy. And it ultimately ends up in empowering schizophrenia. In other words, there's no male, female, that there's any gender I want, because sex is not gender. Sex is genitalia. Gender is your performance acts. And the highest of these performance acts, body and female attire, acting out some form of bizarre combined sexuality. And that's the kind of confusion that destroys societies. And this was architected to destroy the United States of America. And it's making good progress doing so.
Yeah, it is. Now, people are waking up, but dumb people, I hate to call them that, but the woke people, they're just fools. They're easily corralled by the sheepdogs. And I want to play a clip here in a minute from the sheepdogs. The new talking point is out from the Democrats, and it's this: Donald J. Trump is Hitler. So I'll play that clip from Mark Dice in just 1 second. But you note that the woke ideology that's marched through our institutions is a secular religion that seeks to destroy the God-bestowed freedoms our founding fathers sought to preserve. So those of us who are awake to this agenda are fighting tooth and nail peacefully to try to save our republic. These people are redefining truth to be subjective. When truth is not subjective, it's black and white. That's why God gave us the 10 commandments. And these people hate God. Do you see any chance at this point to save the republic? I mean, what happens if they steal another election in 2024?
I always say that in the end, God always wins. God created this place. God can unplug it anytime he wants. I think that increasingly the antidote to this is two antidotes. One is the truth. It's why I'm this Great Awakening series. This is the second book. The first one was the truth about energy, global warming, and climate change. They're all the truth about. The truth is the antidote. These people cannot argue with you. because they are fundamentally insane and they have not been trained science. They don't have the true ability to reason in terms of the educational skills that we reading, writing, and arithmetic that we traditionally educated for. Instead, they've gotten gender identity head ideas and racist ideas in their heads, which are, seductive. Because first of all, no right-thinking person wants to discriminate against someone because of the color of their skin, which is not particularly anything you have any control over, or eye color, or hair color, or any other color attribute. But the point is that if you can demonize race, you can say we were a slave nation and the Constitution was written to preserve slave owners' values. You would get a very sympathetic audience, to people who are not thinking critically, to realize that, the Civil War may not have been fought initially over slavery, but by the time the Emancipation Proclamation was signed and Lincoln articulated the Gettysburg Address, slavery had become an issue of the war. And the point is, we ended slavery, and we could have embraced Martin Luther King, who wanted to make us race blind, that we were not influenced by race. That was the right direction. This is to rub raw the conflicts, which are not so much economic, but they are cultural. The cultural war is at the heart of this Antonio Gramsci, Italian communist between wars, who his prison notebooks redefined Marx to say we need to fight a cultural war and destroy the culture of capitalism. Then we can bring down capitalism. Then we can depopulate the world. They are actually depopulationists. And I think this has a satanic element to it. I think these people are truly glorifying schizophrenia. So whatever they happen to say they are, whatever they happen to believe, you can't ignore, you can't deny, or you're committing a microaggression. I mean, this logic is inherently destructive because it's dysfunctional. So the first antidote is the truth and showing people the fruit of the tree. This is what it produces. Transvestite story hour. Now, if we're going to go there and going to engage in these kind of bizarre behaviors as normal, in fact, protected, then the perversion of language begins to see Catholics who want a Latin Mass as the enemy of the state, according to the book. But the second remedy is also 2 Chronicles 7:14, which is the remedy the Bible gives us, which is to get on our knees and to ask God to forgive us for the millions of babies that were cut to pieces in the womb, for taking God out of the schools, out of our hearts, for the number of divorces going on. If we our land and a judgment of God is coming, I think we're at the first. It certainly feels like end days, and we are at the beginning of the judgment of God. I don't believe God created the human race to fail. And I think an increasing number of people are awakening. We're not marching easily into slavery. And we're not going to let you take away the Second Amendment so that we are helpless when you come to imprison us.
I want to apologize to the audience. We've had a couple of dropouts there, Doc, where we lose about 5 seconds of what you're saying. But I think we've captured the spirit of everything that you meant to be saying there, with the exception of 2 5 or 6 second dropouts. I want to play a clip for you right now from Mark Dice's latest video so that you can hear what these Marxist change agents and CIA Mockingbird assets are saying about Donald J. Trump. And look, I don't think Donald J. Trump is going to be the savior of our republic. But as I said, if they steal another election and they give it to somebody like Michelle Obama or Gavin Newsom, or God forbid, a second term of Joseph Robinette Biden, it's game over for the republic. So let's listen to these change agents and CIA Mockingbird assets. And then I want your thoughts on this, because Trump, I guess, is Hitler.
Let's deal with Hitler, okay?
Okay.
Tell me how Trump sees Hitler.
Well,
and you could see it in countries where, Hitler was duly elected.
That's right.
Right? And so all of a sudden, somebody with those tendencies, those dictatorial, authoritarian tendencies, would be like, oh, okay, we're going to shut this down. We're going to throw these people in jail. And
that's exactly what the Democrats are doing.
That is exactly what the Democrats are doing. Dr. Corsi, there's Jan Sixers, there's grandmas who did nothing at all, even remotely considered violent. They peacefully walked through the Capitol after the doors were opened to them, in many cases, by these cops that were in on it, and they're sitting in prison. How about Owen Schroyer from InfoWars? He never went into the Capitol at all, and he's sitting in solitary confinement for 2 months in a federal prison. I mean, how does any of this make sense? It doesn't make any sense, because we live in an upside down world, and these people are redefining truth as subjective, and their truth, I guess, is the only truth that we're allowed to digest, and it's all lies. All they do is lie.
They want us to kneel to their falsehoods, and there's no more dictatorial person on the planet than Hillary Clinton, or these righteous, judgmental Democrats who will refuse to even let you express your disagreement with their values, or challenge, that carbon dioxide is not the turning knob of the Earth's temperature. It's a silly idea. The sun happens to be a much more powerful force. Water vapors are 70% of all greenhouse gases. They're not demonized because hydrocarbon fuels don't emit water vapor. This is against capitalism. It's designed to destroy God as its starting point. And the whole idea here that you must kneel to this. Remember, under the Mueller investigation, the Russian collusion, and by the way, Hitler has just become the echo chamber to replace Russian collusion.
Right.
And it's all propaganda. It's all a mind game. The repetition of the lie is what makes it, they think, have power. The Mueller investigation wanted to imprison me because they thought I had a tie to Julian Assange, which I did not have. They said I was lying. They gave me a plea deal, said I would go before a jury in Washington, D.C. that would imprison me the rest of my life. Well, I told them that if I had to go to prison the rest of my life, go ahead and do it. But I was not standing in front of a judge and in front of God and swearing to a lie just to keep myself out of prison. They never indicted me. They were the liars. My case closed down the Russian collusion investigation. I was the last witness they wanted. They thought I could tie Roger Stone and Donald Trump to Assange, and I did not have a tie. I had no association with Assange. I figured out that Assange had Podesta's emails, and I told Roger Stone, made it sound like I had a tie, but I did not. I was certain I was right. I was, and I wanted it believed, but I did not have the tie. So there was no Russian collusion. I just figured out that the Russians didn't steal those emails out of the DNC,
right?
And that I didn't have a tie to Assange. Assange knew that Podesta's emails were the mother lode of that steal, and I figured out that's what he would have saved for last, and he did. So the point is, the antidotes to these people, and that's the whole point I'm writing this Great Awakening series. This is the second volume. This truth about Neomarxism, cultural Maoism, and anarchy. The second book is that you must say no to these people. You must engage in the debate with these people. They may scream at you, but what they're going to produce is the destruction not only of our cities. They're going to encourage dark forces to be unleashed. No police. All their ideas are insane. Defund the police. It's just in Philadelphia, it's becoming a dangerous city. Same with all of our Democratic controlled cities. They are filled with homelessness, with filth, with drugs. This is the product of these ideas. It's intentional. They intend to destroy. It's a hard idea to get your head around, but these people were indoctrinated by very brilliant Marxist cultural Maoists who know how to manipulate people. They're brainwashed, and they will be destructive, and they are being destructive. We have to say no.
Can we just circle back to something you said there? I just want your opinion back on the record here. We haven't talked about this in a long time, and I haven't talked to you in quite a while. Russian collusion. You mentioned those emails that were leaked to WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. They were very damning emails for John Podesta and Hillary Clinton. I recall one of the emails from Hillary Clinton in which she joked about having just returned from the backyard where she sacrificed a chicken to Moloch. A lot of damning emails involving Podesta, spirit cooking, Marina Abramovic. It's my opinion, and I think I can back it up with some facts based on things Kim.com has said, testimony he was willing to provide to the DOJ at the time, and I think some things that Assange has even alluded to, It wasn't Russian collusion. It wasn't Russian hackers. By the way, Bill Binney has backed this up with the data he's got. These files were downloaded locally, and I believe it was Seth Rich who was the leaker, and they whacked him for it. Your thoughts?
Most likely that's true. And that's always been my suspicion. Seth Rich had a very mysterious death when he was accosted in the streets of Washington late at night, coming from a bar, but where had he been? He had access to the DNC computers that contained the server that contained the emails. And it's been proven, there were articles written even in The Nation that looking at the physical requirements of that download, it could not have occurred in the time it occurred unless it had been directly downloaded from the server. It couldn't have been a tap into the server. So it wasn't the Russians. And I tried to explain this to the Mueller investigation, and they said, Dr. Corsi, we're not interested in your theories. So, well, maybe you ought to be because yours are wrong. Well, that didn't get me anywhere. But again, as I said, I was the one who refused to take their plea deal and wasn't indicted. And again, these crimes that are so-called crimes, I mean, how many crimes are they going to indict Donald Trump with? And they don't care that the charges are ridiculous or insane, or that it's apparent to the world that we've become a third world country in which our law enforcement has become a new KGB or Stasi that are enforcing political correctness. Well, in the meantime, I caught HSBC Bank with laundering billions of dollars because they were taking your social security number and running millions through your account and then closing it. I started publishing this, I was approached by the Department of Homeland Security, the Senate Permanent Investigating Committee. HSBC was fined $1.9 billion. Nobody went to jail. The truth is we are the drug cartels. You cannot run the drug cartels without a bank. You can't drive around pickup trucks or semi-trailers full of $100 bills. Got to get the money into the banking system. And every transaction through the banking system is monitored by the Treasury, probably by the NSA, and certainly we facilitate the drug cartels by allowing these banks to money launder. It's part of their business. Department of Justice turns a blind eye. So, we talk about the drug cartels. We are the drug cartels in Mexico. Our borders are wide open. Why are we allowing all this, the fentanyl? These people are depopulationists. They think there's too many people. Both of my books had that theme. And when the Marxists take over, as they did in Russia, they kill millions of people with starvation and their collectivist farm experiments, or in China, with their Great Leap Forward, starve millions of people to death. And I guarantee you that Lenin, Stalin, and Mao did not lose a night's sleep or have an empty stomach while that was going on, and could not have cared less. In fact, wanted fewer people, so they had more of the resources of the earth for themselves. They want control. It's a lie. It's a lie oligarchy tells in order to allow you to give over power to them. Well, the state is going to protect you from COVID. No, it's not. Did the state create COVID? Okay, so the state will make sure the Secret Service protects the president. Well, what about JFK? What if we can prove JFK was killed in a crossfire? Okay, what about all the lies we've been told about Ukraine? You mean, wait, is Biden keeping Ukraine funded in this war so he keeps open the money laundering system from which he's benefited? And that's supposed to be all okay? We're supposed to not see the money laundering operation here? I mean, this obvious criminality. Okay, so who's getting paid off in the Department of Justice? Where do these Department of Justice people come from? Why is our military more able to do better running a transgender parade down Fifth Avenue than fighting a war? I mean, these questions need to be asked, and the American people need to understand that they are being architected to destroy the middle class. And when you can't feed your family or pay your mortgage, you are not going to care about someone being offended because you see that they're transgender and consider it ridiculous.
Guys, please pardon the brief interruption and a quick word about a sponsor. Dark clouds are gathering. Currencies like the Turkish lira are crumbling. Fear and uncertainty are here. The Middle East, Ukraine, Taiwan, the U.S. national debt, it's endless. Yet one asset stands firm: gold. In crisis after crisis, gold is there. Its enduring value guards against loss, like a missile shield against incoming weapons. While paper wealth burns, gold exists and persists. Noble Gold can help you shield your wealth against these looming threats. War, recession, contagion. Take control amidst the chaos. Get your hands on gold now before it's out of reach. Right now, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with every new IRA. Claim your free coin today to secure your financial future as the storm clouds gather. Always do your own due diligence because there are no guarantees in this world, but secure your future against disaster. Open a Noble Gold Investments IRA today and claim your free bullion coin right now. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com, or better yet, call for their expert advice at 877-646-5347 and tell them SGT Report sent you. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Well, now let's talk about dissent, because you write that properly understood, social justice anarchy is an advanced form of the Hegelian dialectic aimed at negating capitalism, destroying the United States as a global superpower, and instituting a bureaucratically controlled totalitarian state intolerant of any dissent whatsoever. I want to play a clip for you right now that will inspire everyone listening to dissent, because there are still real men out there willing to stand in the gap against this tyranny. One of these men, in my opinion, is Dana White, who owns and runs the UFC. I want you to hear what he's got to say about one of his advertisers trying to tell him to stop talking about Trump.
This happened to me. I posted a video for Trump, right, on my personal social media. And one of our big sponsors called and said, take that down. You know what I said? Go fuck yourself. You vote for whoever you want to vote for, and I'll vote for whoever I want to vote for. That's how this works. I don't even care who you're voting for. It's none of my fucking business. Fuck you. Yeah. Don't ever fucking call me and tell me who to vote for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel in fear these days, you know? A lot of people feel in fear that if they don't vote for certain people, they're going to lose their jobs. I mean, it's Hollywood, for example.
Think about how fucking crazy that is.
It sounds insane. It sounds just like...
Well, it'll keep happening unless more people stand up for themselves.
And that's 100% the point. And so, look, I want to commend you for not taking the deal when they were threatening to put you in prison, because now that Jan 6 has happened, a lot of folks like you have seen the results of not taking the deals. Some of these guys, like Stuart Rhodes, the head of the Oath Keepers, now I don't know if he was a Fed or not, I don't think he was, but they put him in prison for 17 years, which I guess to me indicates he wasn't a Fed. Okay, but there were infiltrators, like I think Ray Epps was an infiltrator of Oath Keepers, and that's just my personal opinion, but they're putting people away for essentially non-crimes for 17, 20 years plus. And so people like Jenna Ellis are taking deals. They're turning on President Trump. You never did that, and for that I commend you. More of us need to be like Dana White, but we now live in a situation, a banana republic that's so tyrannical, people have fear of standing against the tyranny for fear of being thrown in prison for a very long time, Doc.
Well, that's right. They do. And it takes a lot to control that fear, because it's inevitable that they will make you feel fear. That's their major way of manipulating and controlling you. You finally have to decide that there's nothing they can do to you that could damage you as much as losing your soul. And losing your soul is what Dana is fighting for right there. He's saying, I've got a God-given right to think and express my views, and I'm doing so in a respectful way. I'm not out throwing, I'm not out like Antifa burning down Portland, Oregon, which of course is tolerated. And when that's the case, the language perversion that's at the heart of this neo-Marxism is fundamental, where they want to make evil into good. So they're glorifying evil. And that's why I say it is satanic at its core. It is doomed to fail, but it's going to cause massive damage. And just these ideas get into your head, they completely mess up your thinking the way a virus completely messes up your computer. And these ideas were constructed to be viruses. And the point is, human beings are not easy to deal with in many ways, but the greatest resource on the earth is the human intellect. We have the power to create, we have the power to build, we have the power to think, and those are God-given powers. And we must respect them, and we must understand that these God-given powers should not be surrendered because you're made to feel fear. I'll go back to a biblical reference again. Constantly in the Bible, it says, fear not. It's one of the major points of the Bible. Do not feel fear. When you don't feel fear and you refuse to feel fear, it's freeing. because you realize there really is nothing they can do to you. I mean, if they kill you, there's nothing they can do to you. And that's because this is not a material existence as they want to insist. They are not in charge with their queer ideas and queer theory. God rules. And if you really want to protect yourself and your family, go take a look at your children's school books. Get involved. See what they're being taught. Because children know, Mommy, why is that man wearing a dress? Children understand it. It was a child who said that emperor has no clothes on. A person who feels fear very easily. And then all you can do is intensify the fear and you've got complete control. That's why totalitarianism that Hillary Clinton wants comes on as if it's going to do social justice. And it ends up by the social justice they want to create is imprisoning anyone who disagrees with them.
You've used a word a couple of times, and I know you write about this in your book, and it's a very important word, schizophrenia, right? So the people that don't understand history, these woke idiots that are falling for all of this, they don't understand the murderous history of communism under Stalin and Mao, which you expose in this book. And that has led them to a state of absolute schizophrenia. You mentioned abortion. The people on the left celebrate such insane things. They celebrate as freedom, the freedom to kill your baby in the womb. It's just insanity. It's like the entire script, God's script has been flipped, but that's what Satanists do, right? They invert reality. That's what we're talking about here, an inversion of reality. And the suckers, these woke suckers and these fools on college campuses and the followers of people like Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, they're falling for it hook, line, and sinker.
And the ideas are twofold. I mean, first of all, they don't work. So let's have modern monetary theory, which says that because we're the sovereign nation, we can pay off our debt with another fabricated money. We've got over $1 trillion a year now just in interest payments. Federal Reserve's got interest rates at 5%. They're probably going to raise them because they're not containing inflation. We're going into stagflation. And all this is intentional. We don't have to have these destructive economic policies where you can't even get a budget formed. I can think anything I want to think, and you have to accept it. Okay, so.
Hey, Doc, can you hear me?
Determine what's good for me and what's evil for me, and may not be what's good for you and evil for you. Maybe me killing you or me killing someone else, I'll define that as good because of some ideas of human sacrifice. Once you really allow, there's no objective truth. There's no right and wrong. There's no black and white. Then this, area of 50 shades of gray produces all kinds of perversions, which are accepted. The Frankfurt School embraces the sexuality of the Marquis de Sade. One of their books about I read The Dialectic of Enlightenment, which Adorno and Horkheimer wrote, two of the luminaries of the Frankfurt School, this group of Jews that escaped Nazi Germany and came to the United States and planted their Freudian Marxist merged ideas that said sexual liberation and uninhibited sex is the key to creating an authentic human being that rises above the repression of capitalism. And so therefore we need a cultural revolution, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, John Lennon, in order to free people from the restraints of capitalism. So the fundamental, it's a destructive idea, and it's insane. Do we really want the inmates of the asylum to run the place? It's so completely flipped around that if you are going to believe that, you're going to say, well, okay, so destroy the cities and it's okay. Burn down Portland, Oregon. We're not going to arrest Antifa. This is not the type of society that most people want to live in and certainly don't want their children to live in. Yet it's a society we're creating.
Yeah, again, guys, I apologize for a couple of the dropouts there, but I think the entire spirit of what Jerome is trying to share with us is coming through loud and clear. So another screen share here. I mentioned schizophrenia, and I just want to flush that out a little bit further. What folks are looking at here is Baphomet, right? Breasts on a man. Okay, so let's talk about schizophrenia. The collegiate swimmer, now turned advocate for women and outspoken advocate at that, Riley Gaines, She laments having to compete against her will, right? She wasn't asked for her consent to compete against a man who put on a female swimsuit. I'm talking about Leah Thomas, who competed against college swimmers, female swimmers, and then finished first and won all these trophies and awards. As a man, I guess I understand I could put on a female swimsuit and compete against women and win prizes, but I would never do that because it's cheating. I'm not sure how that would be fulfilling to somebody who would want to compete like that. That's just cheating. Is that part of the schizophrenic nature of what you're talking about? I think it's insane personally, but is somebody like Leah Thomas schizophrenic, do you believe?
Well, no, the answer is yes. I mean, this is insane. So Baphomet is not only male, female, androgynous combined. It's also animal, goat, hooves of another animal, and human characteristics in the hands. It's also got all kinds of satanic symbols. The inverted star is the upside down pentagram. I mean, these are marks of Satan. These are marks of evil. Karl Marx was not an atheist. He hated God. He knew God existed. He hated God. He hated God because God didn't make this place perfect. And Satan was right. If we just eat this fruit, we can make this place perfect. That's why God doesn't want us to eat this fruit. Well, that's the lie that's at the heart. And where this is going, my third book is going to be on transhumanism, because these people believe that if they just get rid of 90% of human beings, which are useless, they have no regard for human beings as human souls or lives that have merit to live. They think, well, this person's old. They're worthless. This person is demented or has some kind of psychological problem born with. So we've got to get rid of them. They're practicing eugenics, and we'll be happy to get rid of 3/4 or more of the people on Earth. So they have all the resources. They can merge themselves with machines. They can become transhuman. And my third book will be about this transhumanism, artificial intelligence, and permanent life extension, which they believe they can do. Now, this is to put themselves on the throne of God while denying that there was a God or is a God. They want to become one. The problem with atheists, and I point this out in the book, you can't say you're an atheist without positing to me the idea of God. Theist means God. You're saying you're not believing in God. Well, you just told me about God. How can you tell me about God and not believe in it? You just posited the idea. So God is hardwired into a human being. And so are these values. The 10 Commandments are pretty simple. Don't lie, don't cheat, don't sleep with your neighbor's wife, don't kill anybody. But the point is, you have to teach these ideas to human beings, which means that we are not that advanced a race. And it is easy to convince people to believe these lies because you're empowering them. They're saying, no, your identity is all powerful, so you dictate for the rest of us. But this insanity of woke, where they have this discourse ethics, where they form a language game in which all these schizophrenic personalities are accepted as legitimate. This stuff is hard to read because it's so bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
But yet they live in a world in which they think they can construct their reality, and they think at the center of their reality is always themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And that you don't get to share in it, which is why if you object to them asserting themselves as all powerful to do whatever that comes into their head to do, regardless how destructive. Why wasn't Antifa stopped when it burned down Portland, Oregon? Why are we allowing our cities to be overrun with homelessness, fed with drugs? What's the federal government's role now? Is it to protect the homeless and allow them to have drugs in order to get rid of them? Is that the real objective here? When you look at these policies, they're not by accident. So why are they being done? Then that question has to be asked. And then you have to ask yourself, do you want your children coming home where the school mutilated their genitalia in a sex transformation operation and you weren't told? What are you going to do? The child probably ruined the rest of their life, as was intended by the schoolmasters.
Mm-hmm.
That's the hard part to accept.
Yep. They're literally passing laws that prevent parents from being informed by the schools if exactly what you describe begins to happen behind the scenes at schools with a young person who's confused and confides in a teacher or a counselor that, you know what, I just feel like I'm a boy trapped in a girl's body, or vice versa. They can get the hormones without parental consent. It's absolute insanity. And I just want to show folks one thing here, and then I want to ask you about UN troops and these open borders. How does this play out? But we talked about Baphomet, trans insanity. I will add to the mix pornography, the United Nations to legalize sex with children. That's actually happening right now. That's what they want to do. You mentioned the Frankfurt School and sexual immorality as being the thing that would free humanity. Well, I'll remind people of 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 19. Oh, do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God? You are not your own, for you were bought with a price. So glorify God in your body. I share that with the audience because everything that we've talked about, including the Frankfurt School and this infiltration of our society by this satanic element, it's all really meant to destroy God and our relationship with God, isn't it? Because if we don't believe in a higher power and a creator, we will be ruled by the iron fist of despots.
Well, the people who stop believing God become almost bestial, and they are actually easier to control, or they're easier to incite to violence. They're easier to manipulate because they have no higher standard. They have no perception of the worth or purpose of their life, or that their life has consequences. Well, once you eliminate moral education of children and begin to allow the adult to behave in bizarre ways, you have created the conditions that were the end of the Roman Empire, in which the orgies, the insanity, the rituals. And I always ask myself, why, in fact, did the Roman Empire, greatest empire at that time in the world, go Christian under Constantine? And I think the answer was the mothers got tired of seeing their children being made into perverts, sexual perverts. They said, we're not doing this anymore. Christianity came around and had a value to life, showed, purpose in Jesus Christ in terms of his messages and what he did on earth, and what was done to him as a consequence of Roman intolerance. And the whole idea that we don't have a spiritual nature to us means you have just taken the thing that makes us truly human out of our existence. So we become beast-like with minds that are powerful. And then the destruction is unleashed. And that's the formula that Satan seeks to achieve in harvesting souls for his kingdom, which various of the thinkers that I cite in the book think is the kingdom that should be here on earth, and the kingdom they're trying to bring about with themselves in charge along with Satan. And they see nothing wrong with that. But it is fundamentally a suicidal idea. And most of these ideas, we exhale carbon dioxide. Okay, so we want to kill cows because they fart methane. Now we're going to kill human beings because they exhale carbon dioxide. It's a ridiculous idea. Plants absorb carbon dioxide. The mathematics of the climate are not linear. Just because we have some more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere doesn't mean it's going to be warmer by a predictable amount. Can't even predict the weather tomorrow. Yet we have the IPCC, this UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, saying if we go 1.5 degrees Celsius over the pre-industrial revolution temperature of the Earth, we're going to destroy the planet. Nonsense. This planet has had continents separate. It's had asteroids hit it. This is a cataclysmic place. Had mountains rise. A little bit more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is probably just going to make the place greener in an interglacial warming period. And when the sun gets more elliptical in its orbit, we're going to have, at the farthest from the sun, another ice age, and it won't matter how much carbon dioxide is in the atmosphere. The sun is not a tree ornament up there. It is our major source of light and heat. And that's why when at night it's dark, because the sun's not in the sky. And if we didn't have greenhouse gases, all the irradiance the Earth absorbs during the day would go back out into outer space at night, and this would be a very cold place and probably uninhabitable. And Greenland was once green. Greenland, the entire Earth was once covered in ice. This is a very changeable place, and the Earth is not regulating its temperature to make us feel good or for our benefit. We're just the latest creatures walking around on the surface of the earth. There were 5 extinctions before human beings ever got here. Now, these ideas are not taught in school because they don't contribute to the madness of getting rid of hydrocarbon fuels, which are not fossil fuels. The Fischer-Tropsch equations I explain in the first book in this trilogy the earth makes hydrocarbon fuels in the mantle of the earth on a natural basis, ongoing even today. And hydrocarbon fuels are abundant. Carbon is not evil. It's fundamental to who we are as human beings.
Couldn't agree more. And I would just add to that to clarify for the audience, oil doesn't come from dinosaurs. All right. It's abiotic. The earth produces it. But look, everything you just described is a result of really Prince Philip, before King Charles. This stuff is espoused by Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, part of the Rothschild bloodline. And of course, before it became public to the degree it is today that they push all this anti-human rhetoric, there was the Club of Rome, right? The Club of Rome outlined, and their mission goal was to convince humanity's the problem. Okay, if we just had fewer of us, the world would be a better, healthier, more peaceful place. So with that said, the last question I have for you is regarding the open border. I've said, go ahead, please.
No, you go ahead. I'll comment on your point.
Okay, here's the thing. I've said, and I will continue to say, I can't think of a word that describes what's happening with this current administration that's more descriptive than the word treason. The only difference between a Chinese invasion, or pick your country, the only difference between a old school military invasion and what we're seeing with this open border is the military-aged young men pouring through by tens of thousands are not wearing uniforms. Now, I believe some of these young men are UN troops and will answer the UN call when they get it and are activated. What are your thoughts on this open border? Because I think it's blatant treason, and I cannot believe that there aren't hearings about this, and I can't believe this man hasn't been impeached yet.
Well, again, it's by design. And the borders are kept open intentionally in order. One of the fundamental communist principles is a change in demographics, is a change in politics. And they believe that by bringing in the south of the border, which are largely socialist countries, that they will reinforce their socialist agenda. What the powers that be, the dark powers in Washington, don't realize is that the people coming in believe in God. They believe in families. These are people who are yet spiritual. They haven't been ruined by Marxist schools. And I think, in fact, the border should be, again, it's John Lennon, imagine there were no borders. Wouldn't it be fun? Then we'd all be citizens of the world. Yeah, well, these ideas don't work. Again, they will just cause confusion, destruction, the loss of order. The idea of having borders where you can expect who's coming into your country and not in order to prevent criminals or treasons. But what happens is we're being destroyed by treason from within. And the fundamental solution that all of this darkness seeks to induce is, why don't you save us the problem and just kill yourself? Since you're useless anyway, just kill yourself and do us all a favor. Here's fentanyl. Where does that come from? How does that get across the border? Well, just have as much of it as you want, because you'll save us the trouble of killing you by killing yourselves. And, just go to any major U.S. city and see how safe they are at night when the police have been removed. Well, that's a good idea. Let's defund the police.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make the police into the criminals. Let's say the criminals they've been abused by society. Their poor psyches, they don't realize they're just acting out their oppression. Well, give me a break. I mean, a psychotic killer or rapist is a criminal and probably psychologically disturbed beyond repair. Of economic destruction, we'll have mass famine. These people succeed. We'll have wars. We'll probably have nuclear war, which seems much more imminent today with Russia having nuclear weapons and they're terrorists. They're not going to stockpile those weapons. They're going to use them. Backed by Russia, we've got a war where Hamas comes out of the sky and terrorists and kills people who have been disarmed and can't defend themselves. And Hamas gets marched for around the world because Hamas hates the United States and these people hate the United States. Well, when you hate what is truly your last chance at freedom, as Abraham Lincoln said, the last great chance we have, you kill that, you throw the earth into 1,000 years or more of darkness, maybe irretrievable darkness. If the human race is gone, the earth won't miss us. It'll wait for the next. There are 5 major extinctions before human beings ever got here. And as far as the earth is concerned, we're not that important. But as far as God is concerned, we are extremely important. The reason, the highest form of creation. And if we had any smarts about us, we would educate children on the traditional way we educate children. We'd teach them American history. Maybe we're not a perfect country, but we certainly have formulated a structure of limited government. But, you know, the idea here is that when we get ruled by a bureaucratic state, and I talk about this in the book, you get ruled by unelected people who are free to impose their ideology on you as if it were law. And this, again, is another form of insanity.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And in fact, as we wrap this up, I just want you to know, I keep saying that what we are experiencing right now with this Biden administration and those that are really the puppet string pullers of him, the people behind the scenes, it's as though the weather underground did actually take control of our government, right? And that's what we're seeing, right? Bill Ayers talked about what they would do when they took control, and now we're starting to see it. Patriots are going to prison for non-crimes. They're targeting the next president of the United States with non-crimes. They're trying to get him off the ballot. And so it's pure insanity. It's the inversion of reality. And really, it's the satanic New World Order that we're fighting against, isn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we're fighting against. And that's why people need to get this book and share the book. The book, guys, is called The Truth About Neomarxism, Cultural Maoism, and Anarchy, Exposing Woke Insanity in an Age of Disinformation. And that's what we live in. It is an age of absolute disinformation. And that's why they try to silence us, Doc. That's why they kicked us off of YouTube. That's why they don't let us in, you know, we don't get a fair shake on Twitter. We're throttled. I mean, talking about everybody just about who speaks truth. We live in an age of disinfo.
It's an age of disinformation, and the lie has become the truth for these people. But their lies are not true in God's eyes, and there will be consequences. And I urge 2 Chronicles 7:14 and say that I do not believe God created the human race to fail, but it will take great courage in order to turn back this darkness.
Guys, apologies for the dropouts, but Doc Corsi's right. It will take great courage to defeat the darkness, and that's what we're trying to do here. Please spread this information far and wide within your sphere of influence on social media. Share this information with your friends, neighbors, and colleagues, many of whom are undereducated, and they fall prey to the disinformation and misinformation spread, the gaslighting now that is spread every single day on MSNBC, CNN, the Washington Post, etc. Doc Corsi is the best place for people to get the book. Amazon, or are there other avenues to get the book from?
Amazon, it's in the bookstores. I think Amazon is probably the best anymore. And people are not buying books and reading them the way they used to, and we're not getting any. Fox has just about abandoned anybody on books at all. But it is time to turn back on the lights. And in human history, writing books, whether or not anyone gets to read them, is part of turning the lights back on. And I plan to continue as long as God gives me the ability to do so.
Well, God bless you. I thank you for your time today, and we'll pay it forward by showing the book one last time here, The Truth About Neo-Marxism, Cultural Maoism, and Anarchy, Exposing Woke Insanity in an Age of Disinformation. Guys, buy the book, support the author, spread it far and wide. Our guest has been Dr. Jerome Corsi. Thanks, Doc.
God bless you. Thank you, Sean.
God bless you, sir. And friends, thank you so much for tuning in. As always, a special thank you to those who care enough to share this information and spread it far and wide. And I'll tell you, every single day, guys, for free, you can count on us to give you the real news, the antidote to corporate propaganda, 24/7 at sgtreport.com. God bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
All right.
Are you familiar with the book, The Great Taking, that's been kind of hitting around circles?
I'm not worried about the After Effects there. Yeah, it's 10:30 my time. We still got one more to go. I don't know. It's up to you guys. But I got the Hold the Line with Space Shot. but I'll let you guys decide. Do you want to keep going, or do you want me to save this for tomorrow? You tell me. You tell me. What's this? Yeah. Is that, yep, save it for tomorrow, or let her rip, Hawk. It's an hour and 23 minutes. So it's 10:30 my time. So that means it'll be midnight my time. For some of you, it'll be like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning. It's up to you guys. I'm always in for the long haul. Jen Coleman says, save it for tomorrow. Let's go ahead and do that. Because I mean, I've had a really, really long day today. I had a long night last night. And tomorrow we'll start off with this hold the line. I will get started tomorrow at about, let's see, tomorrow I believe is Thursday. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, tomorrow will be Thursday. I will start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. And we will just go to town. Yeah, it'll allow me to get a good night's sleep tonight. Like I said, I'm kind of exhausted. I've been kind of pushing myself all day today. So, yeah, so let's go ahead and do that. We'll fire back up at 2 o'clock tomorrow. And I should, let's see. Okay. So Dave's second interview with Nino is tomorrow as well. So we may have that available at the same time. So, so we'll, I'll start at 2 o'clock tomorrow. My time, that's Pacific Standard Time, I guess. All right. You guys have a good night. Get some sleep. Thank you very much, William Grammer. That was a damn good show. I appreciate that. I just try to give you guys as much information as I possibly can. And tonight we seem to get quite a bit from, and a lot of these guys were kind of verifying what each other were talking about. And we're showing receipts. So to me, that's kind of as this flood is beginning, because we've been going through the drip, 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 drip. We're now going to, we're now getting to the beginning of the flood. Okay. And this is going to be some potent, because we think we know a lot now. Okay. But when everything is fully exposed, there's going to be so many things for us to learn. And the good thing is that we've got a head start. Okay. We've gotten ourselves into a position where we are absorbing information, we're retaining it, and we're able to share it, so, at the same time, we kind of also want to make sure that we get, little breaks in between, in order to process the information. And we'll go from there. So, all right, with that, guys, God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. We will see you tomorrow. Same bat time, or no, same bat channel. Bat time has changed. 2 p.m. my time. Peace.